Yo, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Frendon.
What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday. How are you doing, Sitch?
I'm doing wonderful.
Oh, that's great. I love to hear that.
Yes. So today we have some interesting things to watch. We're going to watch the highly requested, very fascinating to me, Jubilee had the woke Democrats, or they call them progressive Democrats, versus moderate Democrats.
Woke.
Yes, that's true.
Everyone gets triggered. Debate,
and it was very. There are some parts of it that I'm listening to this, and I'm like, it's very interesting to me. I feel like Jane Goodall. Okay, the mist amongst the mist and the gorillas. You feel like a sociologist, like listening in to like a bubble. Where you're like, okay, these people have no clue what they're talking about. Like when you just pop your head into a left-wing echo chamber or a right-wing echo chamber, and you hear them trying to like discuss what's going on and people's positions on things. You're like, oh, these people have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's
that
very
is the echo chamber, right? The bubble, the silo, the information silo, right?
Yes.
They have to tell what they believe.
It always breaks down into basically people just, as we always say, people just post hoc reasoning. They have the answer they want. Like, well, Kamala Harris didn't win because she wasn't progressive enough. Like they have that answer in their mind already. And they're like, okay, and I have to twist all the information to get to that place.
Yes. Yeah. They want to believe that racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia are the greatest problems affecting society. So therefore, all answers revolve around how is this racist, sexist, or homophobic.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Exactly. So it's a very interesting conversation. There was shockingly, I mean, it's been a while since we covered one. They come out so infrequently. There was another one of those horrid alt-right playbook videos, which are like, they should be called the hypocrite strawman video, because every video is exactly the same. So like, I'm going to be a big hypocrite. I'm going to accuse the right. First of all, I'm going to call everyone the right alt-right just by the name of the channel and the name of the series. But I'm going to strawman some position on the right, and I'm going to say it's everyone on the right is doing this. I'm going to ignore that, like, just even though there are people on the right doing the thing that they're criticizing, there's just as many people on the left doing the exact same thing completely. That's every single one of these.
The video makers
in the video, right? It's just it's wild. It's wild. These videos are so popular too. It's crazy.
Oh, I know. Yeah, one just laps them right up. Oh my God, yes. The right are anti-science,
right?
Just like we are. Oh, I
mean. But first, you want to watch. Now, this is pretty funny. Brianna Wu was on Piers Morgan a few days ago, and it was kind of hilarious. It's kind of hilarious. I don't know. Do you want to set this up?
Yes, I mean, yeah. So you wanted to watch the alt-right playbook thing, and I do feel like we've made a bit of progress here, because Brianna Wu goes on Piers Morgan and kind of opens up a can of whoop ass from the enlightened centrist perspective, right? She's basically saying that the trans activist movement has gone off the deep end and made her generation of trans activists look completely insane. So
yes,
I don't, obviously we're going to watch the alt-right playbook one with PhilosophyTube, just making a mockery of the gains that we've made. So I just thought it'd be nice to have a little balance here. Show Brianna Wu basically saying we need to rein it in the era of Trump, right?
Mm-hmm. Completely.
So shall we go?
Hit it.
Them broadly, or what do you feel about it?
Pierce, this is the fundamental problem, is when Eli and her fringe trans friends make all this stuff and they try to deny reality. They try to deny the reality. I'm a natal male that transitioned to live as a woman. Most people call me she, her as I go about my day. That's fine. That's all I need. I don't need someone to have some existential belief that I'm a woman. I need them to let me have control over my own body and go get health care. What she has done and her playbook does is it elevates all these issues to like hidden knowledge, and they try to shut normal people up when they have questions about trans women in sports, or they have questions about calling themselves pregnant people. Like, it is just imposition after imposition. And we try to shut people up for so long, eventually they're just going to explode. And this is 100% what we're seeing on Facebook. And
look at all the head shaking you're getting out of Eli. I think Eli is a natal female transitioning to male, although they completely present as non-binary. I don't necessarily
No, I think it's the other way around.
It's a male. It's a male presenting. Eli is a female name.
According to Wikipedia, it says at age 13. At age 13.
Okay.
That's how you know. That's how you know, like, it's good. At age 13, she publicly transitioned to female, keeping her birth name.
Okay, so
So
it's a female.
I guess Eli could be
A trans. Is this a trans woman or a trans man? Just
is a trans woman.
Lay it out
So
for me here.
it was a natal male that has transitioned to be a woman.
Okay.
But they definitely have a very what's
I thought this was attempting to present as a male.
I thought it was attempting to present as the guy from Labyrinth.
Eli
David Bowie.
Isn't Eli a male name? What is going on here?
I guess it is generally. I guess, yeah, you're right.
Just trying to fuck with us as much as possible.
I think there's sometimes there's girls named Eli, aren't there? Am I crazy?
Right. So this is so obviously Brianna Wu is making a point many of us have made on the show for quite some time. I think we started talking before the show, and I said we should just talk about this on the show, how Brianna Wu came on the show some time ago and was super confrontational with us. And it's just ironic now that Brianna Wu is basically out there spreading our message of tolerance,
right,
of these more moderate positions when the activist community is not really tolerant of them at all.
Well, it's interesting because I think Brianna first came on when she did start to do pushback on like woke stuff in the far left. And it was under, and we were like, what's up with that? Why are you pushing back on all this stuff? Because she used to be, like one of the main voices of all that stuff. And, her reasoning was that basically when she was actually involved in politics, she saw that none of that stuff worked and it was completely imaginary and nonsense. And it was just destroying the Democratic Party, essentially.
Right.
And so,
yes.
like that part of the conversation wasn't really contentious. She agreed with all that stuff. I think there was pushback when we would talk about sexism existing in society. She's still, I don't know if she's changed, but she's still heavily, at that time that we talked, was very much like, there's a lot of boys clubs going on in certain fields, specifically the field of gaming, which she said that she was involved in, that there's a lot of sexism going on, which I am skeptical of, at least to the way that she's viewing it. And obviously, she wasn't very happy with my game video when someone sent it to her and all that stuff, because she was, one of, I think she was like, patient 2, not 0, but patient 2. There was Anita, Soy Quinn, and her, I think, were the 3 that were getting, a lot of the hate towards them. And she, and Brianna did get like death threats and things like that, which obviously is horrible, during that whole era. So there's some disagreements about that. But I think the big issue, it wasn't really on stream. I think a lot of the issues that between us was off stream was, she would go and make some tweet attacking you or something, or I forget exactly what it was, but she did something where she was like, trying to post some smack about us on the Destiny subreddit or something.
Oh, a favorite pastime. Yes.
Right. And I think what's going on there, this is just my mind reading capacities here. I think what goes on is sometimes when people are trying to break out of the echo chamber and they're trying to pull their fellow, Democrats, fellow lefties out of the socialist malaise. They're like, oh, I can't just attack the right. I have to attack someone who like they also don't like, who's maybe more moderate, to show that I'm still on like your guy's side. Because as soon as you like break away from your team, there's like 90% of the people instantly become like suspicious. They're like, oh, this person's grifting. This person's going to switch. This person's the enemy, right? Like, no. I'm not the enemy. Look, I'm also attacking like people you don't like. So that's what I feel like maybe was going on in that situation. But that's just a guess.
That's a good guess. I'd say maybe that's going on. That is, I mean, it's diabolical. Let's put it that way.
Well, I think it's, to be clear, I don't think it's like necessarily conscious. Like, I don't think Brianna Wu's like sitting there like, let me like do this. I think a lot of these are just sort of like unconscious processes that guide people's behavior.
Right.
So
Well, look, if she's doing some good on the trans debate, I'm
that's
willing to let
great. That's
bygones be
wonderful.
bygones.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Make some progress. Obviously, she has the immunity shield because she's transgender herself. So
Right.
yeah. So she is the one to be making this attack.
Yes.
Which is
So
great.
good on her. I'm very happy to see her going around. She starts screaming at Eli in this conversation, which I like. So
yes.
In the American system right now, we've got to stop trying to win debates by silencing them, and we need to come back with some facts. And Pierce, here's a fact. There was a 2018 study that came out that showed that Eli and I both have protein receptors in how we process testosterone. This could be a reason about why we turned out the way that we did. We don't have to deny the reality of sex to admit that there's probably some sort of biological thing that's going on with both of us that makes us behave the way we do.
Right. And look,
feel the way that we do. So
yeah.
let's have an honest discussion about that.
I agree. And look,
that's a great point too, because the trans activists have completely destroyed all of the real scientific research that's going on in the field, where we could actually get knowledge about the situation, right?
yes, exactly.
Which is terrible. Which, look, this is a perfect primer for that alt-right playbook. I think Brianna even said trans playbook, which is kind of funny.
Which is
bottom
funny.
line
Yeah.
is, if I'm transphobic, then why are 2/3 of this panel trans?
Right.
Eli?
Well, I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's a good. That you could bring out trans people to shit on them. I don't know if that's a good.
Right. Yeah.
Good point, Pierce. But okay, fair enough.
Because last time I checked, Tommy, you're not trans.
Representation doesn't have anything to do with ideology.
You know what?
There's a lot of work to do in our community, and all progress gets some pushback, to answer Brianna.
Yeah, look, it's a good debate.
It's not an answer. It's not a serious answer. You're not a serious person. We need to put some adults in charge of our movement again. It's embarrassing. You setting up a network to give children hormones illegally was hugely embarrassing. You should quit. You should stop doing everything you're doing and never talk about this issue again. Stop. You're hurting us.
Eli?
Oh my God.
Oh, preach.
I know, it's great. Just swinging.
Yeah, because this is an interesting story, because I remember this happening. I remember it happening with Keffels. I forgot it happened with this Eli person, because remember, it was one of the big things with Keffels was like the bathtub hormones and stuff.
Of course. I remember we covered this.
Yes. It says in August of 2022, many conservatives, I like how Wikipedia says this, including Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, and Blair White, criticized Ehrlich for detailing a plan on social media for individuals to send spare hormone therapy prescriptions to people in those U.S. states which are working to criminalize such drugs, despite the law only allowing such drugs to be prescribed by a physician. Some conservatives reported her to federal authorities, including the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. So,
doesn't seem safe to me.
No, it's totally insane and disgusting. And I mean, that's the one thing that, at least, for a while, when, whenever we talked to Brianna Wu, we were very aligned on a lot of the trans stuff in terms of this is something that needs to be
regulated.
Regulated.
She's always had that position.
And yes, and it has to be done through proper medicine, proper medical care, and all this identity shit is just garbage. It should be thrown out the window.
Brianna can see the pendulum. She's like, yes. Oh my God. She sees these trans activists winding up, putting more and more tension on that pendulum.
Oh yeah.
She's just going, oh fuck.
Well, she probably saw it. I mean, she probably saw it firsthand with whatever canvassing works that she was doing. And then obviously now we're all seeing it. That was the big thing with the Trump ad, which the whole, Kamala's for they, them, and Trump is for you, ad.
Yes.
If that's the most effective ad is this, trans ad, we're all seeing this coming down the pipeline. It's so obvious.
Course,
and all these people are I mean, it's a combination of they don't want to see it, and also because they are, people that have insane ideas that they want implemented in society. So they don't, it doesn't behoove them to acknowledge any of this.
Right. People, normies being introduced to the trans movement or the trans community through the trans women in sports issue is not a good way to introduce yourself to normies. Like that's not going to make them feel calm about trans people in society. So the backlash could be enormous, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. You're completely correct. And I was looking up an article about Eli doing the trans thing, the trans medicine sending it to children.
Right.
And so I just found this article. This is like amazing. I found this article and it has this picture of Eli with Katie Couric. Well, I was like, what's going on here?
Oh my God.
Right. And it says, this is from 2017, CWOTY 2017 winner, Eli Ehrlich, and CWOTY mentor, news anchor Katie Couric attend the Glamour and L'Oreal Paris 2017 College Women of the Year celebration in New York City. And Eli won some kind of award. I guess.
Oh.
Yes.
As Woman of the Year.
College Women of the Year. Yeah, so Eli won a College of the Woman of the Year award. I guess what it looks like in the picture. It looks like Katie Couric is like handing her the plaque. So.
Interesting. Okay. I wonder what the cash prize was for that.
I know, that's a good question.
Sure, it wasn't cheap.
Eli, you going to stop?
Outside
Why
of
are you giving children hormones? I want an answer for that. Why are you setting up a network to give children hormones illegally?
Outside of the clear ad hominem
Why
attacks?
are you doing that?
Again,
Just answer the question. Don't give me bullshit. Why are you doing
all progress
that?
requires some pushback.
Why are you giving children
We are going to need to
illegally?
keep on
Why are you
fighting
doing
if
this,
we
Eli?
want to see trans
Why did you set up a
youth
network to give
protected and
children
get the
hormones?
necessary health care that they need.
She can't answer. She's not a serious person, Pierce. This is not serious time.
Bless Brianna for this.
I know. It's so
That's
true.
So funny. That's
it's so true.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to subvert the medical community, go against whatever parents these kids have involved in their lives, and just send them illegal hormones.
Right.
And think that you have the moral high ground here. That's what's crazy about it.
It is funny. Well, and also just the whole Eli completely refusing to acknowledge any element of it, explain herself, just like, no, just fuck it. I'm just gonna pretend like I can't hear you. La 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 la.
I'm sorry, yelling over me. Sorry, yelling over me isn't going to solve
You're not
anything.
answering the question. Why are you giving children hormones illegally? Why are you setting up networks to do this, Eli? Why?
So
this is a crime. I want to know why you're doing it. It really hurts us. It makes us look deranged. Why are you doing
Eli,
this?
why are you doing it?
Well, this is going to make some great TV. Look, when trans youth are denied necessary health care, we always have to step in. And right now, under very brave trans lawyers like Chase Strangio are in the Supreme Court fighting for trans kids because
In a case he's going to lose.
Look, how many of these people are self-diagnosed? That's the problem.
I don't know.
Oh.
I actually
There's no
agree
such
with
thing
that.
as a trans kid.
Tommy?
That's
There's no such thing as a trans kid. That's
No, Tommy, no. You're gonna let her weasel out of the answer.
Yeah,
the
you're letting her
question.
off the hook.
No,
Just let her sit in silence. That's what we want, right?
no. Yeah, you just gotta sit there. Just let it.
It's a
let it
crime.
hang. Yeah.
that's child abuse. When you take somebody who's still growing up, figuring out who they are, doesn't know anything about sexuality and shouldn't at that young age, and you try to convince them that there's something other than what they were born to be, that's a problem. It's child abuse. That's my opinion. But also, you're talking about trans kids and their mental health. There was a study that was done about mental health for trans youth, and guess what? The results did not come back favorably, so they wanted to bury it, and that is a fact. So if you show show me some data that shows that this gender affirming care is actually beneficial. Let's see it, because the one that was done that a lot of money was poured into came out the other way, and the community tried to bury it. So don't
That's
target
not quite
children.
correct.
If you want to talk about adults and trans rights for adults, that's fine, but leave children out of that. And that's what a lot of conservatives are simply asking for. Leave kids alone. Let them live their lives and figure out what they want to do when they're of age to make those kind of decisions.
I completely listen. We had an infamous clinic in London called the Tavistock Clinic, where no one was allowed to criticise what they were doing, which was mutilating young kids, and it's shut down now in total disgrace.
Okay. Well, we know all this stuff. We talk about all this stuff.
It's true, though. It's totally true.
It is. Yeah. Is there any more of Brianna yelling at you? I think that was.
No, I think that's about it. But
Yes.
well, no, they might be going for a bit here.
I mean,
Have
the
you, but
vast
many
majority-
kids, or treat them this way, or pump them with hormones, or puberty
I
blockers.
was one
or,
of those children, Piers, and
Yep.
I'm an adult now. I'm very happy.
Good for
and the
you, but
vast
many,
majority
many,
of
many,
children are
many,
too.
many children were not, and many of them
The
now
vast
regret
majority
it.
were.
Yeah, many of them
What
regret
do you?
it. Have you had kids?
Look at this. The vast majority were. What about the minority rights? What about them?
Right.
Yes, those marginalized people that had to detransition because someone like you gaslit them into thinking they were trans. And you circumvented the medical community who knew that they weren't trans and sent them hormones anyway. What the
Right.
fuck?
I know. It's so psychotic.
It is psychotic. Oh man. Shit, look, and there's no real details on the vast majority, right? How many people slink away in horror? How many people kill themselves? Look, this is so ironic because trans people who transition and feel that they would have been better off if they just stayed in their natal sex and commit suicide probably are included by the trans community in the trans suicide numbers. They probably say, oh, society was against them, so that's why they committed suicide, even though they might have committed suicide because they made a grave error.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
It's very sad. Very sad.
Kids,
Everywhere
Eli?
between 1 and 2.5.
Eli, have you had kids?
This doesn't matter. I was one of those
No,
children.
have you had kids? I'm asking you, are you a parent?
No, of course not.
Okay, so I've got four
Except
kids.
for one beloved
I've got four
cat.
kids, and I know, and my
Oh, really playing on stereotypes.
What
Eli. Come on.
what'd she say?
He's like, Pierce is like, oh, do you have kids? And then Eli's like, no, except for one beloved cat.
Oh my God. Oh my
Like,
God.
no,
Oh my God.
you're not a
please.
serious person. Oh no.
Make it
Come
stop.
on.
My brother had four kids. My sister had four kids. I've seen a lot of kids go through puberty. They change enormously in that process, in how they think. I've seen young girls who are tomboys who then completely change, having come out of puberty. Everything changes
yet, over
emotionally,
90% of trans
psychologically,
children maintain
physically.
their gender
And to
identity.
try and tamper with that process,
10%. Oh, that's awful. 10% collateral damage.
Even if it was that low, which
Horrendous.
it's not.
Oh yeah,
Probably.
totally. Those are made up numbers. But just the fact that she's willing to admit 10% are completely fucked over by this world that she wants to create. And that's just fine. That's just okay. Progress.
Listen, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. Okay.
Look, this is the equivalent of human sacrifice as far as I'm concerned. She might
Rome
as well
wasn't
drag
built
those.
in one omelet.
Yeah, she might as well drag those children out onto the butcher block and
Ooh.
sacrifice them to the trans gods, the way that I look at it.
Right, right.
Just fucking straight up evil. And to like moralize about it. Look, if you had a 10% discrepancy in cancer diagnoses, oh my God. The world would be on fire. People would fucking rage. What do you mean?
Well, this is why it's so dangerous to have this stuff get associated with your identity and your ideology, because then it becomes, for Eli, it's a self-preserving argument, because it's like, okay, well, if you acknowledge that a bunch of people are wrongly transitioned, does that, that's not going to make you feel confident in your decisions?
No,
and
of
what
course
you're
not.
doing,
Of
right?
course not. Yeah. But all of this is completely self-serving.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look, I understand the argument for trans people. They think they will pass better if they transition earlier, but everybody is right about the children thing. Children, part of growing up is is creating your identity. And puberty is like a giant part of that. If you're saying, look, we're going to deny these people puberty, a normal puberty, and we're going to try to put them through the opposite gender puberty.
Right.
It's just insane.
That's why, I mean, to me, it feels like, I don't know if it's dishonest. I don't know if it's where the priorities are, because like, okay, it is true that obviously if you want to transition and you take puberty blockers and do all this stuff, like you're going to probably look better, obviously, the earlier you hit it, right? That is true. But the problem is, okay, well, but then you're also going to hit a lot of like way more false positives, substantially more false positives, the majority of whom would probably, at least according to older research, would have, gone through puberty and their feelings of gender dysphoria would have desisted. And so, to me, if you're like, okay, if I'm just like being objective here, I'm just looking at the data here, and you want to be like an advocate for trans people to be able to transition as early as possible in order to, get the best looking body or whatever, right? Then what they really should be like really slamming for is like, okay, we need to figure out some sort of biological brain scan, whatever, hormone receptor test that gives some possible indication of like, oh, we found out that like 99.9% of adults with gender dysphoria, before the craze occurred, all have this one thing. So there's some sort of biological test that you can look at. And you can say, okay, this is going to be a high likelihood that you're, trans or you have gender dysphoria if you have this biological thing we can like look at or measure.
Yeah.
Then
it's going to persist past puberty.
Right. Then you say, okay, and a bunch of people like don't have that, right? And no one else has this except for people with gender dysphoria. Like, then you're like, okay, then you have like a much more solid scientific ground to start advocating that, this tiny fraction of children that have this thing that also want to transition and have also gone through all the gender dysphoria stuff. Then you have such a stronger argument. But the fact that they don't push that, to me, makes me think like, because so much of the conversation is wrapped up in anti-science. It pretends to be science, but it's all wrapped up in identity. It's all wrapped up into, you have this magical soul intuition about your gender that, goes beyond science. And is it really that like, that's why when you talk to like a lot of people about it, it's all like, since they don't even really want to believe that gender exists, gender is performance. A lot of them don't even want to believe that sex really exists, that everything is just this social construct. Water is a social construct. It's called agua. Like, if that's the route you're going down, then yeah, obviously you're not going to really care about science at all, because all that stuff is it's all just validation of a social construct to basically trick people who believe in science into doing what you want.
Yeah. Brianna's right. The adults need to take over. And they've completely blown the last 10 years when they could have actually been doing scientific research, because they drove every single person that was actually doing objective scientific research out of fucking business.
Yes.
Through
100%.
cancel culture. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it's getting to the point where, I mean, they just way played this wrong. Completely wrong strategy. And you're exactly right. It was driven by ideology, not a quest for truth, not a quest for understanding, but just pure ideological devotion to what they wanted to actually believe. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people want to believe that, transgender people are 50% of the population. So,
right.
And I don't
100.
Parent, the interaction between a parent and a child, like you think immediately, a lot of people think I would never do that, and therefore nobody else would ever do that.
Right.
But that's not the
dumb.
case. There's fucking weirdos in the world. I don't know if people are thinking, oh God, I wish I had a boy, or, they've had 4 boys and they'd love to have a girl, and all of a sudden, oh, look, I have a transgender kid. Now I have the girl I always wanted. Like, there are these little subtle cues that parents can send to their children, and those children can end up super fucked up by that.
Right.
In more ways than just the transgender stuff. So
of course,
I don't think the idea that the kids are completely safe from being trans by their parents is off the table.
I think is a form of child abuse. I agree with Tommy.
despite everyone being happier on the other
discussion
side.
about that issue, and we can figure that out. We do need much better studies, and it's very clear the protocol is failing, which is why so many of these FTMs are it does not serve them to get them on testosterone so quick. We should have a discussion about that. This is my issue, Pierce. The Eli's response to that was not to call for scientific funding, to not look at what the NIH is doing, and to open that up.
We have the funding
to not
already.
call,
We
I'm going
have
to
the
finish my
studies.
point. To not call for gender clinics to open up their data so we can actually see what's.
See that? She's like, we have the funding, we have the studies. They prove me perfectly correct. We just need to stop now.
Right.
Stop. Stop. Well, we have 10% detransitioners. It's just so ridiculous.
Happening to these patients that are children. Her response was to go out and get a bunch of trans people to send these children hormones illegally, which is insane. It makes us look crazy. We've got to get some goddamned adults in charge of the trans rights movement again.
Yeah.
You make us look so stupid, and
I
you
agree.
don't see it.
I agree with you, Brianna. Thank God you're saying stuff like this. But Eli, I appreciate.
I agree with you, Brianna. Eli makes the trans people look fucking stupid.
I totally agree. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God.
Appreciate you coming on Uncensored again. Thank you very much. Tommy, thank you very much.
Look, and it is having a transgender person that's reasonable, I think does do a lot of good for the trans acceptance movement, right?
Of course.
You've got your Blair Whites, you've got, now it's odd comparing Brianna Wu to Blair White, but I guess we're kind of in that boat now, right?
Yes.
The
Well, and-
reasonable sex believing transgender person that's like, here's the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm. I guess we did cover Eli in the past because I went to Twitter.
We
and
did,
I'm blocked by
yes.
them, so they definitely blocked me. But no, it's this is why far left and just far ideologies are so toxic in the first place. Is I would wager that Eli and a lot of these other people, they have this position, like they look at Brianna Wu and they as kind of like
A traitor.
yeah, a traitor who's putting on a minstrel show, right? Like, oh, you're like the black person civil rights movement. You're the Uncle Ruckus. Like, you're just trying to cozy up to the whites, the power base, in order to hope that they give you some sort of crumb of power. But they never will, Brianna, you fool. They're always going to snatch it away from you. Like, that's how all these like extremists think whenever you have these conversations about like trying to have the movement be focused in a way that actually is convincing to the population or is not, run by children.
So true. So true.
Okay. So let's watch this Jubilee video. Or did you want to watch the
We should watch the other one first because
Okay.
look, Jubilee is hit or miss and the stream might go down once we start watching the Jubilee video. So
right.
we should watch this other one first, but I got it here.
Oh, okay, nice.
So this oh my God, this series goes way back, right?
Yes.
Does this series go back to 2016? I think it might.
Probably. Innuendo Studios is
Right,
it's been
yeah.
around forever. And
Yes.
it's so weird because it's just so obnoxious because like everyone left points to them as like there's some kind of hyper genius and every argument they make is so insanely dishonest.
Right. Yeah, so this is funny because this is diving into all the studies from the left-wing perspective, from the trans activist, trans believing 50% of the population is transgender perspective.
Yes. Well, I mean, they got fucking PhilosophyTube, who it's insane because so this whole video is about how science doesn't matter. And it's like, okay,
Right.
well, it makes sense that you got PhilosophyTube because we covered that video from a while ago. PhilosophyTube's position is that science doesn't matter, is that there's no such thing as gender or sex, that everything is a social construct, and people should be able to just, transition whenever the fuck they feel like it. That's PhilosophyTube's position. And obviously, a lot
Right.
of people have pointed out PhilosophyTube seems very bizarre in terms of like having that weird romantic relationship with ContraPoints, and do they really have gender dysphoria? PhilosophyTube has signaled that many times that they don't actually have gender dysphoria, so it's like, well, why the fuck are you transitioning? It's just the whole thing seems so confusing.
Right. Yes. And then ruining House of the Dragon. Oh my God.
There you go. So On Innuendo Studios, they had a video from 2015 defending Anita Sarkeesian
Oh, wow. I knew
and
it.
going over Gamergate. That's
Oh,
way
yeah.
back. So this is before they began their alt-right pipeline series, and then their first alt-right pipeline video was in 2017.
Look, I nailed it. I totally
Yeah.
nailed it.
Yeah,
I think I said 2016, but pretty close.
right. And it's funny because their second alt-right video, which was also in 2017, has like the little Trump guy on the cover. So
Oh, wow.
I think it was talking about the Trump gone by the pussy or something.
So this is great. I don't know if PhilosophyTube is just voicing this or this is actually PhilosophyTube content.
Did they write
Written
it?
by.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
don't see if the video says. That would be interesting.
I don't know.
It would
For
be
the sake
weird
of-
if it's like just written by the Innuendo
Innuendo
guy.
Studios?
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, I need a trans person to voice this for me."
Is it Ian Danskin? Is that his name?
Yes,
I think it might be.
yes. That
He
is his name.
fawns over PhilosophyTube very hard in the end. And
Oh my
reminded me
God.
that she's both in House of the Dragon and Star Wars. Although, look,
Oh
you
my
can't
God,
say
I forgot they were.
you can't say The Acolyte is the worst Star Wars series ever now because evidently the Skeleton Crew got worse numbers than The Acolyte. I'm like, The
Wow.
Acolyte basically killed Star Wars dead. Everyone's
I
like,
never-
I'm not watching that.
I don't know. I never watched Skeleton Crew, but I thought people liked that at first.
Some people liked it, yeah. But as far as nobody watched it, that's the
Oh,
problem.
I see. I see.
Yeah. They were like, holy shit, they're doing the lesbian thing with children now. Is that even legal?
It is so strange that they're like Abigail Thorne, like this retarded YouTuber. We need to get them to do these like weird bit parts in both Star Wars Acolyte and in House of the Dragon.
Yeah, yeah.
Very strange.
Major push. Yeah.
Very,
What's going on there?
Very affirmative action higher feeling.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, her acting is awful.
Yes.
All right, here we
Okay,
go.
wait, to answer the question, it says that they co-wrote Abigail co-wrote this with Ian Danskin
With Chat GPT?
and with ChatGPT. Yes, they had 3 writers.
Oh my God.
of argument, you're having a discussion with a coworker about healthcare. Actually, let's go ahead and drop the pretense. You're having a discussion about trans healthcare. He says puberty blockers
Who's this over here?
That's Transy McGee, They're a non-binary femboy with moon earrings or something.
That is the black icon there with the
Yes.
transgender heart on the shirt.
Do you
What's
like that?
he-
It's not.
What is the other guy? This is like
That's just
the
Bob.
boomer.
That's just Boomer Bob. Yeah. I like that the transgender heart's not just a transgender heart. It also, because we live in because the left is degenerated into the far left has degenerated and wokeness degenerated into such insanity. It's not just a rainbow heart. It's not just a heart that has something to do with all the sexual spectrum. You have to, for no fucking reason, include black and brown people in a chart about sexuality that has nothing to do with fucking race.
Yeah, that's to get to the intersectional hierarchy top.
It's psychotic.
I know, it is. Everyone's a victim. You're a victim. And
Yes.
you're a victim. and
I'm
you're
more of a victim than you, though. I'm at the top of the heart. I'm at the top of the hierarchy.
Oh, are you? Oh, are you?
should be banned
Yes. No.
because some study said they're dangerous.
Oh, come on. We got to pay attention to this
Okay.
crap.
Well, listen.
Oh, this is one that he gets his. Look, he's just generic. And then.
Drop the pretense. You're having a discussion about trans healthcare.
Oh my God.
Don't you
The
know when you
icon
talk
is
about
a stereotype. Such a
You-
stereotype.
when you talk about trans healthcare positively, you transform into a black LGBTQ plus IA activist.
Right.
That's the message of this of this video.
It's so
You get poofed.
crazy. It's
Yeah.
so crazy.
You know how Biden was like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, and there's the the comic of him taking someone's
Right.
blackness away, right? This is the inverse of that.
Somehow I don't think that the black community is super down with transgenderism or homosexuality.
Okay,
So
you're a bigot for even
it's super
suggesting such a
weird.
thing.
it's super weird. Well, look, black people kind of have the immunity idol, right? No one can
Right.
accuse them of being racist or sexist or anything. They're a marginalized community.
That is
So they
true.
can just come right out and say they don't like gay people or trans people. And they often do.
You're having
All
a
right, here we go.
discussion with a coworker about healthcare.
Discussion with a coworker about healthcare.
Actually, let's go ahead and drop the pretense. You're having a discussion about trans healthcare. He says puberty blockers should be banned because some study said they're dangerous. And you're a thoughtful person, so you look it up.
Do you like how it's like some study, like just like the derision in the voice, some study.
Yeah. It was the wrong study. It came to the
Yes.
wrong conclusion. Bury that study.
What is this? Wait, hold on. I didn't actually look at the
At the study.
this looks fake. This is fake. Danger Ops. Okay, it says Danger Ops puberty blockers. Will it hurt children? Top of his head. And then one of the authors is the Turfinator.
Oh, okay. The Turfinator.
Yes,
Why couldn't
from-
they just find a real study?
because then that would disprove their point.
Oh, I gotcha.
It
They
says
got to even straw man the fucking study. What's
of
the
course.
abstract?
yeah, it
Can you
says
read that?
abstract. It's just weird. Is what it is. If girl not girl, then what is boy? What next? Armadillos? Riddle me that, Batman. Comedians used to make fun of them and everyone could laugh. I want to enjoy Eddie Murphy again. God damn it.
Oh my God. Oh, such a great scientific study, right?
I know. Objective. Webster's defines objective as of relating to or being an object, phenomenon, or condition in the realm of sensible experience independent of individual thought and perceptive by all observers. So, method. I did it Daniel Day-Lewis style. 9 is an underrated movie. Conclusion. There's just a whole lot going on right now, and I need y'all to chill. Just cool it for a minute, okay? Moratorium on genders until like April. Do you know how much it costs to get your eyebrows threaded in the city these days? You got to find parking and get a sitter for the kids. Every time the doctor swabs my cheeks, I'm afraid of what she'll find. What?
This has to be written by ChatGPT.
I know. This feels like it's written by Abigail. Abigail probably thought this was hilarious. This is the funniest thing ever. This feels like her sense of humor. I mean, I was female last time, but who knows? Does anyone? They used to have 9 planets. They said meat made you gain weight, but now it makes you thin because of cave people or something. My Cybertruck drove itself into a telephone pole last week. I don't know how to spell the name of the girl from Secession. Shubahan, Suvyan, Siobin. That's it. That's the article. Okay.
Yeah, in the fake study that
Yes, not a straw man.
that Bob pointed to.
Yes.
Only when you do, you find the study doesn't say what he said it does. Maybe it says something close, maybe it says the total opposite. But more than that, you realize even if it said what he said it did, that still wouldn't support his argument. Dangerous could mean a lot of things. A little, a lot.
So wait, so we had the full gambit. Either someone cites a study and they're wrong, they're lying, or maybe they're right, but they're still wrong. Okay.
Yeah, the study's wrong.
Right. We've got to this has to, we know this is unscientific because essentially we've constructed a scenario where you can never be wrong. You can't be falsified at this point.
Yes. Yeah. Which is hilarious.
You know, it's funny. This actually reminds me, I didn't even think about this. I saw a clip, I had to turn it off because I was like, this is so ridiculous. There was some conversation that Tim Pool had with
Oh no. Oh no.
Elijah
Who?
Schaefer and
I saw that too.
oh my God, what's the other guy's name? Totally blanking.
Brad Palumbo.
Yeah, who we talked to, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. He's been on the channel.
Yeah, and Tim kept saying, essentially, he kept saying, "Fuck science, graph go up." It's like, oh my God.
Right.
I was like, this is so woke. Like, forget science. All that matters is your lived experiences. And it's funny because then when I saw this video, I'm like, oh my God, it's the same thing. Who cares about science? Graph go up, lived experiences.
Brad did he called him woke. He said, I feel like
did.
I'm arguing with woke people here.
He did. Yeah.
What all about your lived experience?
Yes.
I don't think that was completely fair because they did make some good arguments about the cultural thing. So, which is,
I
it
don't
is
think
a
he made any-
balance.
At least the part I heard. I didn't listen to the whole thing. What I heard about like skateboarding is like people aren't skateboarding because people that made skateboards aren't teaching the kids to skateboard. Wasn't that the argument? That sounded like insane to me. I was like, what? Like,
Right.
how many people's fathers, how many people that skateboarded in like the 90s lived near skateboard factories? Like, I played a lot of inline hockey and, roller hockey. I didn't live near a roller skate like factory or something.
Yes. I mean, the best argument that they made was on the slavery stuff, where if you're defaulting to products and services can be produced more efficiently elsewhere, and that's a good thing, without looking into, well, how are they producing them more efficiently? Are they using slave labor, perhaps?
Right.
Yes. Yeah. That was the good argument.
Well, no, there are definitely good arguments against. Obviously, there are good arguments against shipping all your jobs overseas, against,
of course,
adopting a sort of 1980s Republican, just have whatever's the best for business, attitude. There's definitely good arguments against all those things. I just I didn't see them coming out, the part of the conversation that I watched.
Right. Maybe we'll talk about it later in the week.
Yeah.
A lot? Low risk? High risk? Maybe one study isn't enough to go on. Hell, maybe it's bogus for a whole host of other reasons. Maybe it's written by people with an obvious agenda, or contradicted by a better study he's ignoring. So you go back.
Is that a real study there?
I'm assuming.
Hell, maybe it's bogus for a whole host of other reasons. Maybe it's written by people with an obvious agenda, or contradict.
Okay, is this a study with the 26 people that we looked at?
I'm just reading it. It looks there's nothing that says like Turfinator 3000 on it. So
Review puberty blockers for transgender and gender diverse youth. A critical review of the literature. Oh, okay.
Okay. That's very not comforting.
Right.
But okay.
Well, it's from 2020, so
right.
A lot has been happening recently.
Predicted by a better study he's ignoring. So you go back and tell your coworker, hey, the study doesn't say that, and even if it did, but he simply repeats, the study said they're dangerous. He's not just wrong, he's double wrong.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Double wrong. Oh, my God. He looked to science for the answer, Sitch, and he's still wrong.
And he's double wrong.
Right. Holy shit.
Oh, my God. Don't you hate it when you're just walking around reading scientific journals and you're double wrong?
Right. Yes.
That's just the worst.
Yeah. You're looking for evidence to support your claims, and somebody comes along and goes, that's not evidence. I have evidence over here. Look at this study with 4 people. My evidence is better than your evidence.
Institutions create policy documents all the time. Anti-bullying policies, climate policies, DEI policies.
And unfortunately, all these policies are undone by one executive order.
Yes.
Your job probably has a bunch of them. But a lot of the time, these documents exist not to be read or followed, just pointed to. If someone is bullied, harassed, or discriminated against, managers might point to a policy that says, we are committed to not doing that. And that's it. The more you insist, hey, these policies aren't being followed, the problem still exists, the more you become the problem.
We got a little Karen going on here. Holy
I know.
shit.
Jeez, come on.
Did you not see the policy? This is a policy.
The document.
Well, I'm curious too to like what who are they
What
talking
policies
about?
are not being followed?
Like who are they talking about here? Like when like the idea that okay, there's someone who's like, oh my God, this person is being a total bigot in my workplace. They're not following the proper policies. Can you fire them or reprimand them? And the people are like, nothing we can do about it. Like that does not conform with sort of
reality.
Doesn't conform with the stories that we've been hearing about. That's why I'm saying, is there like a study about this? Is there some story? I can't even think off the top of my head of a single story where I heard that was like gained a lot of traction. Because you think if that story came out in the last 10 years, it would have gained massive publicity, right? Oh my God, we have to attack X company because this person complained about something woke and then the company didn't do anything about it. Like every story I've heard is like literally the opposite. someone gets complained about something woke, and then they go down the track of like, getting fired essentially over, the slow process of getting fired because they're not doing all the proper eggshell walks. The only
Right.
time I could think of like something that would even match this, and it had nothing to do with wokeness, was I'm trying to remember their name. There was this one New York Times editor who was like really racist against white people, and she was Asian. I can't remember her name. And she was like complaining about someone else who did something in the New York Times publicly, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna handle it. And they just kept complaining about it publicly and making the whole paper look bad. And they eventually like fired her. They're like, oh my God, you just need to fucking stop. Like it was, yeah, I don't remember what their name is. Maybe someone in the chat remembers, but it was like totally crazy.
I can barely remember. I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember the name either. But it's close. My brain is like trying to reach the connection. So I don't know how this is going to get back to the actual scientific study now. Now we're either this is a massive non sequitur or they're making a point about something.
It's a good point. How is this going to get back there? Sarah Jong, thank you, Kyle.
Sarah Jong, that's exactly right.
That was exactly who it was. Yes.
Yep, Sarah Jong.
Yep.
She was a big fat racist on Twitter, and they hired her anyway. She never got fired, though. She got promoted.
No, she got fired. No, she got fired. It was funny. She didn't get fired because she was like being like racist against white people. She got fired because she wouldn't shut the fuck up about I forget something about attacking some person or something.
Sarah Jong fired.
Or was that
Korean American New York Times reporter in hot water over anti-white. Oh, I don't know that she ever got fired though.
Then who am I talking? Someone got fired.
Good.
Dummy argument. A substitute for the real one. There's a problem versus no, there isn't. This isn't a conversation about what some document says or doesn't say.
So it's about the document being an excuse.
Yes.
That's the connection.
It's a conversation about power. When your co-worker...
Oh my God, I can't wait for PhilosophyTube to actually do like a movie or something that she's written. It's going to be total trash.
Wait, I don't even understand the argument. Hold on a second.
Yeah, look, the amount of not making any sense is just palpable here. So
the document is a dummy argument, a substitute for the real one. There's a problem versus no, there isn't.
So the real argument is there's nothing to see here. The document is like there's nothing to see here. Look at the policy. Look, the policy.
I mean, I get that happens. That definitely can happen. Like if there's some discretion where someone's complaining about something to a boss, and the boss either A, thinks that person complaining to them is fucking crazy and is wrong, or B, they just don't give a shit enough, or they can't for whatever reason actually, maybe the person who's complaining is right, but they don't give a shit enough or can't actually discipline the other person, so they just brush them off. I mean, that's possible, but it's not really a question of power.
Yeah, and how does it relate to the scientific study? There's nothing to see here. What?
Right.
I mean, I like to think the scientific studies actually have some merit to them, right?
Well, yeah, because I guess their argument is going to be like, just as the boss would point to a policy rather than to do something. Actually, yeah, I don't even. How does that?
The person points to the scientific study.
The scientific study, like that doesn't really seem analogous.
Like if you're lapping up all of the scientific studies that prove transgender medical care is great and should be done to 2-year-olds, right?
Right.
If they're like, if all the studies on your side are correct and all the studies on the other side are incorrect, it seems like you probably got some issues going on here. I think there's probably good studies and bad studies on both sides of whatever issue it is.
Right.
It just sucks that once things get politicized, then all of a sudden the studies are on one side or the other side of an issue when studies should just be looking for empirical truth, right? That's all you care about.
This isn't a conversation about what some document says or doesn't say. It's a conversation about power.
Oh, power. That's it. I have the study. I have the power here. Oh, God, I hate this argument. Knowledge is just based on whoever has power, right?
Of course.
There is no objective truth. It's just whoever has power makes that the objective truth. Oh, man. We're in postmodern hell here, Sitch.
When your coworker cites a study that doesn't support his argument, he's using that document in a similar way. He's not reading it, just pointing to it. This piece of paper means you have to listen to me. The study could be about plankton, or Henry VIII, or squirrel poop for all the difference it makes.
What if the study's correct? What if the study's done with good peer-reviewed research and double-blind and all that good shit?
Well, the irony about this whole thing is just that for the last 10 years, this is what people that have been pushing a lot of trans stuff have been doing themselves. They've been pointing to a piece of paper and they say, this piece of paper proves that I'm right and proves you have to do what I say and let children transition, regardless of whatever confounding factors are. And then I look at I take the piece of paper from them, I read and I go, this doesn't actually address the concerns that I have about the fact that there's never actually been a study that says, okay, let's have one population who we think has gender dysphoria and we let them go through puberty to see what the desistance rate is, because in the past it was like 80% or 89%, which is super high. And let's give another population, if they want, you give them puberty blockers and see if that changes the desistance rate. If it doesn't change the desistance rate, maybe then you have an argument there. If it does change the desistance rate, then congratulations, you've just shown that puberty blockers actually prevents people from desisting. That hasn't happened. Okay, that's never happened. That's never been fucking studied, and it's ridiculous that we can't study it. I'm like, what the fuck? When they were studying to make vaccines for COVID or any virus, a virus that you can look at through a telescope. Okay, they do this. They say we're going to give some people nothing or saltwater injections or whatever, and we're going to give some people, the actual vaccine to see if it does something. So if you can do that with something you can look at through a fucking microscope, I think you can do it with something that's more vague and amorphous, like feelings that people have in their fucking head.
Yeah. I don't care what test you do. If you could take out 1,000 people and say, just detect which of these people are going to go on to be transgender adults, and you have you bat 1,000, you get every single one of them. Look, your study's done.
Yes. Yeah, of course. And I just want to say, I was kind of briefly skimming through this, the good study that Abigail brought up. It's funny. So so you could just see, obviously this is, very obviously, an objective study here. In the conclusion, it says, the need for additional well-designed longitudinal and mixed method studies is critical to support and even improve current practice for this very vulnerable population.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. You can already tell what direction they're coming from.
Right. Well, they are vulnerable, obviously. You got all these people out there gaslighting them all the time.
I mean,
it's awful.
That's true.
Yeah, I do. I feel bad. I feel bad for a lot of them. So.
Okay, maybe it matters a little. It has to at least look semi-legit at a glance. He's not using...
It's so weird. Never does she talk about the actual truth value of the study. Which, there is this thing called truth.
Evidence to inform his position. He's decided what his position is, and he's pantomiming evidence to support it.
Oh, the irony, Sitch. We need a moment of silence for the irony here. Yes.
All irony has been rolled up into a ball and died on stage at this moment.
Yeah,
and Abigail is singing, has little bagpipes, over the death of irony right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This has been the trans activist playbook for 10 years now.
Yes. Where's that video, Dan Eanskin? The trans activist playbook.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we've brought people on many times that always talk about these studies.
Yes.
And we try to explain to them, look, it hasn't been long enough to do a long-term study. It hasn't been enough time.
Yes.
Logically, does that make sense to you? You're pointing to a study from the 1980s.
Right.
When, obviously kids weren't transitioning back then. It was all adults.
It was all adults. There was no puberty blockers. There was no social transitions. There wasn't any social
There's no
pressures for
social
people.
media.
Yeah, there's no social media. There's no social possibility of social contagion. It's
Yeah.
like, no. Shut up, guys. Ignore all that. Okay.
Right.
It's almost as if we've stumbled into the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Little
Oh.
Mickey's put on the hat and declared, I know how this works. You stand up all big and tall and say, I have a study that says you have to do what I tell you. That's how.
Oh my God. That is a trans activist playbook right there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because this is accurate. It's like, okay, yeah, they did that because that's what the left has been doing about trans issues wrongly for the last 10 years or so.
Right.
Or longer. Yes. That is
They're like, I can do it too.
Right.
How you always play it.
Well, that's kind of what this feels like. It feels like we've had, the 15 years of sort of like all the studies being like very one-sided in terms of just pro affirming identity. How dare you push back at all? And then finally now, recently, it looks like there's some change in the wind, right? There's starting to be over the last few years, some studies popping up, creeping up. They're saying, we looked into this. Actually, it's not really, it doesn't seem like this is really working, or it seems like there's a lot of confounding principles here. There's a lot of things that seem kind of suspect. And now, as soon as there's some pushback on science, Abigail here is like, oh my God, throw science away, throw it in the trash can, ignore it. It's all fake. It's part of the alt-right playbook.
Exactly. Now science is no good.
Yes. It's almost like it's all about power with some of these people. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Ironic.
Well, this time I've got a study, so you have to do as I say. And you can tell him, that's not how this works, Mickey. It's a study, not an incantation. It has to actually say what you claim, and it has to be a good study.
It has to believe what I believe. Otherwise, it's false.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you, moving the goalposts. Look at you, gatekeeping, deciding which studies count and which ones don't. Well, I believe this one's every bit as good as yours.
Has anyone ever, in the entire history of anything, ever been like, I have a study, and the person says, well, I've looked at your study, and I don't think it actually says what you're saying, and I also think it's a shitty study. They go, oh, you're moving the goalpost. Who's ever said that in a conversation?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It's insane.
And I believe it proves me right. And is that what he believes? Maybe. Maybe not. Remember, the card says moops. You can't prove he doesn't believe that. And for the purposes of you have to listen to me, that's all he needs. This is a battle of wills now, not information. Each half of the double wrong argument functioning as both Mott and Bailey. If you successfully expose that study as bogus, he'll move on to another, and you'll only be undermining the scientific method in his view. If studies aren't always to be trusted, if even quack science can get peer-reviewed, who's to say your studies aren't as bogus as his?
More irony. Oh, God. It's like a Rorschach ink blot. You can see it from both perspectives at the same time.
I know. It's crazy. It is crazy. I mean, in response to that, I'd say, well, I do think there does need to be some dramatic reform in the peer review sphere, because
of course,
it seems like there's a lot of garbage studies that keep going, unchallenged by
day one. Teach them about using neutral language. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah.
Can they do it?
Well, that's what's weird is because, like, again, under liberalism, the concept of liberalism, that's sort of the direction that these studies were supposed to be written. And you can still read a lot of studies that are neutral language. But then once you get the critical theory perspective, intersectional, perspective, suddenly you start to see all this, like, talk about we have to help marginalized communities. We have to help critical, vulnerable youths and all this other nonsense. They're like, oh, okay, obviously this person's massively biased.
Right. Yeah. I love those studies where they say the weakest part of their argument is, and kind of spell out the opposition where they need further study to find out if they're actually correct. You never see that in any of these trans activist studies.
Well, it's always like, like when you're like a job interview, they're like, what's your greatest weakness? And you're like,
yes.
I work too hard.
Yes.
I work. You always have to be like, oh, our weakness here was something that's actually, beautiful.
I don't think I've seen them where they're not doing that, where they're not kind of
They don't even
virtue
say it at all.
signaling to
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of these.
Yeah. It's good because then you know the arguments against them. They're not trying to hide the ball.
Right. Well, under true science, it's supposed to be that you're looking at something objectively and you're supposed to say, here's what I studied. Here's what we're like. I obviously couldn't study every factor here because of money or just physical limitations. Here's I just have a piece of a puzzle. Here's the other pieces that people need to look at or to go do further study on, right? That's supposed to be the way it's actually done.
Oh, man.
And that's if he doesn't change evidence entirely. Okay, maybe I can't prove puberty blockers are dangerous, but this study says trans kids have high regret rates. This one says they're unhappy. This one says they're brainwashed. He's understood the rhetorical function of science.
Okay, I want to
Oh my God.
This study says trans kids have high regret rates. This one says they're unhappy. This one says they're brainwashed.
So we have climate change and marine plankton, the religion of Henry VIII, and food habits of Colombian ground squirrels, a comparison of stomach and fecal samples.
None of those are about transgenderism.
Well, yeah, that's supposed to be their point. But also the point is, have they ever actually engaged in looking at any piece of science that goes against
that is against them?
Believed?
No, of course not. That's what's so ironic about this. They're not even evaluating it based on the truth value.
No.
He's understood the rhetorical function of science, but not the substance.
This is so fucking condescending. Who is this person that has just thrown out ridiculous studies? I mean, there are some good studies out there. There are some smart people that are promoting those studies. Well, maybe you could engage with those actual studies and show where they're wrong. No, let's just make propaganda about some mythical person that throws out horrible studies.
Well, yes, and it's also nonsense too, because Abigail does not believe or care about science at all.
Right.
And they've made that very clear. They don't believe in gender or sex. They don't believe there's any sort of level of biological innateness when it comes to masculine or feminine behaviors or traits. They think everything's a social construct. So they don't actually believe in science.
Yeah, which is crazy, but as
Abigail
long
Thorne,
as they're away from everyone.
Yes. Abigail Thorne is an evolution denier. Abigail Thorne does not believe in the theory of evolution. None of these people believe in the theory of evolution at all. Okay. They all want to make an argument that somehow the most important thing that an animal does on a biological level, which is seek out a mate to reproduce, is not going to have an influence or effect on the innate behavior of the animal in question.
Right. Which is obviously ridiculous. So are you telling me that an evolution denier is out here wagging her finger at everybody else about how they're anti-science?
Yes, we have a trans creationist. That's what we should start calling people. I've coined the term trans creationist. Trans creationist. Abigail Thorne is out here wagging her finger about people using science incorrectly. Okay.
Yes.
Or perhaps he's understood the rhetorical function all too well, enough to know, for the purposes of argument, substance rarely matters. From here, you can chart...
Now that all the studies are against him, it's substance really doesn't matter.
Yeah,
the course of the entire conversation stretching out before you. You might rush in, hold the document under his nose and say, "Look, it doesn't say what you said it does. What's the matter? Can't read?" Which might be satisfying, but does make you look the pedantic asshole. Or you can reject his so-called evidence as patently false, inadmissible, and leave yourself vulnerable to being obliterated the moment you make an honest mistake with a citation. Or you can
I do like the idea. Well, first of all, it's funny. This is all just massive doom scrolling for leftists. You can't do any. This is all setting up leftists to violently kill anyone that disagrees with them. Because this series is just why you can't actually convince anyone of anything. That's all this series is. You try to convince someone of XYZ, you can't. Every time you try to convince someone of anything, they'll use a series of rhetorical mental tricks so that they'll never change their mind. So essentially, this is just should be called the "Why You Have to Kill People That Are Not Far Leftist" playbook. That should be what this series should be renamed to that, because that's what's setting it up.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's dark. That's so dark, Sitch. What are you doing?
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And the framing of it too is funny. It's like, oh, you're going to counter all their wrong science, but the second you make an innocent mistake in your citations, you're going to get obliterated. It's like, oh, when there's, when the other person is wrong scientifically, it's because they're evil, malicious, but when you're wrong, it's just an honest mistake.
There are people out there that it is really impossible to change their minds.
Of course.
But I think this is a little too doomerish. I do think people can change their minds and do change their minds with the right evidence, especially if it's something that they're not emotionally invested in. The more emotionally someone is invested in anything, the harder it is to change their mind.
Right,
So
right.
if you have a person that is just a huge transphobe, hates trans people, probably not going to be able to change their mind. If you have someone that, it's part of their identity, it's part of their group, they see themselves as a trans activist or an ally or whatever, not going to change their minds. No study in the world is going to change their minds. But there are a lot of people who don't give a fuck. They're like, transition if you want, don't transition if you don't want. I don't care, right? They're going to look at all those studies objectively. And they're going to go, look, let's just try to reduce the amount of harm in the world, right?
Right.
So this argument completely breaks down because there are plenty of totally normal people out there that are going to read your study and figure out what the fucking truth is. This is like just weirdo, I'm going to ignore the truth and the truth doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Search every single shred of information he puts in front of you so you can thoroughly debunk each and
Why are you in this doom loop arguing with people who can't have their mind changed? It's like one person who can't have their mind changed and another person. Does this happen on the internet? Is this like a frequent exchange or something?
I mean, on the internet, yep, sure.
I guess it is. I guess Abigail's like out there doing this.
Yeah.
everyone, which means he simply keeps putting bunk in front of you and drowns you with homework. And he must see it too, the conversation laid out in front of him. He hasn't positioned himself to persuade you, but to ensure neither of you ever persuades the other. What is the purpose of this debate then? This ritual? What is it you're really arguing about? Well, your coworker believes that the government, or a doctor doing what the government tells them, should force citizens from a minority to do something with their bodies they don't want to do. But he won't say that out loud, because he knows
Vaccines. Oh, I'm sorry.
that's socially unacceptable. I want the government to force people to do what I want with their bodies, no matter how many of them die in the process, is an opinion that isn't likely to make friends. So he substitutes the document for the thing he really believes. It's
Oh my God, this can totally map onto COVID.
I
It's
know.
like perfect.
Well, I mean, also it's just not true, because it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. You're like, well, if you strip away like the ideas and you just try to dumb something down to this like massive low resolution thing, where you said, well, I want the government to be able to control people's bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could say that about
Who fucking
almost
wants that?
anything. You say like, oh, if you believe that a person who steals from someone or commits a crime, who violently attacks someone or steals stuff from their home and goes to jail, well, you're really in favor of the government saying that they can take away that person's rights and do what they want with their body and put them in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the same, like, that's why it's so stupid. You can't just dumb something down to this retarded level. You have to say, well, wait a minute. Why do you think that the government should have some control over a person's body? Sometimes we think that's a good thing, right? If someone commits a crime, they should go to jail. If someone's being abused by a parent, to stop, the child should be taken out of the situation. If someone is dying and they need a blood transfusion, I think you should give them the blood transfusion, even if their parents like, no, I don't believe in blood transfusions.
Yeah. So reasonable. How dare you? All of this is just rhetorical because Abigail is using the everyone hates the government kind of mentality, to the vibe, to basically poison the well of the argument.
Yes.
Like, the government is telling you what to do. Don't you hate that?
Yeah. Well, and they're also trying to associate it with the abortion issue,
Right.
which is stupid. But
Yeah. I thought we were talking about transgender stuff.
Yeah.
It's not me. It's just science. He is appealing to facts when, truthfully, this is a difference in values. Double wrong?
Oh my God. Oh, duh. Really? You have different value sets? Duh. Oh my God.
Well, like I said, this only works if you've got somebody who's like a rabid transphobe. If you have someone who's reasonable, doesn't really care if adults transition, is just
Right.
worried about kids, the non-straw man version of the argument, none of this works because they're not emotionally invested in it.
Yeah, but then you do have a different sense of values. You have someone who believes in my value is I actually want people to be helped. The other person's value is I buy into this gender identity, queer theory nonsense. And I want
Right.
as many people as possible to fight the mainstream oppressive patriarchy, heteronormative gobbledygook nonsense.
But one person is actually going to turn to science for answers and the other person isn't.
Yes.
The normie who is not emotionally invested in this is going to say, let's follow the science. Let's look at the
Right.
science. Yeah. Which is, look, we used to believe science helped us a lot, right? Lengthened lifespans, did all sorts of good stuff.
No,
Now it's just
comrade.
standing in the way.
Science stands in the way, comrade. Okay.
It is about power.
Yes.
Is a rhetorical technique to catch you out, to hide the real argument from you and leave you chasing the substitute. It also protects him. People deploy these kinds of irrational, paradoxical moves to stop themselves thinking about topics that make them uncomfortable. If your co-worker
Irony. We
Oh
need
my
like an
God.
irony counter. Oh my God.
I know, it's
it'd be
off the
broken.
charts.
Yeah.
interrogated his values about the proper relationship between the government and minorities, he might find he's not the person he thought he was, or that his friends and colleagues expect him to be.
This is how you know. There's a very good way to know if you're talking to someone who believes in liberalism or you're talking to someone who is some kind of far left,
fascist,
probably fascist or far right fascist or far left communist socialist. Is if someone talks about like there should be universal principles that apply to everyone equally, no one is above or below the law, right? That's someone who's like operating from a sense of liberalism. If you're talking to someone who's like, well, because of your identity status, you actually should have different rules and laws applied to you, right? Because we're talking about minorities, the rules suddenly changes all of a sudden. Like, oh, okay, I'm not talking to someone who's, actually advocating for something good here.
Yeah.
Expect him to be. And you might too. Let's not pretend leftists and liberals have the moral high ground all the time.
Is there going to be a moment of clarity? What are the odds?
0.
Oh, you're right.
Interrogating your fundamental values is an uncomfortable experience for most people. He probably wants to think of himself as a good person. And yet, he also believes, maybe not even consciously, that the government should own the bodies of at least some citizens.
Oh my God. What the fuck? This is insane.
I know.
He knows he'd probably hate that if it happened to him, but he's
now look, this video is all over the place. What kind of scramble brain writes this video out and thinks, oh, this is a great argument? Now we're on to slavery? We're dropping slavery in here?
Yeah, yeah.
Still wants it to happen to others. Double wrong relieves him of the burden of forming a rational position. The document is his nice, big safety blanket. This plays on a human weakness that spans the entire political spectrum. We all wrap ourselves snug in faulty information from time to time. We share studies without reading because the abstract conforms to our assumptions.
Irony.
Uh-oh.
Irony.
The video has a guy saying evolution has been debunked. But obviously we're trying to make fun of that guy, right?
Right. When that's who's talking right now is someone who does not believe in evolution. Yeah.
Yes.
Transcreationist Abigail Thorne.
Treat a supposition that is likely as though it's a proven fact. And this is, after a point, necessary. As informed as you are, you do have to stop researching somewhere. You do, at some point, have to go
Well, at least they called out the Holodomor, okay?
Right.
Shockingly. Shockingly.
on assumptions, take someone's word, trust that a pattern holds, because the video's due before the end of the month if you want to charge your patrons and make rent.
My God.
Okay,
That says it all, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not going
The
to read all
research
this.
has to end when the video needs to be published. Oh my God. This is just,
Right.
I'm telling you, it's just scrambled brain argument. Just type it up. It'll
Well,
be
it's-
good. People love me. I'm Abigail Thorne.
The way, it's funny. This is like peak intellectualizing nonsense, right? This is all the innuendo this guy does.
Sophism.
Yeah, peak sophistry, peak mind reading. Like, I'm talking to someone, we have a disagreement. I'm going to go back to my little YouTube space and I'm going to make a whole video about how I'm right and they're wrong. And I'm going to read their mind. And I'm going to tell you how they're coping and seething the whole time. I'm right and they're wrong. Right.
Yeah.
There was a
Yes.
great comic. I can't find it anymore. It's so perfect. And it was like a political cartoon. And it was like, structure a political cartoon. Like, you're the calm, reasonable person telling your completely sane position. Your opponent, you draw them as disheveled and angry and crazy and foaming at the mouth, and they say something totally unreasonable. Third panel, you dismiss them with a logical quip, totally leaving them speechless and annihilated. Fourth panel, dejected, they run off screaming in pain. It's like that's what all these fucking videos are.
They are, definitely. Yes. That's exactly right. It's all headcanon. All of it.
Yeah.
Sorry. But we do sometimes treat research as a ritual rather than a method, because often we want to appeal to facts, papers, authorities, without having to do any of that pesky reasoning. But that is exactly what leaves us open to a double-wrong attack. The flaw with your co-worker's study is he's using it to claim trans healthcare is dangerous, and he's wrong. He has a comeback for every way you could try to convince him. But he's still wrong. You can't prove trans healthcare is safe by gesture.
You like that? This really shows everything's on display. It's like there's a person here and they're using studies incorrectly to justify what they want to be true.
I know.
Which is something that like everyone engages in. That's true. Everyone does engage in that behavior, definitely. But then instead of just saying we all engage in this behavior, we're all very biased animals because of all these various reasons. So we need to be like very cautious and we have to come up with a value of objectivity or standard of objectivity that we're all, no, it's like, no, my side, my extreme, queer theory side is the right side. I'm not going to explain how I know it's right. It's just right. Okay. I'm starting from this point that I'm correct and this other person is wrong. So anytime they bring up a study, I'm going to automatically just say, no, you're wrong.
Yeah. It's crazy.
String at studies because the opposition won't read them and will write their own studies. You can't.
So we have the Cass review here. So the Cass review is an evil alt-right study that, no one's allowed to decide or point to or anything like that because it came to a conclusion that they don't like.
Of course. Yeah. They're losing the actual reality debate.
Yes.
And it's terrifying for them.
Mm-hmm.
Prove it with peer review. Prove it with peer review because they'll game peer review. You can't call them liars because they'll insist they're sincere. There is no rule they can't pervert, no system they can't twist to their advantage. You can't just appeal to things that signify reason. At some point, one of you will have to do some actual reasoning to figure out who's making sense. And, well, it's not going to be them.
My God. It's just so crazy. All of this video is just brimming with irony.
I know.
Yeah. I'm right because I am actually right. They will never reason. They are the bad guys.
My scientific papers are right and your scientific papers are wrong. Me.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the whole point of science is to engage and disconfirm one another.
Yeah.
But they're saying, look, there's absolutely no way that process can play out here because now that they're winning, obviously they have to be cheating.
Right.
Remember, this is a conversation about values. Presuming you know what yours are, you may have to speak them aloud. I think people should do what they like with their bodies without politicians interfering. And even if I thought puberty blockers were dangerous, which, by the way, they're not, because on the off chance you actually care about evidence, here's all the good stuff.
That's so fucking ironic right there
I
in the
know.
vaccine COVID.
Isn't it?
I think people should do what they like with their bodies without politicians interfering. I mean, talk to me in 2020 about that.
Well, I mean,
a lot of people on the left were trying to put people in jail for not taking the fucking vax.
Well, yeah, obviously you have the whole thing, which I would be very surprised if Abigail was not pro-vax everybody up. Okay, I don't believe that they were suddenly like, oh, I'm so brave, I'm gonna actually push back against my own team here and say people
of course not.
Be consistent. This like retarded like dumbing down of it's like, okay, well then does that mean can everyone just go do meth? Should meth just be legal, right? Like the government can't tell you what to do with your body. Highly addictive drugs should be available to all children. All children, if they want to, should be able to do meth and cocaine.
Yeah.
Right. That's what that's why it's so dumb when you take a complicated argument or complicated idea that has like all these different moving parts. Are like, no, I'm going to dumb it down to one simple retarded slogan that means nothing.
Well, this is a slogan that they're marching out over and over again. I just think it's crazy that is completely at odds with where they were in 2020 on the vaccine.
Of course.
And also ridiculous.
Right. And then also obviously with the abortion conversation, this is the perfect disillusion of dumbing down a complicated argument. Because you have, where, you have the rights of the mother, you have potential rights of the father, and you have the rights of the unborn baby. And how do these three things all sort of interact with each other? And they say, no, I don't even have to address any of that argument. You can't tell me what to do with my body, right? I'm going to just dilute everything down to the dumbest, stupidest like form.
Right. I do what I want.
They like with their bodies without politicians interfering. And even if I thought puberty blockers were dangerous, which, by the way, they're not, because on the off chance you actually care about evidence, here's all the good stuff.
Oh my God, they're just throwing in all of these citations.
Here's
all the arguments that support my claim.
Yeah.
All the correct scientific papers.
I think people have the right to make risky decisions about their healthcare too. If there was a drug with a 1% chance of healing your terminal cancer and a 99% chance of dangerous side effects, I'd support your right to take it if you want it.
I mean,
now you've avoided the trap of arguing about what's...
Who would take that drug?
Well, first of all, they have to set up the hypothetical in such a retarded, biased way. If you have terminal cancer, that means you're going to die anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay, obviously, right? It should be like, well, if you're fat, right? Because everyone's taking Ozempic right now. It's like, oh, if you're overweight, are you going to take a drug that has a 1% chance of making you lose the weight and has a 99% chance of giving you some sort of killing you or giving you some sort of horrible side effects, right? I don't think that should be a drug on the market. I didn't realize that all of a sudden Abigail here is a total fucking anarchist and is like, abolish the FDA. FDA shouldn't fucking exist anymore. There shouldn't be any oversight in anything. Everything should just be informed consent now.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Of healing your terminal cancer and a 99% chance of dangerous side effects, I'd support your right to take it if you want it. Now you've avoided the trap of arguing about what some document says. You're focusing on the second, deeper part of the double wrong instead of the first.
So I just clicked on one, so they threw up all those studies.
Mm-hmm.
Quote
yeah, that's
studies,
what
right?
I was, obviously.
They said, here's the good stuff. So I just clicked on a random one. Okay, I just clicked on a random one. It's called Depathologizing Diversity. Trans children and families' experiences of pathologization in the UK. Okay. So I'm looking at the title of this and I'm like, well, this doesn't, from the title, it doesn't seem like it should have literally anything to do with proving or disproving puberty blockers or something like that. And this is what it says. It says, Across the globe, growing number of transgender children are being supported to live authentically, which means transition.
The correct way,
Yeah, in childhood. The global healthcare consensus now recognizes trans identities, including in childhood, as an expected and valued part of human diversity. Obviously, this is a very objective, non-biased, non-loaded language study here. Where in the past, childhood nonconformity was pathologized. I don't know, I can't say that word.
Pathologized.
Thank you. It was pathologized as disordered, with trans and gender diverse children routinely subjected to coercive and harmful conversion practices. Modern day research endorses the importance of childhood acceptance and support for trans children. In January of 2022, they depathologized trans identities was finally translated into Global World Health Organization policy, where gender diversity removed from categorization as a mental health disorder. The importance of the global policy shift makes the year 2022 a critical moment for taking stock for analysis and evaluation of achievements and in commitments to trans depathologization. So what does that have anything to do
with puberty blockers?
With proving that puberty blockers are not dangerous or should be used.
Yeah. Sounds like maybe they're just pointing to a study, even though it doesn't say what they think it says.
Oh my God.
Just so that they can win an argument.
Oh my God.
The irony.
It's so overwhelming. Oh my God.
What's going on here?
Oh no.
I can't believe people eat this slop up, but they want to believe this shit. So
it's like if Alanis Morissette was transformed into a living iron that flattened out the fucking wrinkles of Abigail's brain and produced this video afterwards.
Yes. Oh man. That's some deep lore.
You've also put him on the back foot. Now he has to justify his values, which is exactly what he wanted to avoid.
Well, he could just say, look, I value science, right?
Yes.
I value the actual truth, okay? I want to know which is going to cause the least amount of harm.
Of course, he may just repeat himself. The study says they're dangerous. This is not a technique for winning arguments. It's a technique for starting them.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you, Abby, for doing this.
Oh my God, that's the resolution of the video? Like, go start fights with your coworkers? Is that what the message is?
Well,
here?
what do you
take
even?
Away?
Well, what are you supposed to take away from this? How do you watch this video and say, okay, now I know how to interact with someone who's using fake studies? You just say fuck you, I guess, and walk away. You're just trying to start an argument. Fuck you.
Right. Yeah. What the fuck? This video makes no sense. That's why I'm like, the people who watch these videos have to be so fucking dumb. Like, this video is totally meaningless.
Yes.
Oh my God.
This video with me.
And then you've got Ian Danskin coming in here like just, oh yes. Oh, thank you, Abigail.
Thank you, Abigail.
We got to listen to this part because this part
Let
is
me
so...
chase you all up and down town, please.
This is
Listen,
so cringy.
I know ContraPoints, couldn't give you the time of day, but I'm here for you.
You're like a big celebrity now. You're in the Star Wars series that got totally canceled after eight episodes.
You played a cringy man or woman of indeterminate gender on Game of Thrones.
Yeah, in House of the Dragon.
Yes.
Which looks like you may come back next season, but oh God, please don't. It was just such a horrible storyline. I hated that part. So much screen time to that slop.
Literally,
Everybody
they rolled around in slop.
Watching, if you're not already subscribed to PhilosophyTube, I highly recommend.
Oh my God, just raced right over there and fucking subscribe to that channel. It's so good. Oh my God, 1.6 million idiots couldn't possibly be wrong. Okay. They just gobble up this stuff. They're like, oh my God, look at the fancy costumes.
Recommend checking it out. Abby is a wonderful person, gives great hugs, and her videos have...
What?
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
That's
is
creepy.
this?
I was just kind of joking about the chaser thing. Now I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck? That's so weird. Why would you
Gives
include
great
that?
hugs.
What the fuck?
You know,
That's so creepy.
Like Sitch and I have been doing this show for quite a while, and you know, we've hung out in person before. The thing that I really wanted to know about Sitch when I met him in person was, you know, what kind of hugs does he give?
Yeah.
Are they good, like good, strong hugs? Do they last a long time?
They make
Does
me
he-
feel safe
does
and secure from the outside world.
Yeah. Yeah. Gives great hugs.
What the fuck? That's so. You know, it's like, okay, here's a question too. And I think this is an example of Ian Danskin's innate transphobia.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, no. Really?
No,
Signaling.
seriously. I'm 100% serious. Ian Danskin, I know you're not watching this video, but if you are, this comment is actually, and I say this in a completely non-trolling way, is evidence of your own internal transphobia. Because if PhilosophyTube was not Abigail, but was a natal woman, okay, an actually born woman,
so fucking right,
who was very attractive, okay, and had like big tits or something, and you said wonderful person who gives great hugs, everybody like, wait the fucking second, what does that fucking mean? Like everybody like, hold on, that's kind of weird and creepy. A guy is all like, oh yeah, this girl who I'm just friends with, you know, who's really attractive, but she gives great hugs. Like, what?
You don't know, Sitch. Maybe she had a chub when this hug took place.
No, but you know I'm right. You know, the only reason that Ian Danskin can get away with this and felt like this was okay is because
of
it's
course.
a trans woman.
Of course. Right. Yeah. I'm trying to think of someone that, oh my God, it would just blow up.
Yes.
Okay. Vids help in tough times. That's like a cry for help right there. That's we lost the election. This last one definitely says, oh my God, the dark times are here. So when you see those executive orders, you run right over to PhilosophyTube and you just start watching PhilosophyTube videos. Oh my God. You know, PhilosophyTube has a degree in philosophy, which is insane to me.
It is.
Honestly gotten me through some tough times. Outside the world of video essays, Abby is in Star Wars and House of the Dragon.
Oh my God. The simping is never ending here.
I know.
Oh. This reminded me of how much this ruined House of the Dragon for me. Not because, look, I don't care if a transgender actor or actress is in a movie. As long as it's a good role, well acted, increases the value of the story. This added nothing to the story. It was a complete side quest with characters nobody cared about. So sad. House of the Dragon.
I just realized something weird, and I don't know if this was intentional, but it's very strange. Okay.
What's that?
Do you remember? I don't know if you remember.
Went to House of the Dragon and realized she's been completely removed.
No. Do you remember in Game of Thrones the character of Dario Naharis? This was the character that like Daenerys was banging when she like took over the pyramid city.
Yeah.
Marine. She's like banging that guy.
Which one? Who was she banging?
Daenerys was banging this guy. He remember, she's like, these three mercenaries come to Daenerys and they're like, we have mercenaries army.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Right. And then one guy, he like kills the other mercenaries and gives Daenerys their heads. And then he defects to her side. Right. And so, and then there's like this weird conflict because, you know, Jorah wants to bang Daenerys, and then, you know, Dario's there and she doesn't want to bang Jorah. She wants to bang Dario. And then she eventually does bang Dario. So in the show, there's two different actors that plays Dario. And he first comes on screen, he's like one actor, and then they recast him for some reason. I don't know why. Later. Okay. I didn't notice this.
Didn't want to bang
one
actor.
Realize this until just this moment, even though I watched House of the Dragon. Okay. Seeing this picture of Abigail from this angle and this lighting looks so much like the original Dario actor that I'm wondering if it was intentional. Like it feels intentional. I sent you a picture. I don't know if you want to bring it up. I don't know if that's considered transphobic or something. I feel like,
oh my God,
make
They're
this
like twins.
They're like, let's make a trans person look exactly like this guy, male character that we recast in the other show. It's so fucking weird. Like, what's the thought process there?
Oh, yeah, no.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, what is going on?
There has to be something going on here, right?
Yes, but that's in the original Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
Good call. Yeah, no, it's even the same pose.
Well, it's like not just like very similar hair, not like almost exactly the same type of hair.
Same camera angle.
Very
Same
similar
lighting.
clothing. Yeah, like it's very weird.
Yeah.
Very strange. Okay.
Let us continue. And Baldur's Gate 3, and this short film.
Wait, what? I didn't even know. I forgot. I forgot using the fucking Baldur's Gate 3. Jesus Christ.
What was Baldur's Gate 3?
This was a video game.
Oh, okay. I missed it.
Dracula's ex-girlfriend, which she wrote, and which uses vampirism as a very potent metaphor. I'm not.
Okay, we have to check this out.
Oh my god, where is this? Where is this? Where do we find this fucking thing?
This person has no concept of how other brains work. I can't imagine. I can't imagine this being any good. It's got to be cringeworthy, though.
Not going to spoil what for. And this play, The Prince, which she also wrote and stars in, playing Hotspur from Henry IV as a trans character. And she's in this feature-length audio drama, Faithless, set in the Sojourn universe. It's all amazing, and I'm really happy to have her name on a project with me. I'm assuming you know where to find Star Wars and House of the Dragon, but Dracula's ex-girlfriend and The Prince and Faithless are only on Nebula.
No,
so if you don't have a subscription,
I know we'll never. Ah!
No.
Oh, how dare you!
I will never
Why?
see this trash. I know, forever. It's forever out of reach. No. It's like Spider-Man with the Mary Jane just disappearing in the ether. It's gone. Oh my
Such
God.
bullshit. I'm gonna look up reviews. Somebody's reviewed this piece of shit.
I saw,
I'm
yeah,
certain
well,
of
on
it.
YouTube, I saw a bunch of reviews of it, but
Okay.
God.
subscription to Nebula, I can actually hook you up. Nebula is a streaming.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Yes.
we're gonna get hooked up with Nebula,
No, we're not gonna watch the Nebula ad. So
where all the socialists hang out. Yeah.
that was fun.
Well, I was gonna say maybe we can use the his code to watch that, but I think it's only for an annual subscription. I'm like, if I'm gonna pay for Nebula just to watch this terrible Abigail Thorne video to rag on,
Don't do it.
I'm not buying an annual subscription. I will get like 1 month and that's it.
How much is a 1 month?
Um,
Oh my God,
That's a
that's
good
so
question.
wrong, Sitch. Don't do it.
wait, let's
It's
see.
It's a question of principles.
Okay, so it's $6 a month if
Mhm.
I do it. So that's not too bad. One
$6
$6
to see it.
charge just to watch this trash, right?
Right. I'll just watch reviews on YouTube.
We'll see,
That'll
maybe.
do. That's fine for me.
Yeah. Or listen, I could spend $300 and have a lifetime membership.
Oh wow. Don't do it.
Is that's such a bargain? $300 for a lifetime membership.
I don't spend any time on Nebulae.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of funny that it's called Nebulae, right? Like nebulous.
Yeah.
Nebulous. It's really nebulous what's going on here.
Is there?
You can't really understand it. Nebulous. Let's see here.
Did you know? I think Second Thought got kicked off of Nebula.
For what?
Probably
yeah,
for
for being,
advocating for
yeah.
October 7th.
You're right. We're being pro Hamas.
Yeah,
That's why.
I think even Nebula's like, okay, I think this is going a little too far at this point.
Lacking definition or definite content. That describes that video perfectly. Nebulous.
Nebulous, that's true.
Nobody
He's
knows
now-
why.
He is not a Nebula anymore. He got kicked off for supporting Hamas, and now is on something called Means TV, which is described as a worker cooperative. So there you go.
A workers' co-op, huh?
Yeah, it's a co-op
A Hamas-run workers' co-op?
for Hamas supporters, I guess.
That's
Okay.
unfortunate.
Interesting. Interesting. I haven't heard of any of these other people involved in it.
All right, here's
In a
the.
time.
It's time for the forbidden fruit of the.
Ooh.
Can I say? Juba.
Jubilee? You can't say Jubilee?
Well, I don't know if that's going to pick up on the censors, and they're going to be like, last time we tried to do one of these videos, they shut us down. So
Yeah, I think we let it run a little too long though.
isn't I see is in the IRI, I'm really important, who's been on the show before. I think he's actually been on a couple times. He came on once with Pisco, and we should have him back on again because he's really the only one that we've had on out of that Destiny Orbiter sphere. Well, first of all, I think he didn't like me describing him as a Destiny Orbiter, which based, right?
Right.
And like he's never gone at me for anything. So he seems to understand the limited powers of hectoring people into voting for Kamala Harris. So he seems much more sensible than anyone else. But so I notice he is in the thumbnail, but here in the very beginning of the video, they have him standing in the background here like some weird voyeur. Like, what's going on?
Well, it's because like what they do, like the way these are set up is that they'll say something, and then like if people like agree, then they'll walk forward and they'll sit in the chair and they'll discuss it. And the people that disagree will walk forward and discuss it.
Oh,
so I think this was like, there was one question. That's probably like, we probably won't watch because I don't know if that is part of the questions worth covering, but it was something like Kamala Harris is a bad candidate. And he was the only one that disagreed.
Really? Oh, we have to have him on then. We got to talk about that. What do we?
Right. No, so I don't have any problem with it. I'm really important. I think, out of all those people, I think he was the least, even though I disagree with him a lot, he was the least crazy out of the, Destiny Orbiter sphere.
Of course. Yeah.
But if you notice something, because it's funny, I forgot about the whole Destiny Orbiter thing. And it is actually kind of ironic now considering what's going on. Let's see. Where's the close up here at some point? If we can find it.
Is one of these people a Destiny Orbiter?
Okay. There's IRI, right?
Right.
Look at what he's wearing.
Oh my God.
He's wearing a Destiny sweater with a little Destiny logo on it. So,
he's got the Destiny merch.
Yeah, so obviously this was before, I'm assuming this was filmed before all the accusations came out.
Yeah.
Poor IRI.
Nothing says revenge pornographer like Destiny merch, right?
Right. So
God. That's hilarious. Oh, that's so sad. I bet he's completely regretting that
I bet
fashion
he's like,
decision.
oh, shit. Oh. And it was him, right? He's the guy he's the pretty fly for a white guy, right?
Yes.
Which that's super based. I'm a huge Offspring fan.
Pretty fly for a white guy. Yeah, he's in the video.
Yeah. Good for him. Good for him. Okay,
now
so
we just have to get him in Star Wars and House of the Dragon.
Right. Okay, hold on. Maybe some super chats here. Shirts off, party on for $20. Thanks so much. Says free will, please. Only 980 units until I get my ticket to heaven. Love the show. S class is the best class.
Boo.
Well, you get 20 free units of free will just for you. Actually, you know what? Since you're trying to get into heaven,
throw in some extra. What are you talking about?
You
There's your S
100
class.
free units of free will, baby. Okay, you're almost there.
There you go. Now you're thinking like an A-teamer. I like it.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. J-Mac, thanks so much for Circuit Fire. J-Mac, Daddy J-Mac for $20 says she did the thing. It's about power and who's allowed to use it. Laughing emoji for anyone not in the know. That's what the Acolyte was about. Oh, that's a good point.
It's true. That's exactly right. Yes.
Oh, hey, our Hilts Hurt, what's up? For $2 says they gender swapped the character for her too. Yes. I did wonder about that. The character, the House of the Dragon.
In House of the Dragon. Seemed obvious, but
well, I don't know, like, because in the book, I remember when we talked about House of Dragon, we're like, well, was the character supposed to be like a woman or a trans woman or like ambiguous or what? And then it was like, okay, it was supposed to be a woman, but is Abigail supposed to be a woman or supposed to be a trans woman in the show? I don't know what's going on here.
It's impossible to tell. Yes.
And thank you so much, J-Mac, our Circuit Fire, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yeah, welcome new members.
And J-Mac for $10 says, do I need to get a Nebula subscription for the show? Listen, I will not inflict that upon anyone. Okay, at all.
That's pretty funny.
And Jay back for $20. Thank you so much. Says, even if you guys get canceled, I'm still wearing my Sitch and Adam merch. I paid good money for them. Well,
Look,
listen.
we're not getting canceled. There's no way.
Listen, I mean, maybe that's IRI's attitude. He's like, I paid for this damn shirt.
Well, and if we got canceled, it would totally be for bullshit. It's not going to be for doing something as horrendous as sharing pornography. With
that is true.
randos on
I
the
will
internet.
never, ever share the porn I made with Adam to anyone. Okay.
Oh my
Not even to
God.
Sammy.
It's just innocent hugs. Okay. Well, he may have had a chuff.
It's only a quarter. Okay. It's only a quarter chub. Right.
Oh my God.
That makes it not gay.
Ian. Oh, horrifying.
Okay. Let's watch this. So we're going to be doing a lot of jumping around, a lot of pause it here to try to avoid getting smacked down, even though we're using this content in its completely legally correct way.
Of course. Yeah. I think we did let it go for quite some time.
Yes.
On the
yes.
last one, though, we weren't aware of the situation here. So
Right.
we'll be pausing intermittently here.
Step forward
Here we go.
if you agree with the prompt.
Okay, that's not been much.
The far left made us lose the election. Okay,
That's the
let's see.
prompt. Okay, so
Let's
if you've never
see
seen
who
one of these
steps
Jubilee
forward.
videos, they're like, if you agree with this, you're supposed to sit in one of those chairs, right?
Mhm.
So sit in one of the cuck chairs while everyone judges you.
Right. Okay, let's see.
Our left made us lose the election.
Nobody's looking forward. What the fuck?
Now,
Really?
but doesn't
Really?
this
Really?
Wait.
Holy shit.
this question, and it's so funny. This is the first question. It's right in the beginning. The fact that no one points to this in this conversation, or maybe they didn't, they edited it out, and says, this is what's wrong with the Democrat Party in the left right now, is this exact moment. There are people on this panel that do feel like, as you're about to find out, the far left is to blame, but they feel too much social pressure to actually admit it and acknowledge it publicly.
Wow. So that comes up later when they talk?
It
When they sit
doesn't,
down and
but it
talk?
should. That's what I'm saying. Like, this
Well, how
moment
do you know they-
encapsulates the
how do you know
entire
they do?
conversation.
How do you know they do, though? How do you know that they do believe the prompt, but they're too afraid to step forward if it
well,
doesn't
you're
come up
about to
later?
see. You're about to see.
Okay. Here we go.
In the interviews, I did have a lot of people agree.
Ooh. Oh, she fucking calls them out. She's like, you pussies.
Yes. Yes.
Show yourself.
Okay.
Step up. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
Yeah. Isn't
That's
that
so embarrassing. They're like, wait a second. We picked you because you said that the far left lost the election.
Yeah, but in private, but this really encapsulates so much that's going on with the left right now. In private, there's so many people on the left that are like, oh my God, this woke progressive nonsense is horrible and disgusting and destroying everything. And then in public, they're like, oh, they're too afraid to actually, cop to it.
Yeah,
they're gonna get
they know
bullied.
these people are fucking insane. They're going to dox them, fucking light their house on fire, crash
Right.
their car. Who knows what they're going to do?
Burn their crops,
Yeah, exactly.
poison the water supply.
They know. You can't blame these people. They're all crazy.
Wow.
Two people came forward.
3 people.
Oh my God.
So awkward.
Yeah, see?
Oh, IRI. He said it in the interview, but he's like, nah, I got a YouTube channel.
No,
to
I don't
protect."
think he said it, but
Are you sure?
yeah.
It's a kind of a big accusation to say that they made us lose the election. I think there are elements on the far left that contributed to like a sort of an optics that made us look a little bit more extreme than we actually were. So in that way, yeah, of course, there was a little bit of contribution there. Was it the sole reason why? Of course not, no.
It's funny too, because
Hedging.
yeah, you like the hedging of like, I mean, I agree. Obviously, it's not the sole reason. There's a lot of reasons, but the hedging of like, well, it's just a little bit. It's just a teeny. Don't eat my head. Don't bite me. Don't kill me. Okay, it's just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Sad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty nuanced. If you looked at it as like a pie graph, 70% is because of the far left agenda.
Oh, swinging hard, 70%. Look, he's like, fuck you, 70%.
Why didn't he come forward if he's just going to say that?
Because he was too scared. He was too scared to voice his real opinions, which really speaks volumes about this entire conversation, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I think there's just too many Americans that are too close 70%. To the center. And, you know, I don't have issues per se with what is considered the far left agenda, but the big issue is if it's costing us national elections and the House of Representatives and the Senate and the Supreme Court and the White House, we have to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
I do wonder when a lot of people make these arguments, is it a real argument or is it like a fake, I'm trying to be persuasive to people that disagree with me argument? Like a real argument in terms of maybe he doesn't actually have a problem with any of the ideology, any of the positions that the far left has, or maybe he does think that that's crazy and terrible, but he knows that just saying that's not going to persuade anyone. So he's trying to be like, well, listen, I agree with you. I'm just saying that you're going to cost us every fucking election forever.
Yeah. You're for defunding the police. You're for trans women in sports. It's like you're for abortions on demand up until 5 minutes before the baby's born. Like, these are positions you're in favor of?
Yes. Yeah.
I think if you just came out and started asking them, he'd be like, well, I'm not really in favor of that.
That's the one thing I wish, because, you know, we have the people on the right are supposed to be the moderate Democrats. People on the left are supposed to be the progressives. And to me, it's unclear, like, what does that mean? What exactly do these people support when they're self-IDing as moderate versus progressive?
Right.
Okay, I jumped ahead.
You're for take away all the guns.
Yes. So they kind of just go on. They spend 6 minutes going on about, very like how the far left basically tanked the election for them. So now we're going to get
abolishing the state of Israel. Come on.
Yes. Now we're going to get the pushback. Okay. Now we're going to get the pushback from the woke progressives.
Right.
Got it. Yeah, I heard the word of the day was optics. And it's interesting to me, just a quick survey. Does anybody think that Biden is a far left president?
No.
Right, exactly. And if you look on Fox News, you look on any right-wing media, they're labeling him as a socialist. So the optics of like Kamala was too far left or she was going too much into progressive values, no matter who it is, the candidate's going to be labeled this crazy far left extremist. So the optics, I think, are a little bit weird.
Okay, first of all, he does something that's crazy here. He does it quickly. I don't know if you noticed, which is, first of all, he claims that that no one thinks Biden is like a super far left candidate, right?
Yes.
But then later in this conversation, at 2 times, he talks about how Biden ran as a super far left candidate, which seems conflicting to me. But he did a bait and switch where he says, well, do you think that Biden was a super far left candidate? But then he starts talking about Kamala Harris. It's like, well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah. Who are you talking about?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Why did you ask about Biden and then flip to Harris? Because the Harris's problem was that when she ran the first time against Joe Biden, she did run as like one of the furthest, if not the furthest, far left candidates in the primary. That's what she tried to do. Yes.
Didn't help her at all.
And she totally lost. That's what she tried to do. She got annihilated. And then this time around, she tried to run as being more moderate. And the problem is that she was too scared to actually distance herself from the previous version of herself that she was. She was too scared to call out, the far left and say that they suck and that she was just wrong or pandering or whatever. And so she just waffled on all those issues, and she just looked like an empty husk. She just looked like a lying politician.
Yeah. She did seem far more left than Biden, though, obviously. And I do think Biden ran as kind of a moderate, but I think kind of governed as a far left person.
He did, yeah.
Like a lot of his policies were far left. Like he basically just ignored the border and let it get completely out of control to the point where it was just a mess. But look, there's reporting now that his brain was scrambled eggs in 2021, shortly after he took office. So
Right.
I think a lot of other people were governing in his stead, and those people probably were very far left.
Well, I was actually wondering that too, is because you're right. Biden doesn't have a vibe of being like a far left progressive. He didn't run in 2020 as a far left progressive. We don't, in 2020, remember there was in the Democrat primaries, they asked that question. They said, do you think that illegal aliens should have access to healthcare in America?
Right.
And
they
all the Democrats
raised their hands.
raised their hand. But there was so many Democrats in the primary that they had to separate the nights and split them in half.
Biden wasn't in that one?
So Biden wasn't in that one.
Oh,
so he
my
never
God,
raised his hand.
escaped.
He escaped that question. So I'm curious if in 2020, if he was running, would he have raised his hand or not
Yeah.
in that situation?
Have you seen that clip going around of Trump doing a little comedy routine about how Biden would never call back the world leaders? Trump
No.
is starting a rumor that world leaders are telling Trump that they would call Biden and he wouldn't pick up, and he'd say, call him back in like 2 months.
Oh my God.
And then never call him back. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So
That's
he's like,
true.
saying, I know. Well, look, it's Trump, and obviously he's being super funny. It is a hilarious clip, but I'm like, I mean, there's reporting that people in his administration couldn't get a hold of him. Famously, the people that were in charge of the Afghanistan pullout, they couldn't get him on the phone. So,
Right.
yeah.
What's what I was going to say? Like with Trump, it's hard because, he's so hyperbolic and lies very freely about things that he's saying, especially if he's being funny. So I could see that not being true. But then on the other hand, it is Biden. And I could 100% see that being true.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
So I don't know. And that's the thing I was wondering too, is like, you're right. Like the reporting is showing or coming out showing that Biden did seem to be, infirmed, dead, mashed brains very early on. So, maybe he himself isn't super progressive or woke, but all these people, putting papers under
Puppeting
grandpa
him.
and
Yeah,
saying, hey,
exactly.
grandpa, sign this paper, maybe those people are all, hyper progressive woke kids.
Yeah. Yeah. it's
Weird to be
crazy.
prioritizing how the right views Democratic candidates instead of what those Democratic candidates actually stand for. And to me, when we're talking about
This is like a total bullshit argument. His argument is basically the other side is going to turn the person into a stereotype of who they really are. So that person might as well be a stereotype of the far left, which, I mean, partisans are going to vote how partisans vote, but a lot of the elections are decided by the moderate middle who actually looks at the policies. So this
Right.
argument's completely bullshit.
the far left is discounting economic issues, that's really the only thing the far left was talking about, or people who were on the progressive side. We want to see student loans be more forgiven. We want to see
college students get free money from the government when they're the ones that are going to be making the most money in the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I fucking hate that policy. How is that an economic policy for the middle class?
some sort of housing situation to the increasing rent. We want to see better climate measures so that way we can stop things like these California wildfires and other disasters across the country.
Yeah, building on that really quickly, a really illuminating...
Well, okay. There's this thing that a lot of like very far left progressives are doing that's very disgusting. It disgusts me on a visceral level, okay? Where they try to be like, now that woke stuff is becoming unpopular. And they've been doing this for like last couple of years. They're like, oh, what cultural woke stuff? We're not involved in any of that stuff. We just want people to have healthcare. We just care about economic issues. We just want people to have paid family leave. That wasn't us. That was those evil libtards. And it's like, what? What the fuck are you like? It's insane. We had 8 to 10 years of these people pushing the most hyper progressive cultural issues down everyone's throat. And as soon as they're unpopular, they do this like ripcord jump away. Like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You can completely call them out on it just by asking them their position on trans women in sports.
Exactly. Or in any of this stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Any of this stuff. Right.
Because they're too terrified to say, oh, yeah,
yes.
I'm not. What?
Yes. You could just ask them, do you think that trans women should be in sports? Do you think kids should have access to puberty blockers? Do you think Do you think that black people can be racist against white people? Do you believe in a colorblind aspirational society? Do you believe in affirmative action? Like you can just go through like the list and go through all these different things. Okay. And ask them like, well, I'm so confused. You're telling me that all you care is just about economic issues and you don't care about any of these cultural issues. But when I ask you about every single one, you support all of them. Wow. It's just so surprising.
Yeah. All those economic issues.
Yes.
Moment for me personally was, I think it was like a week before the election or something. Kamala was being interviewed by somebody, and she was asked if she thought trans healthcare was like a human right, you know. And she was, like you're saying, supposedly the progressive candidate. That's certainly the way the media, or a lot of the conservative media, was labeling her. And you know, she sort of waffled back and forth, and eventually she ended up saying, "Well, it should be up to the states. It should be up to the states, right?" And that's why it's interesting for me to hear that you guys thought it was, you know, lean too left, when I know certain people who, you know, didn't vote for Trump as a result of that, but were like, okay, Kamala clearly doesn't have my interests at heart as a trans person. You know what I mean?
Okay. I want to go get the actual clip, right?
All those trans voters that she said no to. It's just so weird that he's framing it the way he is, because obviously there was a clip going around of her saying that she supported that stuff, which is in fact totally far left, right? And because she comes out and tries to do a take-backsy on the super far left policy and nobody bought it, everyone thought, oh, she still supports the far left policy because she's so weak-kneed about her denunciation of it. Like, he's interpreting that as, oh, she's a moderate candidate. This is what all moderate candidates do. They lie to the voters.
Yes. Yeah. Because, you know, there was the whole Kamala Harris. That was what the ad was about. Kamala Harris was in favor of, you know,
they them, yes.
of prisoners being able to transition, illegal immigrants being detained to be able to fucking transition, right?
Yeah.
You're like, well, that seems pretty crazy. And yeah, her waffling on that and not taking a strong answer on that now, that's not, he's like, well, therefore she ran as a moderate. It's like, no, she ran as like a hyper progressive, and now it's unpopular. She's trying to run away from that. And she did a very piss poor job distancing herself from her previous opinion. And she looked like a lying politician.
Yes. Yeah. She ran as a flip-flopper.
Which, let's watch the clip right now.
Let me ask you this question, very broadly speaking here.
Sure.
Do you believe that transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care in this country?
I believe we should follow the law. I mean, I think you're probably pointing to the fact that Donald Trump's campaign has spent tens of millions of dollars.
They're trying to define you on this.
Yes,
I'm asking you to define yourself, though. Just broadly speaking, what is your value? Do you
please answer the question? She's like, please, Kamala, tell me what you think. Stop fucking lying. Stop fucking with me.
This is so fucking painful. This is so painful. Oh, this campaign. She just did such a horrible job.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
They should have that access.
I believe that people, as the law states, even on this issue about federal law, that is a decision that doctors will make in terms of what is medically necessary. I'm not going to put myself in the position of a doctor.
Oh my God.
So she gave a total non-answer.
So dumb. Yeah.
Right. Complete non-answer.
So but they're taking that as, oh, look, she's a moderate. She didn't answer the fucking question.
Well, you know, it's weird too.
In a time
that he like false remembered it is like her saying like leave it back to the states. She didn't say anything. She said follow whatever the law is. She didn't say anything about like leaving it up to the states. It's weird. She took like he like conflated Trump's abortion, you know, leave it up to the states with her position. So
right.
But no, that position signals weakness. It's not signal strength.
As a trans person, you know what I mean? And while, yeah, somebody said that is a small demographic, it's still a demographic I think worth paying attention to.
I think...
Oh my God, that's so wrong.
So the first guy's like, I just care about economic issues. And the second guy's like, listen, we have to listen to our trans brothers and sisters, okay, about their trans healthcare. It's very important. Ignore what this fucker next to me said about economic issues. I care about the cultural trans issues.
Right. And that would have won us the election, obviously.
Yes.
Right?
Obviously.
Especially with that commercial going around. We should have leaned into the commercial. She should have come out and said, hell yeah, I'm for they, them. Fuck you, Americans. That's the way to win elections right there. You got to be strong.
Yep.
I support 2%. No, 0.01% of the population. Woo!
A culture war is real, and we did not start that. The left did not start that. With advocacy, the right created a culture war in order to focus on these issues that are marginal. They are.
Oh, this fucking meme. Oh my God. This argument makes me want to scream.
I know. When I first watched this video, I almost threw my laptop across the room in anger.
So evil.
And
it's
rage.
So evil.
It's so dumb. It's like,
now we've been calling you fascists and Nazis. Now you started this, okay?
We've been pushing very extreme policy positions that were different. Okay, we're changing the policy position. There's the status quo. We're saying, no, let's change all these things. All these things have to be changed completely. And if you disagree, we're going to call you a fucking Nazi.
Exactly.
And then as soon as you're like, well, listen, I'm not in favor of this. Oh, you're starting the culture war. You're standing in the way of my progress. Why are you starting the culture war? Just let me steamroll you, fucker.
I know, it's so insane. It's
like,
so, but they believe this. They fucking believe this.
Yes. Yeah, they do.
God.
You're right. That's what's crazy about it, because to these people, and this, I mean, this is a very common thing that people just do on both sides. It's very politically, is like whatever they support, it's like invisible to you. Like if you support it, it's invisible to you. You don't even like perceive it. Like, well, obviously that's why I'm supposed to be advocating for this. It's true.
Yes.
It's normal, right? That's a normal thing. It's only culture war when someone pushes back against me.
Right. Yes. So
I do.
sad.
I do wonder, because like we have this mental model of like the left being offense and the right being defense, which means that most of the time it's going to be the left that's pushing for change, pushing for starting a culture war thing. Not always, because obviously there are moments where like the right's like, no, we have to tear everything down and go back. So it's weird. Like, I guess he just doesn't even perceive the left and the right through that lens. Or if he does, just hasn't even thought about how to make sense with what he just said.
They have like a Manichaean worldview of left and right. They view a war between the left and the right, that one day the left will win and banish the right forever, and the right will cease to exist, and it'll be fucking utopia. There'll be nothing to stand in their way. That's the way that they perceive it. They don't see it as offense and defense.
Just nothing but wildfires, crimes, homeless people, and illegal immigrants.
Exactly. Everyone living in their tent on the sidewalk. Yes. Doing drugs, hard drugs together.
Right.
Yes. Right. Hard drugs and puberty blockers. You can be whatever sex you want, whatever biological sex you want.
I can't wait.
And everyone dies at the ripe old age of 14 of suicide. Yes, it's you fucking utopia. Oh yeah,
I love it.
They're putting the focus on these issues, not the left. Like Trump ran an ad. It said Kamala is for them, right? Like playing on the whole gender, non-binary, transgender rights thing, right?
Oh my God, you know,
it's so stupid.
I'd seen that ad a bunch of times. I think I kind of like half paid attention. I never noticed like the visuals, like the visuals they use for
Trump ran an ad. Like, it said Kamala is for them, right? Like playing on the whole gender, non-binary.
Oh my God, they're like, let's find like the worst looking trans people.
I saw a thing that 5% of women's prisons now are trans women. 5%.
No, wait, that can't. Is that true? That's
I know. I was
crazy
like, what the fuck?
True.
Yeah, I didn't. Obviously, I didn't fact check it. People were sharing it around on Twitter. Maybe it's completely false, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least bit, because look, if you're in prison with the guys has to be, prison with the women as a guy has to be a fucking cakewalk. Are you kidding me?
Well,
women
I don't know if it's a cakewalk, but it's better than the alternative, obviously.
Well, women are not as strong, and women are less violent. Far less.
Well,
violent.
yeah, but you are. Well, if you're in a woman's prison, you are selecting for the most violent psychopathic of women. So you still you still could very easily get shivved in line for food in the woman's prison.
Sure.
But actually, I guess I don't.
What are the chances of you getting shivved in line in the male prison?
I would assume it's high.
Much higher.
Right. I like a cursory glance. I can't find that statistics or that information, but it wouldn't be that surprising for it to be a surprisingly high number, because the people that are going to be selected to go to prison anyway at a much higher proportion are going to
lie. Yeah.
Are going to be not only liars, but also just men in general. So you would suspect a disproportionate
you're
number
right.
of trans
Yes.
women in female prisons anyway because of that.
Right. There's
So-
probably 20 women in every female prison for 100 guys in male prison. Like the male
Right.
prison population is probably much higher. Yes.
Yeah, it's probably 5 to 1, like you said, or something.
Right.
So
I think all that Trump is trying to reverse that with executive orders. So
he did. What I mean, I guess it works for federal prisons. The executive order he did do
Mhm.
that. I don't know if they actually went through and did it, but that's what executive order said to do.
Right.
So
Oh my God.
Binary.
look at they found like the worst people for these.
All these guys are going straight back to the men's
God.
prison.
This is terrible.
They're like, look, the ladies showed up, guys.
Yeah.
It's date night.
Yeah.
Transgender rights thing, right? If we keep playing into these culture war issues, it'll just lose elections because what Kamala did is go towards the right in order to fight against this label of radical, right? And in general, that's just not going to work because you already have someone who was so far right in Donald Trump. She's never going to get elected running on a moderate campaign. You need to create enemies when you're in politics, and that's just the truth. We are the enemies of the.
Well, before you get to the enemies thing, Kamala didn't really run to the right. She ran to the center. She didn't run to the right. She didn't denounce.
She ran away. She ran away from like any hard policy decision.
Yes, that's true. She ran. Actually, I shouldn't even say she ran to the center. She ran as a bleh. She ran
Yeah.
as a gray, amorphous blob that you like glance at. It's like, when you're like typing at home and you think you see a ghost out of the corner of your eye and you look and you're
Right.
like, there's
Oh,
nothing
it's
there.
Kamala.
Right. Oh, it's Kamala.
Hiding
Kamala, I
behind
thought
my
you were
curtains.
the girl from The Ring. I thought you came out of the TV for a second, right? Like, what the fuck are you doing in my house? Right? So it's like, she ran as this like this blob, this gray blob that you can't really pick apart to understand what the fuck that they support. And obviously people don't like gray blobs
Yes.
generally,
Especially ones hiding the fact that they're super far left.
Yes.
Want to defund the police.
Or they ran as super far left because I don't even know if she's so far left. I don't know if she's just lying then. It's completely like, who knows? I have no clue what her real positions are in anything. Nobody does.
You know, she's planning on running for president in 2028 again. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. She's going to be in the primary. Oh my God.
I fucking hope and pray.
Oh
Okay?
my God.
I
She's going
hope
to get
and
zero fucking delegates.
Yeah, I hope and pray right now that Kamala Harris runs in the 2028 primary. Like, okay, guys, this time I'm gonna have like all the time in the world. I'm not gonna be rushed. I'm not gonna be saddled with
it's gonna be just like
stinky
Trump.
Joe Biden, right? Like, I'm gonna be free to do it. I'm gonna hit the ground. I'm gonna do it. I hope so fucking much that she has this mentality and runs in 2028 in the primary and gets annihilated.
She is going to get it.
Totally destroyed. She gets like 2% of the fucking votes. Oh my God. Just like, no, slap the fuck down. Get out of here, Harris.
I wonder if the polling will work against her. Like all these super far left people will say, oh, they're totally in favor of her polling wise. And that will encourage her to get in just because they don't want to, obviously say no to the black woman candidate.
I think the far left people, they all perceived her as running to the right, like this guy's saying. So I don't
they'll
think they
have an
like
out.
her that much.
Yeah.
And
no, I don't think anybody likes her, but
no, and I don't think I think the monster's like whatever, They didn't
the
find
only
her
reason they picked her
know.
though is because they were like, oh, this is going to look bad if we don't pick her.
Well, I don't know because again, we have to remember it was Biden that chose her, and he did so seemingly against the wishes of Obama and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all the it seemed like all the Democratic establishment actually wanted to do the primary at the convention, and Joe Biden was like, "Fuck you, I'm choosing Kamala Harris."
Right.
So I don't know. I don't think he chose her for quote a DEI reason. Maybe he just chose her because he thought she would be loyal to him. Or maybe, he had some weird Machiavellian, like, she's going to fail and I'm mad that they're pushing me out of the race. Who knows?
He thought that he was going to set her up for a win, and then he was going to take the adulation about,
Right.
thrusting the first female president into the spotlight.
The first
right?
black female president.
Right.
Yes. You're probably right. That makes the most sense. Yeah.
He thought he was going to gain, and it's hilarious because now that she lost, he's like, I could have fucking won. This black lady, this fucking black lady, I could have beat. I could have. It's completely the opposite of the vibe he was going for with the legacy thing.
Right, right.
I have to elevate the black woman to be the president of the United States. If I don't do it, no one will. This is only upon my shoulders. Joe Biden, right?
Right, right.
As soon as it's over, he's like, ah, fucking, I should have known. I should have stepped in, the white guy.
Right, right.
It's so sad.
Enemies of the right, and unfortunately, they have to be our enemies because that's how politics works.
Notice how we have the defense and offense idea. That's the way that we conceptualize politics. Notice how I totally called it about the Manichaean approach here, the warlike approach. We have to have enemies. They are our enemy.
Well, I think it's here. He does get pushback because what he's doing is like, so Bernie Sanders came out and he said something that I think was half true, which is that, the narrative, part of the reason that Trump won is that Trump had a narrative and humans are wired. I don't know if Bernie said this, but I'm saying it. Humans are wired to like storytelling and narratives require protagonists and antagonists. Some sort of force you root for.
Bernie said this?
No, he said they needed an enemy, is what he said. But I'm sort of expounding upon it in a different way.
It's bullshit.
Right. Humans do like narratives. Humans like storytelling. That's why we've kind of passed down storytelling forever.
Well, that's true.
Right. And a big part of storytelling is having a hero and a villain. And Trump kind of had the, who was the villain? It was the immigrants, right? The immigrants are coming to steal your jobs and rape your women and do all this stuff, right? And Kamala didn't really have a villain pegged out. Usually in left-wing circles, the villain is the rich, right? The rich are coming to screw you over, the rich and the racist. And Kamala didn't really have one except for Donald Trump. And that's not really as effective as, the group of people are coming to steal your shit.
Oh, that's highly ineffective because as soon as you dispatch Donald Trump, like the enemy is gone. Like, what's the point of even taking office?
Right. And that's a good point. And I think this guy has sort of taken what Bernie Sanders said and turned it around to, well, the enemy has to be the right, essentially, is the way that he kind of interpreted Bernie Sanders' statement. So when Bernie Sanders was pretty clear, he meant like we need to go back to punching rich people in the face and attacking them.
Right.
Which I think actually IRI points out he doesn't think will work, which I agree with. Which is kind of funny.
He probably thinks the enemy is the police. That's his take.
I don't know about
we need
that,
to make the police. We need to make firefighters the enemy.
Right.
That's how we're going to win this next election.
That's the.
I am a leftist.
You got to attack the firefighters. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
The right does attack government a lot too. God, they got such a good enemy list.
Big government, the police if they're federal agents, but not if they're local agents.
Oh my God.
Right? It's very confusing. It's very confused. Okay.
What are we doing on Wednesday? What's going on Wednesday, Sitch?
I guess we're going to watch
I'm
Cash
so
Patel.
excited.
Adam is so excited. Who knew that you'd ever be so excited for a confirmation hearing of a public government official? Okay.
Well, look, I read Cash Patel's book. I think Sitch read it too. So we have.
I never finished. I'm going to have to finish it before Wednesday.
I have some inside information on Cash Patel. I actually know lots about the deep state now.
Before I got to finish this, I guess, on Monday. Or I got to do this research before we watch Cash Patel's confirmation hearing on Wednesday. I do want to look into who the
Mark Esper thing,
the dirty, degenerate drug dealers Cash Patel got off that he was bragging about when he was a public defender. I want to find out if he was correct or if he got some like horrible drug gang people off and he was bragging about it.
Why are you poisoning the well with actual research?
Because he uses that. No, I want to know because he uses that as like. That's like the opening grudge for his. That's like his opening salvo grudge against the federal government. The federal government lied to get drug traffickers in jail. How dare they do that? But they wouldn't defend me when I was on their side because a judge was mean to me because I didn't have a suit.
Right.
Like that's his worldview. So.
Were they incarcerated though? I guess.
Maybe he got them off. He
got them off.
He said that the state was lying about these people that were accused of drug
Oh
trafficking.
yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I only read the book to learn about the Mark Esper thing, so which I'm sure we'll talk about on Wednesday.
Yes.
I'm sure those questions will come up. They'll probably be Shift will be there asking all kinds of crazy questions.
I want them to say, why did you get these drug dealers off when you were a public defender?
Right.
That's what I want some Republican to ask him that question.
We'll see.
But we don't have to be the enemies of the people. And that's who's putting the commander in chief in office. I want to build.
Well, look, he said the right has to be our enemy, which means the right voters, which is a huge problem. That's the problem with that conception right there. Even Bernie Sanders is smart enough to say, look, if we're going after the rich, we got them beat on numbers. There's not that many of them.
Right.
It works. But we don't have to be the enemies of the people.
So this guy's saying don't make the voters
your
enemy.
Yes.
And that's who's putting the commander in chief in office.
That was an unconvincing absolutely not from the progressive. Just gonna
Of course. No, he did mean the voters. He totally meant the voters.
Right.
You mean the right-wing chuds that I always complain about on my YouTube channel.
Yes.
In office.
I want to build on that because I don't blame the far left, because for me it was about immigration, it was about inflation, and I don't think the far left took us in a wrong direction on that. But I think we didn't draw the line.
The far left didn't take us in a wrong direction on immigration? What?
Well, they did on immigration, not inflation, but on immigration they 100% did. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, they did do a lot of spending.
Yeah, but the COVID, well, first of all, you say, okay, there were COVID stimulus checks. That's not like a far left thing. I think that was just a thing. I wouldn't say that's like a far left.
But on top of
movement.
The COVID stimulus, Biden came in and did like the big infrastructure bill. He did the big climate change bill, which was called the Inflation Reduction Act, which was full of spending. He did cancel student loans, which is more money left in the economy.
That's true.
I mean, when you have inflation, spending like crazy makes it worse.
Well, I don't know.
It's going to be complicated for Trump, obviously, because he's in the same situation.
Here's the thing. I've never taken the time to go through the inflation. I agree with the student debt thing, but I've never taken the time to go through the Inflation Reduction Act because obviously when you're coming out of COVID lockdowns and you have all this problems with a bunch of people have money they want to spend and supply chains are all fucked up. So demand is going to be very high. Supply is going to be very low. Obviously, that's going to cause massive inflation across the board, which is literally exactly what it did, combined with the having oil and gas shortages because of the war in Ukraine, combined with having some grain shortages because of the war in Ukraine. And you say, okay, so you have the government spending more money with the Inflation Reduction Act. Would that cause more inflation? It could, unless, as I said, I don't know what exactly they spent it on. If they were spending a lot of money on getting supplies back up, even though they are spending money, I think that would overall have a decrease in inflation. Theoretically.
They're spending it on solar panels.
If they were spending on solar panels, that probably wouldn't be the most effective.
The Inflation Reduction Act is estimated to cost between $738 billion and $1.2 trillion.
Right.
So the COVID stimulus was 2.6 trillion was what they spent. So
it was like another more than half, right?
Well, that's like a big discrepancy between that. It's like $750 million or 1.2 billion.
Right. I'm going on the extreme end. I'm saying at the high end, it would still be about like half of the stimulus checks. So it'd be another like half.
The high interest rates cost 1.2 trillion just in interest payments.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So I don't know how much money.
I know. I'm just saying the problem is that number one, obviously, as I said, spending alone, you can't just say spending inflation. It's like, okay, well, it depends what they're spending on. Which maybe they did spend on stupid shit and make inflation worse. But again, when it's coming out of COVID, that's going to be the number one mover of inflation, as we saw globally, worldwide.
Right.
Right. So anyway.
On things. So like with immigration, none of us support illegal immigration. Yeah. Not a single person on the far left, far right, anybody, but we never made that position clear. It's more about we need to draw the line on some things or the right will define it for us. We'll be playing defense the whole time.
I do think it's
I
Such bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, I think this is like when you have like the guy who was the progressive guy that was like, I just care about economic issues. Okay, I don't care about any of these culture issues. It's the same thing when I hear a lot of people on the left say this. No one's in favor of illegal immigration, right? And I go, well, wait a minute.
Bullshit.
Hold on a second, right? Like, what do you mean by that? Because if that was like, that cannot be the case. There has to be people on the left and on the far left that are in favor of illegal immigration. And you have to test that. You have to say, well, you have to say, okay, ask all the people in the progressives who say, oh, I'm not in favor of illegal immigration. Say, okay, do you think that people that are here in the country illegally should just all be deported? Yes or no?
Yeah. What's your take on sanctuary cities? Do you think they should work with the government to deport people who are here illegally?
Exactly. Should there be sanctuary cities? Should people be deported? What are the restrictions for deporting people? Should people be granted asylum wholesale that just ask for it? Like, you can't just say, like, I'm not in favor of illegal immigration, because it's like they say that, but then they turn around and they seem to support all those policies. So you actually have to like test all these things, get to the bottom of what exactly their positions are. And be like, oh, you are in favor of illegal immigration. You are in favor of open borders.
The right did not come up with defund the police. So quit fucking acting like it's the right that's stoking the culture war.
Right.
A very fair point to say that we are constantly playing defense and just responding to their ideas.
See, that's the whole defense thing just rubs me the wrong way. What the right did like a mind manipulation on, you are going to come up with defund the police. You are going to want to take cops off the street. What?
I think this is the perception, because it's like with the other guy where he's like the right starts the culture war. The things that the hyper progressives push for, it's like invisible to them. They don't perceive it. So I think what happens is they have the hyper progressive person pushes for something crazy like defund the police, Israel should be bombed or destroyed or whatever. Like they push for some crazy thing, and then the right jumps on it and says, oh my God, look, they're in favor of all these crazy ideas. They're in favor of open borders. They're in favor of abortions up to the moment of conception. Then the mainstream Democrats who don't support that and know that the far left makes them look bad has to jump out and defend themselves against these accusations and say, well, that's not what defund the police, and they usually do a very bad job. That's not what defund the police means. That's not what critical race theory means. That's not what we mean on abortion, even though there are people that mean that, obviously. And then they perceive that action as, you're letting the Republicans define you. It's like, no, they're cleaning up your fucking mess, retard.
That's so true. Yes. Yes. Clean up on aisle 4.
Yes. Clean up on aisle, hyper progressive woke asshole. Stop. This is the visual analogy. Okay. You have the blue-haired hyper progressive person goes into the grocery store. They knock all the bottles of fucking apple juice, glass bottles of apple juice all over the floor. And then the mainstream Democrat has to come in with a mop and clean it up, because Republicans all swarm it and they all take their cameras on and they go, look at this fucking idiot Democrats. Look how they run this grocery store. They just keep knocking the apple juice over.
Yeah.
They can't help themselves.
They're looking around and saying, we're always on defense around here, even though they're the ones that knocked over all the shit.
Right. They start all the fires and they're like, why am I always on defense?
Yeah. Terrible.
Ideas instead of creating our own. But I do think it's interesting. I would say most of us agree that Kamala was pretty moderate, and yet she lost the election. But you still say that 70% of the election being lost is because of progressives, when we weren't even running a candidate. Kamala is not a progressive. Republicans often will blame transgender people and blame these small minority groups and vilify them and us. And I see you kind of accepting that framework by blaming transgender people and progressive ideas for the loss of this election, when it was a moderate that lost.
So,
I mean, I think they actually say this, which I give credit for. The specter of hyper progressivism was this like fucking ghost looming over Kamala Harris and the Democrats in this entire election.
Totally.
Okay.
Yep.
It's like Kamala Harris was cursed. Okay. Cursed by the woke ghost. And so every time she talks, she can say whatever she wants. And everyone looks up and they see the evil spirit, the evil blue-haired woke spirit hovering over her, like shouting about how, kids need puberty blockers. and how, defund the police and all this other stuff. And she's like, I don't understand why people think I'm woke. I'm saying very moderate things. And then the ghost is just saying the craziest shit ever. It's like, well, Harris, you have to address the giant fucking ghost looming over you that's saying crazy shit. And she's like, what ghost? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no ghost there.
Yeah, there's no win for her because it looks like she's just basically hiding the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost that exists that everyone knows she wants to unleash as soon as she takes office.
That's what people are worried about. They're like, okay, when she runs president, is she going to keep that ghost locked down with the little, in chains that's got the little Japanese symbol, stuck to her forehead? Or is she going to rip the fucking chains off and say, go wild, ghost?
Yeah.
The evil Jin spirit that has been attached to Kamala Harris.
The perception was that she ran as a person pretending to be a moderate. That's a big difference than what she's saying. She's saying she ran as a moderate and everyone's going, well, not really.
Right.
She ran as someone hiding her woke addiction.
Right.
Not in terms of the Democratic Party itself. Maybe they don't have a far left agenda, but do you think that there is a cultural far left agenda that might have turned people away from the Democratic Party?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Put the thumb screws to them.
I think agenda might be the wrong word.
Totally,
I think there might be a cultural sort of movement that is very leftist, extremely leftist at this moment. Yeah, but I also think that...
Well, thank you.
Why not call it an agenda? What's the problem with that?
I don't know. Because agenda sounds
movement?
Insidious, I guess. A movement sounds neutral.
We'll say it's a woke movement, whatever.
It's a leftist movement, it's like a bowel movement.
Yes. They want to defund the police, and they want trans women in sports. And they want trans women in women's prisons.
Right.
They want your kid to transition at 6 years old.
I think that movement is sort of a reaction of the last few years, culturally sort of swinging.
It's a reaction. Holy shit.
Wait.
Of movement that is very leftist, extremely leftist at this moment. Yeah, but I also think that movement is sort of a reaction of the last few years, culturally sort of swinging the other way. But yeah, certainly I can say that.
What the fuck is he talking? What are these people
He's
talking
about? White supremacy. That's what he's talking about.
Oh my God. It's infuriating that these, I don't know if they're just detached from the conversation or the internet or they're lying. Like they act like, oh, before Donald Trump won the election, like everything was just, very classical liberalism from the 90s to the 2000s to the 2010s to 2016, all up until the moment that Donald Trump won the election. There was no such thing as wokeness. It just didn't exist, right? And then once Donald Trump won the election, they all just reacted to it. That's what he's acting like, is what happened. And that's ridiculous.
And now personally, I see this movement and I align myself with it because I see a lot of the things that are being fought for and a lot of the people that are fighting are things I believe in deeply. But sure, no, I absolutely, for the sake of the argument, yeah, I'm sure there are some people who that was a turnoff for. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of agenda.
I mean, listen, at least.
What are the things he believes deeply, though? We need to know. We need the list.
Yeah, right. At the very least, I'm happy that he will at least acknowledge it because I feel like 9 out of 10, when we talk to someone on the left on the show who's like very self-identifying as on the left, and I'm like, okay, how has the left changed over the last 8 to 10 years? They don't want to tell you. They pretend like it hasn't, or they'll kind of acknowledge it, but they want to pretend like wokeness isn't like a real thing. The hyper-progressivism isn't a real thing.
They're embarrassed of it.
Right. So at least this guy will acknowledge it. I'm thankful for
the things that he deeply believes.
The bar is very low.
He doesn't actually say.
Yes.
There are things that I deeply believe that I will not tell you right now because you might not deeply believe them.
Right.
You might be deeply offended by them.
I want to bring up something that you said earlier. You said something along the lines of like, our agenda is making the rest of the party and you look bad. I define my agenda as fighting for women's rights, which have been very much heavily under attack. Roe v. Wade was just abolished. I define my agenda as increasing economic opportunities for a shrinking middle class. I define my agenda as holding billionaires accountable because clearly there's an issue with the distribution of wealth in this country. And I think that Trump is a product of this because people are unhappy and people do need to see a change. The middle class is shrinking and Trump is over here blaming everyone else when in reality, it's because he continues to give incredible tax breaks to the 0.01%. And I think it's funny that I'm like actively trying to fight for the rights of you and you and you and you, but to you, I'm making you look bad.
So, and that's...
Well, look, the women's rights in sports are at odds with the women's right to abortion. And it looks like the women care more about women in sports than they do about abortion. So,
well, I just like the ego too. Like, I'm fighting for your rights, and yet you spit in my face. How dare
yeah,
you?
Right?
Right?
Sanctimonious garbage.
I know. I think what you do if you're interacting with someone who says something like this, well, I don't believe in any of this stuff. You say like, oh, okay. Well, you went up through the list of like safer positions, like, oh, we got to attack the billionaires, right? When someone kind of gives you this, rhetoric, you say, oh, okay, well, would you be willing to compromise, taxing billionaires at the expense of making beauty blockers illegal, at the expense of closing the borders, the expense of deporting people, at the expense of having, the second, restrictions on abortions after the second trimester, right? Like, you have to say like, well, would you be willing to compromise these things you're saying you stand for things you say don't actually matter?
Right.
And if they say yes, and okay, well, then you're
they're
actually
never going to
someone...
say yes. Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm saying if theoretically, if they say yes, then you're actually talking to someone who's being honest. But I do feel like most of the time they're not going to say yes on any of that stuff.
I wish you'd just say, bitch, I live in California. I can get an abortion up to 15 minutes before I have the baby. You're not fighting for my rights. I have the right to abortion. That's just, it's laughable. It's laughable.
Right.
He wants to say, oh, I'm fighting for the rights of the women in Alabama. Aren't I sacred? Aren't I great? Please come shake my hand, pat me on the back.
Well, I mean, listen, when you have, when there's a movement that is based around demonizing white men specifically and is saying, oh my God, it's so good if white men are not hired, right? It's even though
As
it turned out that
firefighters in Southern California.
Right. Even though it turned out that Bloomberg article was like a bullshit article about that only 5% of white males have been hired or whatever over the last year. Even though the article was shown to be fake, which I'm happy about. The people that wrote the article, they were happy about it. They were like excited about that. And so I'm like, okay, well, do you support that? Because if you do, then you're not fighting for my fucking rights, are you?
Oh, yeah, of course. Fighting against my rights.
Yes. If you're not fighting for a colorblind, merit-based, work situation in society, then you're not really fighting for my rights.
Yeah, the merit-based solution really is the right solution for the race problem. It is, because any race can excel.
Yes.
Well, I guess
the
maybe
American
not
dream.
the dum-dums. Maybe that's anti-dum-dum. Maybe that's against. We need a society structured so the dum-dums can succeed too, Sitch. We really do.
Do we?
We do, yeah.
We can't just turn them into biofuel.
Oh my God. Please don't.
Can't just become Curtis Yarvin and turn all the dummies into biofuel.
No.
It's funny in Sam Hyde's second video where he responds to Vivek, or he's trying to get Vivek to come debate him or something.
Really? He's got another video out?
He has a second video.
No way. Oh my God. Okay.
That's addressed at Vivek. And he I guess he's a Curtis Yarvin fan because he does say that exact thing. He talks about taking the stupid people and having them like ground into lubricants for machines, unironically.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I guess he's a Yarvin fan.
Charles Murray wrote an entire book about how we need to structure society so the dum-dums can succeed. You know what it's called?
It's called I'm a Big Fat Racist.
It's called The Bell Curve.
That's the name of that book. I'm a Big Fat Racist.
It's so funny because is that not just a bleeding heart left wing perspective?
It is.
We need society to be able to accommodate every IQ level. I'm gonna write this book called The Bell Curve.
Right.
Boy, that didn't end well.
No.
they brought that up because I really, like I said, I think we all kind of agreed it's not what you're fighting for that we take issue with whatsoever. It's how people on the very far left, how they communicate it, that can come across as very combative, very divisive, very tribalistic, and very hateful towards anyone that doesn't automatically agree with them. Now, what's interesting is that there's clearly a...
I think that, listen, that's all true. That's all completely
Check out the
true.
big brain on soy.
Right. That's all completely true. But
uh-oh,
this is part of the problem with the fact that people don't understand where the woke progressive ideology comes from. They do not understand that the moderate does not understand that they have an ideology that's rooted in liberalism. They don't know what that means, what the ideology they stand for is, because they've been swimming in it their whole lives. They don't understand this ideology that the woke progressive has, which is socialist in origin. And as long as you don't understand that, you do get caught kind of in the trap of oh, it's about optics, it's about tone policing, it's about you being mean and yelling, which they're doing, and that's all bad, but it is deeper than that. There is a deeper, they're doing that because they have an ideological disagreement with you. You and them are not the same. And most people, mainstream people, moderate people on the left, they still don't understand this.
Yeah, that's a great point, because at some point you have to grapple with the substance of the argument. And too many people on the left, they just think, oh, you got to code the language correctly, use conservative words, and suddenly the substance of the argument evaporates and now they agree with you. But I do think a lot of that comes from the fact that they in their heart of hearts believe that you do agree with them, that you're just like gaslighting for some particular reason for politics.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is just odd. It's completely odd.
Mm-hmm.
Like they come to it with the idea that you understand their reality, accept their reality. You're just kind of being bigoted or obstinate.
Right.
Which is weird.
Well, I think a lot of people on the left view like their position is a default position, and the thing that's standing in that way is bigotry, essentially.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
if you remove bigotry, more people would flow into like all left-wing positions.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think there'd be some give there, but not, they think it's like all. I don't think that's the case.
I mean, the difference though, I guess it really is going to be settled by elections. I mean, the trans women in sports is a perfect example, right? They're never going to concede on their position that trans women should just be allowed in women's sports. Like, there's nothing you can say to them to, like, you can't make an argument that it's unfair. Like, they're going to dance around all of that stuff.
Yeah. I think the mainstream left will completely give up and throw that issue under the tank treads of sacrifice, but the progressive never will.
Sort of like the right has done on gay marriage.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Sooner or later, somebody capitulates because the other party has the numbers, and they never really abandon the arguments, but they still, they're just like, they move on.
There's like this weird thing where once one side, and gay marriage, I think is a good example of it. Once like the side publicly abandons the argument and throws it into the volcano of sacrifice to the other side, like I think it splits in twain where half the people, they never really change their position. They're still really much against it. And they kind of hold the grudge deep within them forever.
Yes, totally.
And then, but then I think there is half that just like, whatever, that's just, things have changed. I just accept it and move on with my life. Right.
Yeah. Who cares? There's bigger fish to fry now.
Right. Or they actually do change, they say, oh, this is pop. Like, I think for a lot of people, and maybe this is more than normie people, like if something is just popular accepted, they just change their minds to adopt that issue or that change.
Now, what is the breakdown on the trans women in sports? Because it's kind of the same exact thing. Like that's going into the well of sacrifice.
Yeah. I think it'll be the same issue that they'll throw that into the well, the volcano of sacrifice, and you'll have the left split in half between the more mainstream, more normie will just say, okay, that makes sense. Or I think it's a little different too, because I think with the weird woke stuff, I think there was a sizable chunk of the left that never was in favor of it, but was too cowardly to ever stand up to that side. I'm not sure if that was the case with maybe it was the case with gay marriage. I wasn't in the know enough during that fight to really have a good take on that. So, maybe that's what happens. Maybe no one really changes their mind. Maybe it's just a lot of people were always in that position, but they were cowed by the extremes of their movement to silence.
California voted for Prop 8, which was a proposition making gay marriage illegal.
Right.
In California, which is
Yeah,
just,
that is
I
pretty
could not
interesting.
believe that. I was like, what? How did California vote to make gay marriage illegal? Like, can you even imagine that in this day and age? California.
Wasn't there some shenanigans though when that was going on?
Shenanigans? There's shenanigans in every single election.
Was it during a main election or was it in like kind of like an off season?
You mean election shenanigans?
No, I mean, was it in a midterm where there's like much lower
I can't remember
turnout?
if it was in the
Was it
midterm or
during
not.
a normal president race?
Right.
I don't know the answer to that. And then
I'm not
wasn't
sure.
also, I thought it was like worded in some weird way. Or maybe you people in California are just bigots.
No, they're bigots. Come on. Just like everyone else. Californians are just normal people, all right?
No, you're not. Freaks.
Prop 8, 2008. I think
Oh,
that
so it
was
was
a big
during
one.
a
Yeah.
normal midterm. I mean, a normal main election.
Yeah.
So, look at that.
That was,
That was
when Obama was first elected.
Obama
right?
won his first election.
Yeah.
Look at that.
There you go.
Right.
People voted for Obama. Look, if you remember, Obama was against gay marriage in 2008. So the people voted for Obama and against gay marriage.
Was he against it in 2008 or was he against it before then? And then at some point, he's like, I am in favor of it. I don't remember.
I
when
think
the
he did
change
after he
occurred.
was a lame duck president.
Right. Okay.
Memories.
He wasn't. Okay. Listen, it's my own personal nerd bias. All right. If you're a 2-term president, you're not a lame duck president.
Okay. Because you can still do stuff?
Because it's like, well, like it depends. Because originally lame duck meant that you lost your re-election bid. But then I feel like over time, very recently, I don't know why, it kind of changed to mean, well, even if you won, but you can't win again, you're suddenly a lame duck, which to me, that just doesn't make sense.
I was trying to find when Obama changed his position on gay marriage. So I believe it was
Obama-
after he won the election in 2012, right?
It says May 2012, Obama becomes the first president to support the same-sex marriage.
Right. So he did. I nailed it. What do you want me to call it other than a lame duck president?
Well, but wait, that would be before the election 2012 because it'd be in May. So the election was in October. Or
Oh,
November, sorry.
really?
Yeah, so that would have been before.
Oh, before the election. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, remember, it's funny. I forgot about this. Joe Biden upstaged him because Joe Biden announced his support for same-sex marriage first.
Big gaff. Yeah.
And apparently Obama had some planned announcement. He had to move it up because Joe Biden,
He got
snaked him
even
on
when
it.
he didn't endorse Biden immediately.
Right.
When
Like,
when he's trying to get him out of the election, he's remember that gay marriage flub that you did.
hey, Joe,
You totally
remember
upstaged me?
in May when you had to just tell ABC's Robin Roberts how much you love gay marriage? Yeah, remember that? Well, who's the gay marriage now?
Did you hear the rumors that Obama's dating Jennifer Aniston?
I
That that's
did.
why Michelle Obama's not at any of these events because he's fucking Jennifer Aniston on the
That-
side.
First of all, that is hilarious.
Oh my God.
I don't
I
think it's true.
I felt bad because I felt
Right.
sorry for him walking in alone, and now I'm like, oh, you deserve to walk in alone, you
Right.
philander.
It's funny, that would be funny just like on one level, it'd be so funny because there's all this like rumors and drama. A lot of people are like, oh my God, Michelle Obama hates Trump so much. that
Right.
She won't go on this thing. Well, it turns out like nothing to do with that whatsoever at
I
all.
know.
Right.
Yes.
Everyone's just completely fucking wrong, which I always love when those scenarios play out where everyone thinks is one thing and it's just no, everyone's just fucking
Right.
wrong. It's just something completely mundane. I guess this isn't mundane, but like it's different. But that all being said, I don't think this I haven't seen anyone produce any fucking evidence. This seems like just juicy, ridiculous gossip, like ridiculousness.
I have unnamed sources.
Oh, of course.
Twitter.
There was because it's weird. Apparently, this rumor has been circling for a few years, and there was some clip of Jennifer Aniston on one of the late
Aniston?
Aniston on one of the late night shows
saying that she was into Obama. I remember
they know
this.
they asked her this specific question. And she's like, I've only talked to Obama once in my entire life. Like, she's like, I actually know Michelle more than I know Barack. So unless there's been a major, unless she was lying or there's been a major change since that interview, which is possible. I'm skeptical of all this.
We'll see how it plays out.
Yes, we'll see.
Are you in favor of the Obama splitting and Barack marrying Jennifer Aniston and maybe being in a Jennifer Aniston movie?
I would listen. Jennifer Aniston was, listen, when back in the day when I was a wee lad watching Friends in middle school, okay, I was definitely on Team Rachel.
Wow. Okay.
You know, definitely on
what
Team
if they
Rachel.
make a Friends movie and Obama is in it?
That would be pretty funny.
Who's the cast member that died? He plays like, it's perfect for Netflix, right? They substitute the white guy with the black ex-president.
Right. Did Matthew Perry die?
Yeah, Matthew Perry died. That's it. So you could play Matthew Perry's character.
Wow. How did he die? He died recently. He died 2 years ago.
I think he died of a drug overdose.
Oh, ooh, okay.
Which is typical. I mean, that's how people in Hollywood die, Sitch. You should know
Ketamine
this.
use.
Yeah, the stuff that Elon's always doing.
Oh my God. Got to be careful.
He got some bad ketamine.
Because I remember, there was all this, like 5 people were charged. I don't know if they went to jail, but 5 people were charged with his death. So,
oh, yeah. Oh, they go after the drug dealers.
Listen, I know people complain about, woke Hollywood recasting actors and reskinning actors to be different ethnicities. But I would be in favor of the Friends reunion with Chandler recast as Obama. I think that'd be pretty funny.
Oh my God, it'd be
I would be in
amazing.
favor of that.
I wonder how Obama's Chandler impersonation is.
I don't think it's going to be good, but that'd make it funnier, in my opinion.
It would, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Now I know why Obama had that shit-eating grin on when he walked into the Jimmy Carter's funeral all by himself.
That's what Trump was joking with him about. He's like, oh, how's Jennifer?
Oh my God, he was.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess your wife isn't a Friends fan. Ha!
That's right.
Yeah, that's what they were joking about.
Yeah.
Clearly
he probably
a huge...
said, I don't know how Stormy.
Oh.
Threw it right back in his face.
Right. He looked at Melania when he said it.
And
winked.
winked.
Dead in her fucking eye. That's why she wore the big hat, so she could hide her face, because she could see it coming.
Right.
Division even within the far left and the progressives, right? It's like the economic progressives and the cultural progressives. When you're talking about anything to do with the economy or distribution of wealth, that is more like the economic side of things. And then we have the more cultural side of things where they're really, really preoccupied with things like race and sex and sexual orientation. Now, those people exist, and people exist.
True. Fact check. True. Where's the fact check? Fact check. True. Should come up at the bottom right. Okay.
She's like the smart one. I'm noticing a pattern here.
Yes.
All the dum-dums are on the far left.
Well, that's the progressive side.
Right.
And I agree that I think that the Republicans jumped on that and exaggerated massively. And I also agree that the left didn't necessarily try to separate itself from that. They just kind of defended it. They defended it more. They kind of dug their heels in deeper rather than saying, we don't want to actually focus on that. We want to focus on the economy. We want to focus on distribution of wealth. We want to focus on tax fairness. We want to focus on like school loans. We want to focus on all that because I think that would be way more unifying.
But you can't focus on.
This woman is completely correct in everything she just said.
I know.
They dug their heels in. They wanted to defend it. Yes, completely.
Yeah, they want to have a fight. The whole purpose is having a fight. It's just like the video we just watched. The alt-right.
That's the point.
Yeah, the point is to fucking stir up controversy and cause a fight.
Right.
Because you want to get mad and hate on the right. So winning elections, fuck that.
I think that would be way more unifying.
But you can't focus on one without the other. This country is not just economic and then social. It's socio-economic. An example of...
Oh my God, the brain. The big brain here.
Look at the big brain on nose piercing.
When this hasn't worked is when it comes to...
I wish someone would have called out and been like, hold on a second. You guys see what the problem is, right? You got progressive next to you who just said, fuck cultural issues. We got to talk about the economic issues. And now you got progressive number 2 saying, no, you cannot separate those two things. It's impossible to separate
It's one word, socioeconomic, dum-dums.
Yes, right. So you guys fight each other now in this sphere of battle to figure out who is correct here, because one of you's got to be correct and one's got to be incorrect.
Of course.
Comes to increasing legislation on welfare and creating welfare breaks. A lot of Republican rhetoric will be around people are career welfare people. People are just sitting on
I'll be right back.
Well,
welfare.
that's true, of course.
And they'll use a lot of stereotypes and stigmas that are around the Black community and be able to kind of hijack racism and xenophobia to then in turn create economic policies that don't benefit anyone, because the majority of people on welfare are actually white. So it's not like,
She just gives a complete game away here. She's like, they only want to focus on racism as a wedge argument, which I don't think is correct at all. They got a SANS fact check that came up here. This depends on the program. For SNAP benefits, white recipients make up the large group at 40%. For temporary assistance for needy families, recipients are 38% Hispanic, 28% Black, and 25% white. Temporary assistance for needy families. I don't even know these programs. So I think SNAP is food stamps, right? They don't describe what it is. So look at that. Hispanics are winning.
so it's not like one.
I'm back. SANS fact check. You got fact. Look, they got fact checked.
I already read it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, also,
she was saying white people make up the predominant number of welfare recipients. Like, oh my God, those lazy white people who just fucking sit around collecting their welfare checks and being racist against Black people. And then they had to bring this up, and they're like, well, actually, it's the Hispanics that are sitting around collecting all the welfare. The Blacks are next, and then obviously the whites are in last place with 25%. So
it says it's
this doesn't add up to 100% though.
Well, no, because it's two different things. They're saying it depends on it says they're saying for SNAP, which is food stamps, white recipients make up the largest percent. But then they're saying for this other group, temporary assistance for needy families, which I'm unfamiliar with what that entails. Right. They're saying that one is different. So But then obviously, you get the people say per capita, and they scream that from the rooftops. So I do.
You don't think these numbers are per capita?
No, they're just gross numbers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because you got to consider the whole population.
Right.
Yeah. So it would be like the whole population of Hispanic people. How many of them are on temporary assistance?
Well, that's why it is weird, because I would assume, just because there's a lot more white people in America than other groups, that white people would be the largest recipients in most groups, even if per capita they're not. So I don't know. I'm kind of interested to look.
But you would want to know, like, if
needy families,
you would want to know if 5% of white people are on temporary assistance and 50% of Hispanic people are on temporary assistance, you'd say, what's going on here?
Something's going on here. Yeah, exactly.
Anyway. They checked her. They fact checked her because she's just throwing shade at the white people.
Right.
She's in the white people suck mind frame here.
How dare.
Look at IRI. He's sitting over there going, she's talking about me.
One and the same, and you can't separate it and say, oh, well, people who care about defining civil rights can be in one camp, and people who care about defining economic rights are in another camp. It's one and the same. It's all the same issue.
That really highlights what that division is, though, right? It's not necessarily a left versus right division. It's really a populist versus institutionalist division. Even when we see like recent events with Luigi and people on two different sides that are agreeing that sometimes these actions feel like.
I don't understand. How is this a populist versus institutional perspective?
Somebody's a Young Turks fan. I can tell.
Oh, what did he say? Oh, because he's saying populist.
The jank argument.
Right. But that girl just said that there can be no difference between socio and cultural.
Yes.
Socioeconomic and cultural. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. She said there's no difference. He's saying, well, He's like, yes, that highlights the populace versus institutions. How? What does that mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense.
They're just waiting for their turn to talk.
Oh, you're correct. Okay.
That's what's going on.
Feel like there's a guttural sense of justice, and we could argue whether or not these things are ethical, but there's clear support amongst right-wing coalitions and left-wing coalitions that I'm getting
to murder CEOs
screwed over by institutions right now. So when you say progressives are trying to demonize people or not accept people who don't automatically agree with them, I'd say that's not the case. I think that progressives and people that are on the populist right have a lot more in common
100%.
than people that are institutionalists.
I so agree with that, and I want to clarify that the only time the division really comes in is when there's a hard focus on race and sex. That's when it seems to be very, very divisive, because if I try to say anything that's a little bit anti-feminist, even if it's not, it's like, oh my God, you're on the right, you're an anti-feminist, and it's like, no.
I was just simply going to say,
I like this lady.
I do too. Yeah. Obviously, the moderates are the ones with all the IQ points.
Okay, let me jump ahead a little bit here.
Oh, nice, good. I like jumping around. Feels like I'm traveling. I'm going someplace.
Jump around.
Was that the majority of people in this country are now saying whatever's over here on the left is just too much.
And I would argue that there's
Look at this
and this guy, by the way,
jump in.
I kind of skipped it, but in the beginning, I forgot where in the actual clip is. This guy says that Trump is like Hitler, so he's not some kind of
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, this guy's like, oh, Trump is he's like Trump is literally the demon evil. So that even this guy's like, I think Trump's evil, like an evil demon, but the left has gone too far in many places.
That's why he's mad. He's like,
Yes.
they foisted Trump on him.
Yes.
They aggravated his TDS to the point where he's got to lash out.
What's interesting, he really hates Joe Biden. He says Joe Biden has committed the unforgivable curse of not defunding the police. And that comes up later in the conversation.
Really?
It's pretty
The
interesting.
black guy here.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
He's for
Yes.
defund the police? He came
Well,
out as the moderate. What the fuck?
I'm being, he didn't say defund the police. He said because there was some, I forget what it was called. There's some law they wanted to pass after George Floyd died.
Right.
And he was like, and he claims, and I actually looked into this, and he's wrong. But he claims that Biden didn't do anything to try to pass this legislation and just sat on it.
So George Floyd really moved
no one
him
who's
up.
That, and yes, and then also he blames Joe Biden for putting black people in jail for the crime bill in the 80s.
Oh,
that Joe Biden
wow.
was associated with or co-authored or whatever his association with it. So
Probably hated Kamala.
It just feels
no
like
one
you're
in the
blaming
establishment.
us when the candidate
No, it's
who
not-
didn't
it's
win
not
the popular
blame.
vote.
Who's over here on the left is
I backed it
just
up a
too
little.
much.
And I would argue that there's no one who's espousing that.
It just
There's
feels
no
like
one
you're
in the
blaming
establishment.
us when the candidate
No, it's
who
not-
didn't
it's
win
not
the popular
blame.
vote
It's not
isn't
blame.
even progressive.
Biden won the
the
most votes
Democratic
in
Party.
American history, and he ran.
yeah, but this is but this is nonsense because again, as we said, they keep pretending like Kamala just ran and always was this straight-laced mainstream center Democrat when she wasn't. She ran as the most hyper-progressive woke Democrat 4 years ago, and then tried to be like, "Ha, I'm the different person now," and people are like, "I'm not buying it."
They don't remember that though. They were in diapers when that happened.
Nobody brings it up, and it is very frustrating. Like, I just don't.
So
bring
we
this
got
up.
another fact check here. Biden received 81 million popular votes in the 2020 election, more than any other presidential candidate. They got the Britannica.com too, that's like the high watermark for turnout.
Yes. And they bring that up because this guy is saying, because remember earlier in the conversation, that guy was all like, oh, well, does anyone think Biden's progressive? Because Fox News is going to say he's progressive one way or the other. And now he's going to say, well, Biden won the most popular votes and he ran a very progressive campaign. So he's kind of like,
Oh,
talking on both
wow.
sides of it now.
Hilarious.
Ran on a very progressive campaign. Did he live up to a lot of those promises?
No.
He did not. But he ran on a very progressive agenda, and he got the most votes in American
Can
history.
you
What were the votes? I mean, what were the issues, the progressive issues? He never says anything. He just
don't know. Because I was thinking that too, because I feel the same way that you did. I felt like Biden ran pretty moderate, but then did a lot more progressive stuff, not the other way around.
Yeah, totally.
Realize that the Democratic Party was always known as the party of the people, the small business guy, the working class people, unions, right? So what does it say to you guys that most people have now associated the Democratic Party with wealth?
Yeah.
And elitism, right?
But that's a cultural issue.
You're arguing our case. You're arguing our case.
No, but that's why I'm talking about the marketing
Join us,
aspect of it
Michael.
all.
You're over here. You're over here.
I agree with what you're saying 100%.
There's like this. I hate this because it goes back again to the woke push. The progressives push this like crazy woke stuff, and they try to be like, oh, it's just the liberals. They're trying to do this thing like where they're like, oh, if you think that there's like problems with like the rich doing bad things, and the fact that the Democrats now seem to be aligned with the party of the rich, that means you're a progressive. It's like, wait a minute. You don't understand that all these cultural issues you're talking about, all these woke issues, the rich and the elites in society jumped onto them and used them as this shield to be like, look at what a good person I am. I can fight all the isms in society. You gave them, like the progressives gave the quote, rich and elite in this country, the biggest shield and sword to use against everyone. And now they act like, oh, it wasn't them. It was someone else. Someone else came in and pooped their pants for them. And they're just sitting there smelling like shit.
It's worse than that because it was a disguise so that they could rape and pillage on economic issues.
Yes. Yes.
So it's like a double whammy.
Right.
Yes. Aren't I virtuous? I'm in favor of open borders so I can have a slave caste come in and work in my meat packing factory. I'm serious.
I love when slaves work in my meat packaging facilities.
It's so crazy that people don't see this. People don't call it out.
Okay, I jumped ahead a little bit.
Confused and angry, and he's doing like, didn't J.D. Vance once call him like Hitler? Yes,
Yeah.
his own vice president. Like, it's clear that Trump is a fascist, and I think that.
Yeah, way to win. Way to win the moderates.
I want to read the little quote here.
Rhetoric is taking these kind of the fascist playbook and using it in an American context when we as a country are very kind of confused and angry. And he's doing like, didn't J.D. Vance once call him like Hitler?
During the 2016 presidential election, Vance wrote that he goes back and forth between thinking Trump is a cynical a-hole like Nixon, who wouldn't be that bad and might even prove useful, or that he's America's Hitler.
Yeah, he didn't call him Hitler.
Well,
that's
he
a
says
lie.
America's Hitler. That's close enough.
No.
What's the difference between Hitler and America's Hitler?
No, look, right here. Vance wrote that he goes back and forth between thinking Trump is.
Right.
So he's trying to make up his mind, Sitch.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, is he? Yeah.
Right.
So we don't know where he landed. I think it's probably closer to Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, he probably didn't land on either of those. He probably picked a third option. Greatest president in American history. That's the option on the table now.
Well,
That's what he's thinking.
I know that Vance, whenever they'd ask him about this quote, that he'd be like, I changed my mind.
He says he was wrong. He says he was wrong. Yeah.
I changed my mind. I was so wrong. I know he said that, and we've watched clips, but I don't remember. Did he ever like specifically say, like, someone say, like, well, what about Trump made you think that he could have been America's Hitler? Like, what specific thing did Trump do or say that you're like, that's America's Hitler? That now you're like, oh, I misunderstood him.
He used to be a Democrat.
I don't
he cheated on his wife. He had sex with Stormy Daniels.
Well, but he still did all that. He didn't change. That didn't change.
Mm-hmm.
If that would
but
make
he
him America's
repented.
Hitler.
Look, as soon as you ask Jesus for forgiveness, it's all.
I see.
It's all forgiven. No, I that is a good question. I would ask Vance that immediately. See what he says.
I mean, I don't think you're going to get an answer. I don't think there is an answer to that question. Because
look, he can't come out and say, "Oh, these are the terrible things Trump did." It's too late for that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess you know what he could be. Well, no, this was before the fine people thing, so he couldn't use that as like, I got tricked by the media, the fine people, right? Like, because this was before that. So
he says,
that'd be a good excuse.
during the 2016 president. Yeah, you're right. It was before the fine people thing.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the birtherism stuff.
It was probably. I wonder if it was probably the first speech that Trump gave. They're sending their drugs. They're rapists.
And I assume some of them are good people.
Some of them maybe possibly could have maybe, probably, maybe, could have maybe been good people. Mr. President, why did you add so many qualifiers to that last part?
I don't want to be
Shut
trapped.
Shut up, rapist.
Hitler. Yes.
Oh my God,
Hitler.
they all know. They all know the meme.
Yes.
They all know the meme. They all know the narrative. Makes me sad.
I know.
Hitler. Yes, his own vice president. Like, it's clear that Trump is a fascist, and I think that giving a fascist or someone who wants to be a fascist any concession on literally anything is playing into that fascism. I think you have to be so, like...
Did you see that reaction? Did you see that?
I missed it.
Oh, wait, look. Watch the woman in blue here.
Or someone who wants to be a fascist, any concession on literally anything is playing into that fascism. I think you have to be so...
Oh my God, that's so awesome. So she kind of smirks and rolls her eyes as if, oh, this is the shit that's costing us every election and will cost us every election.
Yes, on the topic of, you got to fight the fascists everywhere. You can't possibly work with them on anything. No concessions.
Yeah.
And I bet this was before Elon did his fucking Nazi
salute.
salute. Yeah. So that didn't help the situation.
It's very sad because she is correct. I'm telling you, she's the smartest woman on the panel right here. She knows. She's like, oh my God, Jubilee is setting us up for failure. We're going to lose the midterms. That look was the we're going to lose the midterms look.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Read the room, bitch. No one thinks she's a fascist.
Dan Irish, thanks so much for $20. Says, I sent you a tweet about the trans prisoners thing. Oh, let me see here. From the New York Times, it says the number of people affected is relatively small. There are about 1,500 federal prisoners who are transgender women, according to the Bureau of Prisons. But they represent an outsized portion of federal inmates, especially among female prisoners. 15% of women in prison are transgender.
Oh my God, it was 3 times what I said.
Well, no, I think you said 5% in women's prison, but there could be 15% overall. So, wow, that's, I mean, on one hand, that's crazy. And on one hand, that actually makes perfect sense.
Right.
As I said, men are more likely to commit.
I said 5% of the women's prison population is transgender.
Right.
But I guess
I thought you said
just...
5% in the women's prison, period.
Yeah.
Right.
Out of the 100% of prisoners in women's prisons, 5% are transgender. But it turns out it's 15%.
It's 15. Yeah, I thought they said 15 in general or just transgender, but no, they're saying 15% of women in prison.
Yes.
Well, actually, wait, hold
on.
Well, it says among. Well, actually, it's unclear. It doesn't, because it says 50% of women in prison are transgender. Does that mean 50% of women in women's prison are transgender, or just 15% of women in general prison are transgender?
And some are in men's prisons?
Some are in men's. I don't know the answer to that question.
Interesting.
So either way, it's a lot. But,
very sad.
Like, powerful and proactive with your defense against fascism. So I think in that sense, the concessions towards the right are moving, because the right is just moving in a direction we cannot go. So that's why I think that the party is going a little bit too far that way.
But when Trump says we're the party of common sense, he's moving in a direction that we just can't go. It's impossible to go there.
Well,
impossible to be for common sense.
Obviously, it depends.
How dare you?
No.
Look, if Trump is a fascist, he has to stop saying we're the party of common sense, because fascism is not common sense. All right.
I mean, the fascists think it is.
You don't go to, well, look, that's why the fascists are so low in number.
Okay.
Yes.
J-Mac, thanks so much for a circuit 5 for $20. Says, never forget that the government cut me a check for $2,200 for the COVID stimulus check. Me, government efficiency, indeed. It wasn't means tested, didn't it? It just gave it to everybody.
Of course, yeah.
They say, here's your check.
Well, look, the thing that chaps me about that is so much of it was stolen through scams and stuff like that. So much COVID stimulus money went to criminals. It's even worse.
Yes. and the
horrible.
justified people like JMac who got it and then redistributed that COVID money to us, right?
Yeah. Well, I got a COVID stimulus too, and I got to tell you, I mean, I didn't really need it, so. But I did like the fact that a lot of people did get the COVID stimulus money, because I do think it really did promote a lot of spending on things like the comic book and stuff. So
there you go.
I do think this is interesting because a lot of that money did ultimately end up in rich people's pockets because they were the ones to benefit on selling goods and services. So
Well, because they didn't. Well, especially if they don't need
trickle
because
up
the idea behind it
economics.
was people who are not working or struggling because of lockdowns. Here's some extra money to help you go through, and that's fine. But then but the people who didn't need it, they just said, "Oh, more money."
Yeah, I'll
right?
buy some Apple stock with this. It'll be
Yeah,
great.
right.
Well, and not only that, it goes through the people who spend it right away and don't
And then
get
it goes in
back.
their hands because they own businesses that people are spending money on too.
Right. And then they spend it ultimately on stocks and investments and real estate and shit. Yeah.
Right.
That's the path of that $2 trillion.
Yes. That's why the stock market's doing so well.
It is totally. Yeah. High interest rates are making the stock market go gangbusters. Get ready to sell if Trump actually lowers interest rates.
As soon as interest rates go down, no, don't do that.
Do you not think Trump is going to bully interest rates down? I couldn't
think
tell
he
in our
is. I
DMs.
think he
Okay,
is, yeah.
so you do agree. All right.
Yes.
Concessions are, I don't think.
Yeah. I sent Sitch a tweet from Stephanie Kelton, because Stephanie Kelton, who obviously is on the left, right? She is an MMT economist.
MMT mommy.
And I think she worked with Bernie Sanders. She was Bernie Sanders' personal economist. So you can see how far left she is.
Don't say that. Jeez.
She tweeted out that she was kind of on Trump's side about forcing interest rates down. She tweeted this tweet out about how Reagan went to Paul Volcker and said, "You got to fucking bring the interest rates down, motherfucker. You're killing my presidency here." And suddenly he changed his mind. Of course, he said Ronald Reagan didn't have any influence on him at all. He just came to that conclusion all by himself.
Of course.
So I anticipate something like that happening here with Powell,
Well, she said
Jerome Powell.
She said Reagan said not to raise interest rates anymore, I guess. And they didn't. They're like, "Oh, we reached the exact price we want to raise them to." So.
Right. Well, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Volcker was like, "No, I'm shooting for 30%.
Mm-hmm.
You know how high the Volcker interest rates were?
No.
Look them up. He'll drive you fucking mad.
I think you're giving enough credit to the people who are already on the right, who are now headed extreme right. It's not necessarily the people who are on the left shifting over to the right. It's
20%.
the people who we once considered.
Yeah. How do you want to take a mortgage out at like a 20% interest rate?
Jesus. No wonder. I think my parents got some zero coupons around that time period. No wonder they got such high interest rate on a zero coupon. Where the interest rate you'd lock in for 20 years, and the interest rate couldn't change whatever the lock-in period was.
It was like a credit card interest rate.
So I was like, yeah. So if you got some crazy investment like that, 20%, good for you. Everyone else is like, wow.
Oh yeah, you're locking in bonds. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah, locking in a bond at 20%.
Look,
for
you
20
could
years
get
is, amazing.
Savings accounts were pulling in double-digit interest rates.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Some people want that though.
Yeah, savers
Those people are
want
wrong, but they want that.
Like reasonable, rational human beings, just right of center, are now
But that's
give me the hat.
That's
I need
how
the
that
hat.
works. If you give a mouse a cookie, that's what's going to continue to happen. So we as a party have to pull everyone back towards the center. We really do. And that doesn't.
I like his, this lady's crazy. Look.
This woman is not pulling anyone back towards the center.
No.
She's so far off now. Also, I like the visual image of giving a mouse a cookie and then it comes back as Hitler the next day. You're like, how did that happen?
Right.
not start with concessions that way.
So can you just give a couple examples of what you see as being the most alarming fascist elements that we are contributing to by potentially moving towards the right?
I think that agreeing with Trump on the issues of social justice, like social rights and civil rights, should not be a question. The fact that we're starting to question again Roe v. Wade, the fact that we are pulling critical race theory and teaching from classrooms, the fact that
Moment of silence. We're going down fascism because we're pulling critical race theory out of classroom.
Right.
Interesting.
The
What are
most
the-
fascist
Right.
curriculum is coming out of the classroom. Therefore, you are fascist.
I wonder what the odds are that she knows what critical race theory is. has read a single
0%.
critical race theory
0
paper.
fucking percent.
Okay. Okay.
And look,
I don't know.
even the
She's-
social justice stuff. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Well, it's funny because remember the beginning of this conversation was, is the progressive movement harming the Democrats in terms of winning elections? And a bunch of people who were on the progressive side said, listen, we got to separate, we're not about the culture issues. We just want to give people health care.
Yeah, the economic issues.
We just want to give people paid family leave. And this
That's
woman's
not
like,
what she
no,
just said.
if you give a single step on anything woke, then you're a fascist. You're a Nazi.
I believe she said non-negotiable.
Yes, non-negotiable. Yeah.
That means you can't even bring it up.
Listen, I should be on this panel. Okay. Put me in Jubilee. I'll do the face reveal. I've been like, listen, you need to fight.
I'll get you on the panel if you that's a realistic
You need to.
offer.
I'd be like, listen, this progressive needs to fight the rest of the progressives on the panel. Stop fighting the moderates. You need to fight the other progressives because they said that you're a fucking asshole and you need to address that.
Right.
that the dictionary has been banned in several schools in Florida. Like the dictionary? Like if that ain't some shit from Fahrenheit 451, I don't.
Where's the fucking fact check? We need a fucking fact check over here.
First of all, I like that you're food in your mouth. Just screaming.
We need a fucking fact check.
Is that
the
you sound
fucking
like,
dictionary?
you
Fact check.
You sound like Mr. Plinkett. I was checking my pizza rolls. Where the fuck my pizza roll?
No fucking fact check, motherfucker.
Fact check to freaking take a dictionary out of school. So I looked into this. I did the fact check.
Oh my God, thank God.
I did the fact check. Right. And so, because there was that law that was passed in Florida that basically made it so people could challenge what books were in school libraries.
They challenged the dictionary?
And then schools would look at them and then they would adjudicate whether they could remain or not. And in one school district, somebody apparently challenged the dictionary. So it was on a list to be looked at. It wasn't banned. It was just on a list to be looked at and looked over. So
oh my God. Okay.
that's what she's referencing. Though it's weird because also in that list, it wasn't just like the dictionary and a bunch of woke stuff. There was the Bible. There's a bunch of things that were on there. So I don't know. I feel like the law was probably written too broadly and people were just fucking with them essentially, just going for
trolling
everything.
away. Yeah.
Yeah.
don't know it is. And the idea that but there's some good people and we have to try and talk to them and find a middle ground, they don't want to compromise with us.
Kamala. She's like,
bullshit.
Fuck those people. Get rid of them. Fuck. I wish they had played the clip a little bit longer. I would have liked to see what the follow-up was. Was just oh, okay, what do we do then, I guess? Is it over? We just give up? Okay, let me jump ahead a little bit here. So this is
we got to know the dynamic though.
This is the dynamic is Kamala a bad candidate? That was a question. That's why you got IRI in the back.
But who's on what side?
They're all on the side that Kamala was a bad candidate.
Oh my God.
IRI was the only person who was no, I like her.
The same thing to myself so many times.
I honestly,
did.
that Jubilee video came to freaking eat my words.
I respect
that.
I totally did. And I'll just be forthcoming with this. I mean, I advocated for Kamala. I disagreed with her very strongly. I made that known in even a lot of Jubilee videos. But I still thought that she would win. I really believed that neoliberalism was more palatable than the neo-fascists that we're seeing with the Trump campaign. And I was wrong.
He called a neoliberal.
Yeah, progressives are neoliberal.
I hate it. I hate it so much. No one knows what fucking words mean anymore. They're like, I guess there's neocons and I guess it's neoliberals, and it's got the word liberal in it, so therefore it must mean they're talking about liberals, so therefore it must mean Kamala Harris is a neoliberal because she's like more to the center. Even though, again, for the millionth time, neoliberal was literally the fucking Republican position in the 1980s in America. It's a right-wing economic position. Kamala Harris and the Democrats do not and never have adopted neoliberal economic policies. Okay.
Well, free trade is a neoliberal policy, and I think didn't she support free trade and no tariffs and stuff like that? But
No.
I don't see how tariffs are the neo-fascist policy.
No. You can't. No. You can't say, okay, if some side comes up with a suite of policies and an ideology where they say our ideology is that the government sucks ass and we should deregulate as much as possible, shrink the size of government as much as possible, let private business do whatever the fuck it wants. And they say, this is our suite of policies. And then someone says, well, I'm going to call those suite of policies neoliberal policies, which is what happened, right? If someone then later comes along and says, well, I'm in favor of deregulating in some aspect, or I'm in favor of letting private business handle something in some aspect, it doesn't make sense to then turn around and say that's neoliberal. It's like, well, no, anytime someone's in favor of deregulating or allowing free trade does not equate to the ideology of neoliberalism, which is just the government should just not be involved as much as humanly possible, right? Everything should be deregulated. Everything should be in the hands of private business as much as possible.
So in terms of deregulation, Trump is a neoliberal candidate.
Well, it's weird because Trump is not running as neoliberal at all. Populism is very anti-neoliberal economic policy. I mean, all the tariffs and all this stuff, these are anti-neoliberal policies. We'll see how he actually governs. But.
And Harris is a neo-fascist because she's the one that wants to regulate everything, right?
Yes, obviously. Harris is the neo.
What does neo-fascist even mean?
That just means fascist, but new. Today's fascist. That's all it means.
Neoliberal is an economic proposal. I don't know what the neo-fascist economic proposal is. So once again,
corporatism.
Look, these people are just
right.
They're just throwing words out there.
And I think that's really indicative to how much things need to change amongst the DNC.
Look, he's getting a lot of head nods off of this neoliberal versus neo-fascist.
Nobody
people are like, yeah, I like that.
99 out of 100 times when you ever hear someone use the word neoliberal, they're using it wrong. It's infuriating to me. Oh my God.
Neoliberal basically means like libertarian. Yeah, free markets.
Neoliberal means libertarian. And the reason it infuriates me is because it is a socialist subversion. It is a socialist subversion of far left socialists who basically say Democrats are really right-wing libertarians. And so the only way to get good economic policies in America is through a communist revolution. That is what that signals every time someone calls a Democrat a neoliberal. They're just buying into this framing without realizing it.
Right.
In order to continue to win.
So much as it's not Kamala Harris as a person, it's what she runs on. And I think that if she ran on a progressive campaign, she would have done great. And she elected a great vice president as well. I think Tim Walz is an amazing, amazing person who polls very, very high. The ideas that he espouses are great. And then he gets attacked on the news and he's like, since when is it so bad to feed people lunch? School lunch. Oh, that's radical, then I'm radical, right?
So this is a good example of being in the bubble. There are two big things, which is number one, Tim Walz, there's an interesting interaction with Joe Rogan. I forget who he's talking to, where they talk about how something about, he gets some weird vibe of Tim Walz rubbing him the wrong way. And Tim Walz just has kind of this weird, weak, deferential, man vibe to him that does rub people the wrong way. I think it's the same way that some people look at JD Vance and they're like, he's just weird. I don't know why, but he just rubs me the wrong way. And obviously this guy can't see that because he's on Tim Walz's side and he probably agrees. He probably likes that aesthetic. But then the second thing too, which no one brings up, is Tim Walz, and this gets discussed a lot. They go, why did Tim Walz get shoved away into a locker and disappeared? If only he'd been out more in the campaign, he would be very popular. He got shoved into a locker because all that stuff came out about him lying about his military service.
Yeah, he sucked.
He totally sucked. He was a little better than Harris, but that's a very low bar. He was not good in these interviews. He had a horrible excuse for lying about his military service, which was saying, sometimes I'm just a dummy. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
I know he never really addressed it in any sort
Right.
of logical means. He's like, oh, yeah, I lied. I'm a
Right.
politician. What the fuck? We
Right.
lie.
Now,
That's great standing next to Harris.
Right. So that's why they shoved him into a locker. Though, listen, I would say that we do live in the quote post-truth era, or maybe the post-caring about truth era. I don't know if people would have really given a shit the fact that he lied about his military service. Obviously, military people would have cared. I'm not sure how many of those people would have voted against Donald Trump anyway. But considering the stuff that like both candidates lie so frequently with such ease, and no one really penalized them for it, I don't know if this would have bothered. I don't know if like lying about military service is that still a third rail in the public's mind, or can you just lie about anything nowadays? I feel like you can just lie about anything nowadays, and people will forgive you.
Nah, come on now. Come on.
I don't think people would care. I don't think anyone cares about anything anymore. I think it's all good.
I mean, we're in that situation with Gavin Newsom now. Because you can argue his political career is over because of all the little fucking lies he's told on camera in front of everyone.
Wait a minute. Gavin Newsom's political career might be over because of the fire situation. It's not really because of lies.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I do feel like the lies are kind of the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people are going to point to the lies. He might have skated away and blamed all the ineptness on Karen Bass or local officials.
I think there's a difference if there's lies that people perceived as causing tangible harm. So if they feel like Gavin Newsom lied and his lies either caused some bad outcome with the fires, or he's lying about his responsibility with the fires, it's very different than being like, 20 years ago I lied about, or 10 years ago, whenever the fuck Tim Walz lied, he lied about his military service and said he was a Vietnam era vet, like the fucking Covington Kids guy.
It's worse than that. He just lied about being on the phone with the president.
Tim Walz or
Gavin Newsom.
Right. Yeah.
It's completely immaterial to the fires, right?
Does that confirm that he lied about that? I saw that story, but I didn't really look into it.
Everyone could see it though. That's the thing. It's like lying, like so obviously being caught in a lie on camera.
Right.
I mean, there's a visceral response to that that's far deeper than just, we figured out you weren't telling the truth.
I guess that's true.
I'm on the phone with the president right now. Let me listen to the call. I called him 5 times.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's kind of, that's a good point.
I'm moving around for a signal right now when he's obviously trying to dodge the woman.
Right.
God, it's so cringy.
For some simple questions like, how are you going to bring down the grocery store prices? So
would you change anything in the Biden administration? No.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
But that was, to me, that was when she absolutely lost the election.
And I just have to point this out, that we're in a middle ground. That was a moderate decision. And that's what we're trying to disagree with, is blindly saying that I agree with the status quo. I don't want to make any big changes. I'm afraid to say bold action because it's not palatable. It's not optically favorable. If I talk about progressive policies, that was the decision that she made that lost her the election.
And it's interesting because Trump isn't moderate.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, it's just so crazy because that's not what being moderate doesn't mean that you're in favor of whatever the status quo is. The status quo could be fucking crazy radical shit. Doesn't mean like, well, I'm in favor of that. Well, you're automatically a moderate. Like, that's retarded. That's not what any of that means.
Yeah. Trump wasn't in favor of the status quo. That's what he won.
Right. But like, if Trump, gets his way in 4 years and makes everything MAGA country, right? And the next candidate is in favor of maintaining the MAGA country. Is he magically a moderate now because he's in favor of maintaining that?
Yes. No.
Obviously not. Like, it's just this total ridiculous thing. Like, Kamala Harris not speaking out against Joe Biden in that moment, that has nothing to do with her being moderate or not. That has something to do with two things. Her having some loyalty to Joe Biden because he fucking chose her to be the fucking nominee. And also because she felt like any blowback that Biden would get, she would also get. That's the calculation that she made.
Well, and there was a deep perception that all Biden's policies were super far left. So she was kind of signing off on far left policies.
Well, because and we never watched it, but we should. It was that very interesting podcast, the Pod Save America people talking to the people that worked on the Kamala campaign. And they basically spelled that out because they asked them this exact question. And they're like, well, what is Kamala supposed to do? She's supposed to attack like her own record. It's like, I mean, maybe, maybe that's what you got to do. I don't know. You gotta throw
JD Vance did it successfully. JD Vance said, yeah, I was wrong about Trump, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He was forced to attack his own record.
She should have attacked her own record, or should attack Biden. She should have separated herself from Biden. But again, I think part of it was because Biden chose her, and without Biden, she would not have been the nominee.
She should have said Biden is a far left socialist, defund the police progressive who thinks if you don't vote for him, you're not black.
And
I'm a moderate.
And whenever I would come to the White House, he'd try to sniff my hair.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Throw that in there. Oh, my God. It just she had to know Biden was, I mean, she had to be part of the cover up if it was 3 years long. Jesus.
I would imagine. Yeah.
It's so insane. These people have no morals.
Moderate. Trump on the right is a very right-wing extremist, and yet he was able to get elected. So if a right-wing extremist can get elected on a campaign that is rooted in fear, how come a left-wing extremist can't get elected on a campaign that is rooted in hope?
At the end of the day,
oh my God, I'm fucking dying here.
Well, it's kind of funny because the only if you kind of remove the immigration stuff, which Trump did hit the immigration stick like a lot, so I understand this is a big part of his campaign. A lot of the stuff he did do, or he did say, he did run more moderate. He ran towards the center of it. Like, I mean, we just talked about this. You know, he's like, "Oh, are you going to pardon the January 6ers?" Well, we're going to look at it a case by case basis. If they were committing violence, we're not going to pardon them, right? Then he wins. Oh, pardon everybody, right? I don't have the time to actually look through all these cases. Fuck it, just pardon everyone, right? So it was definitely a pivot to the center there. I think we're going to see more things like that. Where sort of like when he was running, he's like, "Oh, you know, it'll be totally fine." And then, you know, once he's the president, you know, fuck it.
Hope he doesn't do that on abortion.
We'll see.
Nah, he won't.
Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Boogeymen for people to blame their problems on. What I've realized is Americans do not want to look in the mirror and blame that guy for their problems. So it's trans people, it's these immigrants, you know, and we don't have good boogeymen. You guys brought up Mark Cuban a few times, and I think we're off on this on the left, because I know it sounds weird, but Americans like these billionaires. Look at Elon Musk, like they.
So what we're talking about is they went back to that whole we need a villain to attack, right? And so the question is, can rich people be the villain for the left currently?
Right.
And I don't think it can be, because the left has been associated with the rich elite class at the moment. They basically got them to go along with all the DEI woke stuff. You know, I don't know if you turn around and start attacking them. I mean, I guess you could. I don't know if people are going to buy into it, because I feel like they'd have to. You couldn't just attack rich people. I feel like you have to attack rich woke elites ideology essentially at the same time. Like they all feel like they've been rolled in together now.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about it as if there's no villain component to the group that they're singling out, which I don't like that framing that, oh, these people are just innocent and there's no causal relationship between what the Republicans are saying and the group. Obviously, I think they were pointing out immigrants are lowering your wages and potentially raising the cost of housing, which could be true, right? Let's set that aside, the truth value of it. But I think people in their minds question whether or not this actually is true. I don't think you can just demonize somebody without there being some way that it actually affects the person, right? The transgender women in sports, like there are people that are tangibly affected by that. They're not just picking some group and then making some bogus narrative about how they're hurting you as a part of the electorate.
Of course, there has to be some underlying narrative you can associate with it to make it have some form of logical sense.
Yeah, but I think progressives are completely divorced from that. Like you tell them, okay, trans women are taking medals away from women, and there's probably women that are chapped about that. Maybe you have women in your life that are chapped about that, and they're like, oh, that's fucking retarded. That doesn't make any sense, right? You tell them, okay, you're working with a bunch of illegal aliens that are, getting you fired or lowering the wages. You see it in your industry, and they're just like, oh, that doesn't happen, right? That's not the case. That's in your imagination. Republicans are just making this shit up, right? That's a typical response. It's infuriating.
Well, but I think with rich people would easily fill that role because you say, oh, well, why are prices going up? Because the evil rich business owners are raising prices on you.
Right. The evil rich people are hiring the illegal aliens under the table for slave wages.
Listen, you're not going to listen. You don't want to bring up that part of it if you're on the left, obviously, right? You got to hide that part of the conversation.
Yeah, and it hurts
the conversation
you.
changes.
It definitely hurts you having to hide that part of the conversation, doesn't it?
Right. It does. Yes. But I'm just saying you could theoretically, what I'm saying is there is a logic. You could blame the rich for prices going up. You could blame the rich for housing and all these other things, for not having enough degrees, for college prices being up. You could blame the rich for a lot of things if we're not adjudicating the fact claims.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can blame the rich for a lot of things. And there's a logical form there. What I'm just saying is I don't know if that just works because so much of the rich has basically inculcated itself into the current democratic ethos. It's sort of like, yeah, right now the Republicans can blame the elites in the business class because the perception is that the business class elites have shifted to the left. But until very recently, that's not the case. Very recently, they were all seen buddy-buddy with the right, and they could only attack them. And I think the Republicans and Trump can only attack them because of this perspective shift that the elites and the rich have switched sides, essentially.
Right.
They look at these guys as rock stars, and we here bash them all day long. And I understand, I support the wealth inequality is ridiculous, but Americans don't make that connection. I think we got to really chill, pump the brakes on attacking these billionaires because it's just not resonating with the American people. We can come up with a boogeyman. I don't know what that is right now.
Well, our boogeyman is Trump, and we've heard so much negative.
That didn't work though. Obviously, that was not effective. So.
Well, and they just demonize the rank and file Republicans. Like their boogeyman is obviously racists.
Mm-hmm.
So since racists are few and far between these days, they're not getting substantial platforms. They're not an effective boogeyman for them. So they've moved on to make rank and file conservatives into this boogeyman.
Well,
and I think it's not working.
I think people just get tired of boogeymen. So you had, the woke push the racist boogeyman for a long time, and it was effective. I think it's just people were tired of it. And while Trump's been pushing the immigration boogeyman, there wasn't like nothing changed or nothing. People did not perceive that some change occurred to actually like curb it. Like if there is some curb of immigration, and then Trump and the Republicans are still blaming immigrants for everything, people would grow tired. They're like, well, we changed something. Like things changed, there's less immigration. We stopped illegal immigration. You're still complaining about it. Then people would grow tired of like hearing about that boogeyman.
Right.
But then because you hear they hit them with the immigration boogeyman, and then you see like there's like, some explosion of immigration in the country because Biden totally dropped the fucking ball. Then that sort of validates in people's minds that boogeyman, the truthiness of the boogeyman of it being immigration.
All these numbers coming out with the number of illegal aliens that are criminals that have criminal records that they're just catching and releasing are pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that makes it seem like there is an actual there, right? That's not just some empty boogeyman that doesn't actually exist.
I think that there wasn't anything like that, any of those statistics. I don't know how much statistics really persuade the average individual. I think that there was just seeing, schools and public parks like have to be converted into shelters for, all the asylum seeking claim applicants. I think that,
Right.
and people going like, oh, what the fuck? Like, my kid can't play in the park, can't go to school, just, use the gymnasium in school because there's like, asylum seekers, in like living in there, right? I think that's the there that people reacted to.
Yeah, look, you're making my point about how they're not just selecting boogeymen at random. There's like real policy disagreements going on here.
Of course.
So I don't like their framing. They're like,
well, it's not
we
random.
need a boogeyman. No, you need a policy. You need policy prescriptions that people are going to like.
It's not well, I don't even know if I agree with that. I don't know how much people vote on policy. I think a lot of people vote on competency and the perceptions of competency, and directionally. And I mean, you do need a book. I think the issue is the boogeymen are not chosen at random. They were never chosen at random. And it goes exactly into my left-right definition. If the right is, enemies of the system, enemies of tradition, like the boogeyman of the right has to be an enemy of tradition or someone coming into the system from outside of it. So like an immigrant completely hits that completely perfectly. And then the left boogeyman are, people who stand in way of changing the evil system that currently exists and tries to close down the borders. And so what do you get? You get rich people and racist. And I'm saying that those are their two boogeymen. It's just they've kind of used out they've blown their load, so to speak, on the rich and the boogeyman of racism, and it hasn't really got the country anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All saying, yeah, the right's so bad, kumbaya, blah, blah, blah. But I really think that a lot of it is moderates' fault for why people are viewing Republicans as these great people.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
All saying, yeah, the right's so bad, kumbaya, blah, blah, blah. But I really think that a lot of it is moderates' fault for why people are viewing Republicans as these great people. And I think it's because people view...
Say anything about Republicans being great people.
No, that's what...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Isn't it funny?
What the fuck?
Well, I do like that this guy's like, the problem is moderates are not demonizing Republicans enough. And this guy's like, I never did. Like, I demonize Republicans.
Right.
People that are of the working class, that's the prompt, is that people feel that the Republican Party better represents the average American. And the reason why is because the DNC for so long has placated to moderate views on how we're going to change our rhetoric, how we're going to change our marketing. We don't want to be controversial. We want everything focus tested. Trump went on podcasts. He tried to change the culture. He tried to change the way that people viewed him. And he used that populist message in order to build the flames of his campaign. And that's something that I think can rely heavily on the blame of moderates. I'm not necessarily saying y'all, but moderate consulting class that usually is being paid by them.
I wonder.
I hear this argument a lot. It does frustrate me because it's completely divorced from reality and history. Okay. What happened, and actually, you know what? I think it's actually completely unfair to blame the Democrats even for this as an institution, as a party. The Democrats didn't leave the working class. The working class left the Democrats. That's what happened. Because you had, from the 1940s to 1980s, you had the Democrats, like this idea, this stereotype of the Democrats that they're talking about. This is it's an old stereotype, but it hasn't existed since the 80s. It was 1940s to the 1980s. Democrats were like, we're the party of unions. We're the party of the common man. We're the party of the little guy, all this stuff, right? That was the Democrats from the 1940s to the 1980s. And they were very successful politically on that message. And then what happened? Jimmy Carter happens, inflation rates, have been going crazy for the last 10 years. We just talked about the Volcker inflation rates and all that stuff. And everyone says, okay, I don't like any of these Democrat pro-union, pro-labor, working man economic policies that we've had for the last 40 years. Yeah, it brought us, a lot of economic success after World War II, but right now, what's it done for me lately, right? All it's done for me right now is it's created an inflation crisis that's gone fucking crazy under Jimmy Carter. Part of it's because of the oil embargo, obviously, too. And that was going on in that 1970s. And Jimmy Carter and these left-wing economic policies get the blame for this massive inflation problem. Reagan comes in and says, fuck all that, lame, gay, left economic policy shit. We're going neoliberal. We're going libertarian economic policies. We're going the complete other direction. And not only does he win on that idea, but he wins overwhelmingly. He annihilates, Reagan annihilates the Democrats on changing the policy economically. He totally wins. He annihilates them twice in a row. He annihilates them. Bush wins again. And Bill Clinton, the first Democrat to win again after Reagan, is only able to scrape together a coalition by moving away from being the whole like pro-union party of labor to a more, what was the center at the time position, where you talk about being in favor of NAFTA, being in favor of free trade and all this other stuff. So it was definitely the Democrats reacting to the population and the perception of the populations pushed them in that direction. And I think that's why they kind of like after Clinton were scraping around trying to figure out how to exactly define themselves. And maybe that's part of why wokeness gained such a foothold, was because Democrats have been trying to kind of figure out how to define themselves for the last 20, 30 years.
Interesting perspective. Yeah. They cling to the social issues to kind of just make themselves distinct.
Right. To figure out their identity after Reagan shellacked them, 40 years ago. They've been sort of wavering ever since.
Right.
And so, that's really what kind of the way it happened. And then, well, I don't really want to get into, there's a whole, that'll like take another 20 minutes to talk about, but so it's not like moderates the way, like this guy, it's just annoying because, all these like very extreme political people, they're like, if only my political party would vomit up all my extreme political positions, then we'd win every election and everyone would vote for us and be so happy. It's like, okay, buddy, there.
Right.
Get over here.
But you're right. But here's we got whooped on the border.
Somebody sent me a message that the stream went down, so I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe it's not the case. Maybe it went down for someone. I see the chat still up, though. Oh, they said, don't think they know the stream went down. Are you guys aware the stream went down for a few seconds? Is it back?
Is it back?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Let us know if it's back.
Oh, but so did it go down just like on like a connection issue, or I guess it wouldn't come back if that was like a copyright issue.
Pull up a copy of the stream and see if we're still streaming.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're still streaming?
So good.
Oh, you guys got taken down for a minute, they said. Oh.
Yeah, but we got taken. No, it was a copyright issue. Oh.
Yeah.
That's super weird. I didn't even know that was possible. It said policy violation.
They took us down, but didn't take us down?
Yeah.
We're back again?
What does that mean?
Well, what was you wanted to talk for 20 minutes? Go for it. We got plenty of time now.
Well, that's what it doesn't make sense. I'm going on some long tirade for like 10 minutes. How is that what triggers the takedown? How does that work?
Yeah, that sucks.
That doesn't make any sense.
You're back. Everyone's saying you're
we're back. Okay.
You guys currently being sexy live.
That's true.
I guess
and I
we'll
don't
read
see
some super chats.
There's no notification in anything about
There
it.
is a viewer drop. I don't know.
No, but I mean there's no like copyright notification, or policy notification or something.
We dropped about 200 viewers though.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It happened just as you started your long tirade. Oh, that's hilarious. Well, then I guess no one heard it. It doesn't matter.
The tirade was about Ronald Reagan stealing the progressives' thunder and then going on an identity crisis, wandering through the desert for 40 years and 40 decades.
Yes. Much like the Jews.
Yes.
Much like the Jews.
And that's how they ended up at Wokistan.
Yeah.
They're like, look, we can't distinguish ourselves on economic issues because we suck at economic issues. So let's just say transgender people can do whatever the fuck they want, regardless of what the law is. And that will be our stance. We'll build our identity on that.
Right.
Everyone was like, okay, that's cool. I like it. It's edgy. People will hate it.
I like it. Everyone will hate it. It's the meme comic. How will this get us more votes?
Yes.
More votes? Question mark. Yeah. So this part here, we'll play it. It's in brief brief segments here.
You gonna risk it?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck them. Or do you want to just
But
end
what
it?
if the stream goes down?
We'll fight it.
We could just
Fight
read
these.
some super chats.
We're gonna
I
fight
don't want
these
to. Let's at least catch up on super chats.
Okay,
if the
we'll read some
stream
super
goes
chats and we're gonna
down-
come back. Okay.
If the stream goes down, at least we have the super chats read. We don't have
That's
to
true.
start another stream up and read super chats.
Okay.
And look, people might want to weigh in on the conversation. And
true.
I need a little break, so I'm gonna
That's the
run
real
to
thing. You're
the
supposed to- you
little
just want to go to the
boys' room, and you
You go to the boys' room. Make sure
Yeah.
there's no trans women waiting there
Oh,
or
yeah,
trans
we have a
men waiting
sign.
there. I should say trans men in there. Waiting to jump at you.
We have a sign on our bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No
Just in case.
transgenders. Yeah.
They
No,
say
I'm just
trans
kidding.
men and Nancy Mace not allowed in the bathroom.
Obviously not.
Right.
That would be horrible.
Christian Baller, thanks so much for 33 months. Says closing in on 3 years. That's true. Need a higher tier pyramid. Galaxy, perhaps. Adam, have you ever read I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison? I'll ask him about it. I don't think you can, at least currently. There is no 3-year pyramid. There's only the 2-year. But yeah, they should add more. We need more pyramids. That's true. YouTube, get on it. Joey Hollywood Films for 2 hours says S-Class is Superman the movie and A-Team is Superman 3. It's fun. I'm assuming that comes after my tirade about how much I don't like the original Superman movie. So Superman 3 is significantly worse than even Superman 1, which was not great. So that was a very, very bizarre. That was the one with Richard Pryor, right? Richard Pryor is like he's like randomly a super tech genius by accident. And there's like a computer that's gonna like blow up the Grand Canyon or something stupid. Oh, and that's the one where Superman splits in half for no reason. There's like evil Superman. Oh God. That was crazy. Fate of Morality for 2 hours says finally raining in California, fires blow me. That's great to hear. Though, Adam did tell me that as soon as we got on stream, he's like, oh, it's finally raining. And I was like, oh, it's great. And he's like, well, yeah, but now there'll be a bunch of mudslides. So I was like, oh shit.
Oh, you're talking about the mudslide action?
Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you can't ever can't catch a break in California.
It was
So
raining like crazy during the live stream. It sounded loud.
interesting.
I like
Have
to
you-
just sit and look at the rain. We don't
Have
get
you read-
it much, but
Have you read the book I Have No
I don't
Mouth
read
and I Must
books.
Scream?
no, I've never read that book. Is
There you
it
go.
fiction? I don't read a lot of
It's
fiction.
a short story.
Oh,
And it is fiction.
well, I do like
yes.
short things.
Right.
I was going to message RII and see if he wants to come on.
Okay.
What
That's
do you
cool.
think?
Sure. Dashman for 19 months says, do you guys travel long distance ever? How do you prepare for the long flights and not needing to hit the can over a 12-hour flight? LOL, I'm dying right now. What do you just go? What do you mean? You go to the bathroom? You can go to the bathroom on a plane. What are you talking
They
about?
have what? Are you kidding me? They have bathrooms on airplanes? No,
Okay.
they don't have
First
that
of
kind
all-
technology.
First of all, I mean, if you're on a long flight, like you should, it's like not healthy to just sit there for fucking, I think you're not supposed to sit for more than 4 hours on a plane, right? Without getting up and getting the blood circulating. So,
Yeah, you got to get up and march around.
right.
Go take over the cockpit for a little bit.
Okay, don't do that last part. Camera 502 for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says Brianna Wu has the weirdest week. First, this most base Pierce Morgan appearance, followed by sweeping for Destiny. I'm just confused. Oh no. Has she been sweeping for Destiny? Is that true?
Yeah, she's got a lot invested in. Obviously, Destiny's her guy as far as she wants Destiny to be the Joe Rogan of the left. She's put a lot of time and energy into that. Remember, she organized them going to Washington, D.C. to talk to Ro Khanna
That is
with
true.
Vosh and Destiny.
Yes.
Everyone was
Yes.
like, oh my God, Vosh and Destiny are going to join forces and they're going to be the joint Joe Rogans of the left. It turns out Destiny gets caught for revenge porn and Vosh gets caught for like cartoon pedo shit.
Yes. 100%. But that was like last year though.
Oh, they're innocent now? Oh yeah.
No, I mean like
that's all 2024 shit.
I meant like that was last year. No, the whole them teaming up to talk to the Democrats, wasn't that last year?
Yeah.
So a lot of time has passed for her to throw them under the bus. Under the
Oh,
bus.
you're right. Well, it doesn't take a lot of time. It just takes like 15 minutes. So
Right, exactly. So really, what did she? I actually haven't seen her talk about the desk thing at all. I don't even know what's the stance here. What did she say about that?
yeah, I don't know either. So
That's crazy.
but I assumed she was gonna defend Destiny.
I didn't. It seemed like no one was defending Destiny. She'd be like the first one I'd seen. The first influencer, orbiter, whatever you want to call them.
There is a genocide going on of trans, gay, and marginalized people. Okay.
Mhm.
Sometimes you have to friend up with the revenge pornographers in order to win the war. That's the thinking that's going on.
I see.
They're like, he's super politically effective, so we have to do it. But
Right.
wait, he's completely taking advantage of women. No, just turn your head. It's kind of the Harvey Weinstein argument, right? Well, he is a rich movie producer that can get you a lot of amazing films, right?
Mhm.
He could launch your career.
Someone
so ignore
said,
all the bad stuff.
"Oh, here we go. The
What do we
Destiny
still
situation.
offer?
Destiny situation that they talked about it 2 days ago. So I guess I'll watch that." And someone in the chat said that Connor is going to be on Wick TV defending Destiny in a debate. Oh, no.
Really?
Oh
Holy
God.
shit.
Is that true? I could have swore I saw Connor not defending Destiny on Twitter. Maybe I misread the tweet or something.
Everybody has been saying Connor is defending Destiny.
I could have swore I saw him not doing that. I guess I was wrong.
There's like a million comments saying Connor defending Destiny is disgusting and repulsive, and they can't believe how Connor's completely turned his back on any moral perspective. Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, I
Okay.
feel kind of bad about it. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I do. In all honesty, I feel horrible.
Yeah, it says Thursday. Connie, I'm looking at Wick's Twitter. Thursday. Coming to discuss whether we should overlook bad behavior for political gains. Well, I guess we'll find out. Interesting.
I mean, it is. There's going to be a lot of whataboutism going on. Just be ready for it.
I'm ready.
Remember the argument I made about America forgiving Donald Trump for his infidelities on January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be people are going to be throwing that in.
I don't think they're gonna. You think so? They're gonna be like, but Destiny's gonna fight against January 6th.
If America can forgive Donald Trump, then we can forgive Destiny.
Right.
That's what they're going to say.
Hmm.
It's going to be super ironic because Destiny is not going to forgive Donald Trump.
Right.
Like America did.
Okay. Well, I'll watch the stream where they talk about it. I see that I'm reading the comments and people are.
Just bring it up now. What we got?
It's
nothing
like 3
going.
hours long.
Just we'll hop in
4
at some
hours
random
long.
spot.
Okay.
What is the talk?
It's about the Destiny situation.
Okay. We got to go on the fly. Look, Jubilee's going to delete our whole channel.
Oh my God! Don't be a coward.
Thank goodness.
Don't be a bitch. Okay.
Hold
we gotta
on.
just.
I want to thank personally
power
whoever.
through.
Let's see who. The first person I saw alerted me on Twitter here.
The power through. Watch the rest of it.
It's Jamama Moo. Thank you, Jamama Moo. He said, stream got the boot
Okay.
on Twitter 13 minutes ago. Thanks for alerting us. You saved our lives. Sitch is trying to play the strong man, but really he doesn't want to get deleted either. He's trying to throw it all on my shoulders. Make me the fall guy, the bad guy.
I think we could. Like the rest of my time codes are pretty short clips. I think we could manage.
I don't. Why risk it? We've been super cautious already. What they do is they record how much of the stream we listen to now, and they're like, "Oh my God, they made it up to 6 minutes. Give them the boot. 1 second more, and they're dead."
No.
So as soon as you play 1 second, they're like, "That's it. You're out of here, bitch."
Okay.
You played 3 minutes of our content. 3 minutes of our 45-minute video, you fucker.
Okay.
How dare you?
Okay.
I sent IRI a DM. I said,
Well,
hey, what's up? We're streaming if you want to come on. What?
Okay. We can
watch the Destiny drama.
Just,
or you want to cut off? You want to just cut out? We can do that.
Well, we could either cut off or watch the breaking points thing.
Oh yes, the breaking points. I want to watch that. Let's do that.
Okay.
What is that over? What's the breaking point?
It's about the female priest lady that everyone got super triggered about.
Oh yeah, that's good. I want to see that.
Okay.
I did not get triggered about the female priest lady, and I think that's how I can tell I'm not a conservative, because I was just like, whoa, 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 guys.
Right.
You guys are getting way too upset about this lesbian Catholic chick. Okay, just like chill already. All she's doing is giving President Trump an earful. Who fucking cares?
Right.
Who cares? Let her blah, blah, blah. Let her go on The View. Oh, I'm so great.
All right, let's go ahead and get
speaking truth to power. Oh my God. I haven't had this much fun since I went to the Lesbian Olympics. Sitch has been to the Lesbian Olympics, by the way. So he knows what I'm talking about.
First of all, why would you not want to go to the Lesbian Olympics? Okay, do you know the sports that go on at the Lesbian Olympics? They're well worth the watch.
Are they?
Of course.
Is it naked volleyball?
Obviously.
Oh.
So, okay.
Are we reading super chats first, or? I feel like there's some super chats to weigh in on.
We can read
here.
some super chats first.
No, maybe there's not. But these super chats are probably relevant to the video that we just watched.
They are. Okay. Insta Sax for 14 months says, hey guys, Turfinator here. Thanks for reading my study. I worked very hard on it.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Hilarious.
Meme Spren for $5 says, Innuendo Studios is awful, but looking for responses to All Right Playbook a few years ago let me discover Sitch and Adam, also A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo! Look at that.
There you go.
A nice A-Team, and also Innuendo Studios are old videos. Yeah.
Right.
It's great.
PC for $5 says, I had to take out my phone when you said you transform into a black LGBT plus activist. I was expecting to see PhilosophyTube in blackface. Now I feel betrayed.
Wow.
Sorry. Malik for $5 says, what a moron. If a bridge had a sign over it that says danger, I'm not going to sit there and debate how dangerous it is. I'm going to find another bridge.
Right. Yes. But they would argue that sign is fake.
That's why Malik never went on Destiny's Bridges podcast. Okay. He's like, that bridge looks unsafe to tread upon.
Why would you name it Bridges Podcast when Burning Bridges would be such a cooler name? Like, why wouldn't you call it Burning Bridges? That's like a badass name for a podcast, Burning Bridges.
Right.
That just says, oh my God, this show is going to be like conflict ridden. Right?
But it wasn't though.
Yeah, but look, marketing. Marketing. Do you know how it works?
I do know how it works.
Burning Bridges.
Okay.
Burning Bridges. Yeah, it'd be so cool. We should do another podcast and call it Burning Bridges to show how cool it would be. Everyone would be expecting it to be like a shit show, but really it would just be.
It's like naming it the Bad Faith podcast.
Bad Faith is better than Bridges, because Bridges, you're like, oh my God, everyone's just going to be sucking each other off. Holy shit, this is going to be boring. Oh my God. Why am I even watching this?
Fate of Morality for $2 says, why would you talk to your coworkers about trans? I mean, that's a good question. Why would you?
Yeah, look, that's a topic most people try to avoid at work.
Right. Yeah. EcoShitOx for $5 says, and as we all know, to be double wrong is to be double plus ungood. The truth is determined by whoever's in power. Duh. Literally 1984.
But look, if it's a binary position and you're double wrong, doesn't that mean you're right?
No, it means you're double plus ungood. Okay.
No,
get it right.
No, it means you're actually correct.
You're right. I guess if you're double wrong, you would be correct, would you not?
Yeah.
By the laws of
boom.
Madney85 for $5 says the iron law of projection. Everything leftists accuse their enemies of doing is what they're guilty of never fails. That does seem to be the case.
I do like confession by projection. I think
Yes.
that's perfect. It's got alliteration. It's easy to remember. So much of it seems like confession.
Melee for $10 says the people running the CAST study were literally trying to confirm their pro-trans biases and were proven wrong, so they buried the report. LMAO.
Yeah.
True. That is a good point.
Sad. Why can't people just be unbiased like Sitch?
I know. It's impossible.
So sad.
They don't have enough free will. They need to donate more to the stream to get more free will. So they can do
Me, I get a little biased because sometimes I give a fuck. I just give a fuck too much.
You get a little too hangy sometimes.
I care. I
Yeah,
just
know.
care. I want to see people succeed. I want to see the
Disgusting.
goodness in people.
Disgusting.
Right, I know.
Rico Zorro for 34 months says, Abby, stop with the coworker angle. Policy, rationale, actions are challenged and are subject to changes in business. It's your job to know what the documents say and mean. No, it's not. Shut up, bigot.
How dare you? How
Well,
dare you
Pack
think these policies mean something?
Pack for 30 months says, was listening to Mike Malice on trigonometry the other day and realized we could probably refer to trans activists as trans Lysenkoists.
Oh, that would be good.
That is
It's a little
good,
niche, but
I don't think people know. I don't think the average person knows what a Lysenkoist is or what that means, right?
I know that's the problem.
That's why I like trans creationists a little better.
Oh
'cause
yeah.
everyone knows that. Everyone can kind of glean something from that.
What about trans flat earther?
I think trans creationist just rolls off the tongue a little.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
A little nicer.
Flat earthican.
Automata for 2 hours says Sitch hug review video when. Yeah. when's that
Oh
gonna happen,
yeah.
Adam?
Oh yeah. We gotta. Sometimes I close my eyes and I just try to remember those Sitch hugs.
Yes.
So long ago. Too long even. Sitch, why do you live so far away? Why? As
Because
far
if
away
I-
as humanly possible. Why? This
if I
cruel world.
It's funny because we
IRI
actually do,
lives right down the street.
we do live on
My
literally.
buddy Sitch lives 25 states away.
We literally live on almost not the exact like not the exact like most opposite ends, but like very close to almost exact opposite ends of the country.
I'm
It's 'cause-
surrounded by dumb fucks.
Listen, there's two reasons why I live on the other coast from Adam. Okay. The first is so that me and Adam's collective free will vibes and goodness can be beamed across the
That's
entire
right.
country, right? They bounce off me and Adam and they collect the entire continental US in between.
Right.
That's the first reason. The second reason is if I live close to Adam, then we never be able to stream, guys, because he'd be too busy hugging me the whole time. I never could get the work.
Oh my God, you're right. Be painful to stop just so that we could stream.
Exactly.
Yeah. So sad.
Adam Unfriended for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker. Says, oh, cool. My video recommendation got in the stream.
Sweet. This
There
was
you go,
your
yeah.
video recommendation?
A lot of
Nice.
people recommended it, but I'll credit you just because you're the first person to take
the claim.
Yes.
He pulled a Trumpism right there.
He did.
It was my doing.
Okay, JFK.
I know.
Cameraman
Why?
502
Why? That
For
makes
te-
no sense.
For $10 says Biden will always be the center of the Democratic Party. So when they move far left, he moves left. Plus, the admin was filled with Elizabeth Warren people and governed like she would have. Yeah, I think that's probably true.
That's sad. Everyone complaining about Elon Musk getting into politics. I keep thinking, well, that's because Elizabeth Warren was a dick to him on Twitter. He might not be in politics if that wasn't the case.
There you go. Listen does absolutely for $5 says that one activist from the Colombia Palestine riots was correct. If they stop being afraid, we lose.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ouch.
Your Ray for $2 says Trump just nuked Colombia.
Did he really? No,
I'm-
come on.
I'm assuming what you mean by that is he said something about Colombia. But
Was it the Columbia University thing? Well, he did an executive order saying that they could deport foreign exchange students who were anti-American.
Trump issuing emergency 25% tariffs against Colombia after country turned back deportation flights. Donald Trump on Sunday, that's today.
Oh, wow. So we deported people back to Colombia and they said, no way, you got to keep them.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. And he struck back. He's like, oh, fuck you, 25% tariff. But how much does Colombia sell to us? I mean, oh shit, my coffee's going to be like $40.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't even know what we get from Colombia. Donald Trump on Sunday announced retaliatory tariffs on Colombia after its president blocked U.S. military deportation flights from landing. The first instance of Trump using economic pressure to force other nations to fall in line with his mass deportation plan since he took office last week. Hours after Trump's announcement, Colombian President Gustavo Petro said he ordered the Commerce Ministry to raise tariff on U.S. imports by 25%. So he's like, you hit me with 25%, I hit you with 25%.
I just typed in what do we, and it populated import from Colombia.
Oh, a lot of people were asking, yeah.
Everyone's like, what? So look, I nailed it again. Coffee, number one, crude oil, and cut flowers. So close to Valentine's Day. What the fuck are we going to do?
Flowers on that.
Oh, it's a catastrophe.
Oh, no.
To make your girlfriend feel good is going to cost you twice as much this year.
No, listen, this is a good excuse. You're like, okay, listen, I was going to buy you flowers for Valentine's Day, but I support America. And as an American, I'm not going to do it. That's why I didn't get you any flowers for Valentine's Day, because I'm supporting America.
Ouch. Ah, okay.
Don't actually do that, guys.
Why did they turn them away? They're turning away their own citizens. That's so dark.
I don't know.
Can you imagine getting deported back to the United States and they're like, nah, fuck you.
I was going to see if the article explained the situation.
Oh, how many were on the plane?
Let's see. Hours after, okay. So President Gustavo Petro said, I'm informed that you imposed a 50% tariff on the fruits of our human labor to enter the United States, and I do the same. Well, this is 25%, not 50%. Earlier in the day, Petro announced that he had blocked 2 U.S. military flights carrying migrants heading towards the country and called the United States to establish better protocols on its treatment of migrants. Petro also left the door open to receiving repatriated migrants traveling on civilian planes. So I guess they weren't like, were they people that committed crimes? That makes it sound like they're just people that are trying to sneak in the country illegally, and we say, get the fuck out. Colombian, here's the other article.
You need to treat them better. So we're just going to say, take them home? What?
Okay, here's an article about that incident. Okay, good. Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced Sunday he's blocking U.S. military deportation flights, making an example of the headwinds the Trump administration faces as it tries to ramp up removals. 2 U.S. military flights bound for Colombia overnight were turned back, according to a flight tracker, after Petro wrote a post on X that he was denying entry for the aircraft. I'm so glad that we're doing a foreign policy via Twitter now.
Oh, of course. Trump's back. That's like a norm, remember?
Yeah, but now it's spread to other fucking world leaders.
Right. They know where to find Trump.
On X, Gustavo Petro said, well, translated by Google, says, the U.S. cannot treat Colombian migrants as criminals. I deny the entry of American planes carrying Colombian migrants into our territory. The United States must establish a protocol for the dignified treatment of migrants before we receive them. What?
That makes absolutely no sense at all.
What does that mean?
You guys are beating our people. We're not going to take them until you stop beating them.
That's what it's like. I mean, does the plane have to like be a nicer plane? Does it like, what's the plane like? I'm assuming that they're not like chained to the ground of the fucking, plane. Like this is the triangle slave, trade or something. Like this is just a plane. Like what does that mean?
That's an excuse. That's 100%
it sounds like bullshit.
An excuse. Yes. Yeah.
That sounds like bullshit.
We don't want them.
Massive bullshit.
Take our criminals, please. What also, if Trump turns out to be accurate when he said they're releasing their criminals?
Maybe. Well, I don't, because the articles are not making it sound like they're criminals. I don't know if they're like a person who did a crime or just a person who they just said you're in the country illegally. Because that would definitely change.
Well, the people they're going after now are people who have some sort of criminal record.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually. I don't know if that's really true.
Well, they said it has to be true.
Oh, okay.
No, I guess it doesn't have to be true. They could be liars. They're probably lying.
Yeah, it's funny. I see all these articles are using a picture of the president. Let me show you this picture.
Yeah, let's see it. That's what I really.
Of they chose like this like horrible. It's funny. Even like the Washington Post has this horrible picture of the president. He looks like fucking Mr. Burns.
The Colombian president. Oh, how
Yes.
fitting, Mr. Burns. That's perfect.
He's got the Mr. Burns hand. He's like, excellent. I'll send all my criminals to America.
So many people don't buy that claim.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Looks like he's contemplating taking over Springfield.
Right.
How would I do it?
Well, like also like what does that mean? This is why I hate the news.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's
What is it?
meaningless.
First of all, who are these people? Are they criminals? Or are they just asylum seekers? Are they people that snuck in the country illegally? Number one. And then number two, when he makes some sort of claim about like, oh, they're treating them poorly. Like, what the fuck does that mean? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Like,
what's the treatment?
What is the treatment that you're even referring to? And if we're treating them poorly, shouldn't you want them back so that we don't treat your citizens
That's
poorly?
what doesn't make any sense
This
at
makes
all.
absolutely no fucking sense. Yeah.
It's like Israel saying, no, we don't want our hostages back because you've treated them so poorly.
Yeah, it's like,
wait,
what?
No, fuck you. I want those hostages back immediately, you bastard.
Mm-hmm.
You big piece of shit. Thank you for flying them here. Oh, man, this just reeks of, we don't want them. You take them. He pulled a complete not it.
I like how it's so funny. Here's how the New York Post frames it. They frame it completely differently. They frame it like they say Colombia's president buckles under Trump's trade war threat. What do you mean buckles? This
Buckles?
is still ongoing. The fuck are they talking about?
Did they take the prisoners?
They did not take the
Okay, so where did he buckle?
Right. Oh, I guess they're referring to, there's a second post that the
okay.
article reads. It says, while Colombia cannot allow migrants to remain in a country that does not want them, they must be sent back with dignity and respect for them and for our country. We'll receive our fellow citizens on civilian planes without treating them like criminals. Okay, that's wait, that is nonsense. That's bullshit. Because they sent them on a military plane instead of a civilian plane. They're like, oh, we can only accept our own citizens back if they're on American Airlines flights, not if they're on a military plane. That's just unacceptable.
They have to be first class.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is total bullshit. This is just like dick waggling, essentially. Everyone's just taking their dicks out. Now, America's got a pretty big dick, so I don't think Colombia's going to win in the dick fight against America.
It's just got to be demoralizing and Trump is the kind of guy who's going to rub it in too. It's like all the people are running away from your country sucks.
Yes.
They all want to come to America because America's great. Like, why can't you keep your people inside your country? Why does it suck so bad over there?
Right.
Why do all these people want to escape your horrible leadership?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
now you got a 25% tariff on top of your coffee. That's not going to hurt us, is it? I like coffee.
I don't know where my little Starbucks coffee comes from. I hope not. So it says the 50% comes from its emergency. He wants emergency 25% tariffs immediately, and it'll be raised to 50% in a week.
Oh, really?
If
they don't take their people?
As well as a travel ban for Colombians, a revocation of visas for Colombian officials in the United States as well. Wow. I mean, listen, I like this. I'm in favor of this. Don't give me this bullshit. If we're legally deporting people that are not in this country legally back to your country, and you could throw some fucking pissy fit about like, oh, they have to be in a civilian airline. No, I give Trump a lot of credit for it. This is a very good maneuver. Just you throw everything. You just say like, boom, we're just gonna lay the fucking hammer on, bitch. Okay, get the fuck out of here with this nonsense.
He should make them pay for the gas to fly them back again.
Yes.
After fucking with us like that. Listen, buddy. Actually, you know what he should let Pan Am charge the president for all the first class tickets and then still fly them on the military. Say, look,
Right.
we rented our military plane to Pan Am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Pan Am is even an airline anymore. American Airlines.
Yes.
Okay, you're in luck. Starbucks sources their coffee beans for more than 30 countries.
Nice.
Oh, wait. More than 30 countries in the Coffee Belt, which is a region between the Tropic of Cancer
One
and
of them is
Capricorn.
Colombia, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my coffee's going to go up in price.
Latin America.
Shit. I should buy quickly. Run out and buy extra coffee, everybody. Quick.
I know. Look, I'm going to the store right after this, and I'm going to stock
Right.
up on some blonde roast.
Yes. Gotta get that.
I'm going to get
blonde roast,
ahead of
baby.
this. I'm going to get ahead of this bullshit. You snooze, you lose, right?
Yep.
So
Says
you're in favor of them going back on military jets, right?
Yeah, he should throw all these fucking sanctions on or tariffs on them, suspend all people, threaten to start deporting lawful Colombians with visas.
Oh, come on, let's not go crazy here.
What kind of fucking psychotic shit is this? Oh, we're not going to take our own fucking citizens back unless you like put them in a civilian plane. Fuck you. Eat shit, and then go fuck yourself. What kind of, it's so retarded. It's such an obvious bullshit ask. It's a massive, obviously It's just, I want to see what I can get away with. That's all this is. It's nonsense.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
what
absolutely
the fuck
right.
is this shit?
Next, he's going to ask for a fucking ticker tape parade.
Right.
What is the average income of? Oh my God. When you type in what is the average income? Okay.
Says, yeah, so they've already suspended issuing visas already, so I'm in favor of that.
Okay.
Let's see.
According to recent data, the average income of a Colombian citizen is around, want to take a guess?
Wait, repeat that? I was reading something.
According to recent data, the average income of a Colombian citizen is around.
In America or in Colombia?
I think it's in Colombia, right?
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't really say.
Or a month.
$1,200 a month. What is that?
$1,200 a month?
Yep.
Oof. That's why I want to come here.
Can they make that here though? I mean, if you can make that back home and you're going to make that here in America.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Why not just make it
right
there?
I
mean, that's pretty good.
Is it? No,
comparatively?
Well, I don't know what it's like over there, but so it says Marco Rubio said Colombia's president had authorized flights and provided all the needed authorization before, but then canceled the authorization when the planes were in the air. So that makes the situation even worse. So they agreed to it at first, and then they suddenly changed mid-flight or something. That makes it seem even more like it's just a dick-wagging nonsense like maneuver.
Well, I think it probably depends upon who the people are, right?
Right. Well, then he responded to this. I love that we have major international disputes taking place on Twitter. On one hand, I kind of love it.
I do love that. I don't know why you're making fun of it. Like, this is
Kinda
great.
hate it.
Then we can be a part of it. We can see it. This is
Because
transparency at its best.
Because it makes it like 100 times more posturing. Because everything is just done as a posturing virtue.
I don't want to know who's on that flight. Like, is it cartel members? Like,
I don't know. That's the question.
If it's a security risk,
right?
Then all of a sudden they're going to be grappling for solutions. They're going to be like, "Oh shit, we don't have the prison facilities to house those people."
Mm-hmm. This guy's on Twitter a lot. What the fuck?
Look, he's in a major negotiation with Donald Trump, of course.
AOC is complaining, obviously, about this. She says, to punish Colombia, Trump is about to make every American pay even more for coffee. Remember, we pay for the tariffs, not the Colombians. Trump is all about making inflation worse for working class Americans, not better. He's lining the pockets of himself and the billionaire class.
God.
So, There's AOC who, well, listen, AOC, I mean, it's true, inflation. I mean, the tariffs are going to make people pay more for coffee. That's fair. So why don't you propose an alternative? What do you want to like strap parachutes onto them and just like flow them off the plane? Like what's the alternative you want? AOC, should the military just shoot the Colombian planes out of the sky and then land anyway? What do you want, AOC? Like, give me some alternatives here.
She wants utopia.
Okay.
She wants to leave all of those immigrants in the country. She wants open borders. She's for open borders. So
right.
She wants them all to stay here, especially if they're criminal. Okay, I brought up 2 pictures of the fight. Now you can see Donald Trump has that look in his eye. Like, I'm coming for you. I'm going to fucking destroy you. And the president of Colombia is just contemplating how badly he's messed up. Oh my God. I said this entire plane of hardened criminals could come back to Colombia when our prisons are totally full and we don't have any room for them. We just have to release them on the street so that they can raise chaos.
You keep saying that. I do not think they were criminals. I haven't seen a single article say that these were like drug dealers or criminals or anything.
So they were nuns. That's what you're saying.
They were, they were nuns. You were correct. They were nuns. That is true.
They were all Mother Teresa.
Right.
I don't know. Hold on.
Cloned.
This is the thing. I've been watching all of the videos on them rounding up people, but all of these ICE videos are them going after people who have criminal records. So why would it be a bunch of Colombians that don't have criminal records? They're only rounding up people with criminal records.
As someone who spent no time looking into this, because it's not something I care about, I've seen people make the exact opposite claim, that they've gone after people that don't have criminal records. So
really?
I don't know what videos you're looking at.
Look, all the ones that I've seen of them people without criminal records who are like crying that they're going to get deported. They're not actually, they're just worried that they're going to get deported. They're not actually getting deported.
I don't know. As I said, I didn't look into it.
Yeah.
Because it's not something I really care that much about.
Right. Okay.
But the fact that I don't see any of these articles, and even the right-wing articles, if these were like criminals, I assume that the people supporting them would be like, these are fucking rapists. They're criminals. They're drug dealers.
How many people were there on the flights? There was 2 flights, so there had to be enough people for 2 flights. Jeez. Right? Who were the Colombian? Well, anyway, I'll play. You can read around and see if you can find. Chiefly, I want to know who these people were and why they're not taking back their hardened criminals that they released from their prisons into the United States, like Trump has always said.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to watch the video for a little bit here while I search around too. No, I'm going to pay attention to the video.
Let's go ahead and get to
so
this.
Trump said in his True Social post, well, it's from Trump though, he said, I was just informed that 2 repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia.
There you go. Look at that. Adam nails it again right here. You heard it here first, guys.
Not really. What does that mean?
Totally nailed it.
Aren't all illegals criminals?
They've been saying for weeks they're oh my God, Sitch. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Oh my God. I guess it could be. Who knows? Maybe they are.
I don't know. I do think it's weird that I don't see anyone fucking talking about who the fuck's on these stupid flights.
I'm telling you, that's why he freaked out and he had to make an excuse. He's like, oh my God.
Right.
These people are all the people that wanted to assassinate me. So I dumped them into America to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a dictator in some third world country, okay, and you have people that are against you and want to kill you, I mean, why wouldn't you want to get rid of those people? There's 2 good ways to get rid of those people, Sitch. One is to give them the long dirt nap. And 2
apparently,
is to drop them off in America.
So apparently this might all go away anyway, because supposedly, this is so stupid. So supposedly, like, Colombia is going to send their own planes to pick people up.
What if they're dropping off people though at the same time? Like they have
Oh,
people
wow.
sneaking out the back of the plane. So it's really just like a wash.
Says Colombia to send presidential plane to Honduras to pick up migrants from U.S. flights. Okay, so the U.S. flights are not even in the U.S. They're not going back to the U.S. They're going to Honduras. Colombia will send its presidential plane to Honduras to pick up Colombians after the country refused to accept migrant deportation flights from the United States.
They're going to leave those people in Honduras. They're totally going to do it. Holy shit.
Honduras can be like, what the fuck? President Petro has arranged for the presidential plane to facilitate the dignified return of Colombian nationals who were to arrive in the country today in the morning hours. So I guess all this tariff shit's already, I guess you won't have to worry about your coffee price going up because it's already going to be resolved, I guess. So.
But he dropped the bomb on him. He did. All of this
I
was
don't know. Maybe the tariffs
like
will continue because Petro, well, I don't know, because it depends. Maybe the tariffs will continue and so he says, no, bitch, you're going to accept all future planes from America no matter what.
Oh, that's a good one.
So maybe the tariffs will continue. The whole sending the presidential planes that picked them up, this all shows you, this all reads all as like bullshit optics. Like this thing happens. He's like, no, turn the planes back. I'm going to do like a little power maneuver to see what I can get away with. Trump slaps down real hard. And then they're like, oh, well, I'm going to pretend like I'm somehow saving face by sending my planes to go pick them up. Even though that's essentially just, pussing out, backtracking, and realizing you fucked up, right? That's how that reads to me.
You are exactly right. You are totally exactly right. Yeah, it's totally safe face saving maneuver here. He's realized he stepped in it, and he's like, "Oh my God, look, I have dignity. Look, I have a plane. I have an airplane. It's like a two-seater prop plane."
The plane
we're gonna have to make 25
to bring back the possible criminals mysteriously crashed over the ocean.
Oh my God.
Who could have foreseen such a thing?
Oh, that's how we solve our problems in Colombia.
Right, yeah. Terrible.
Oh, this is crazy.
Okay, well, that was an interesting little diversion.
All that spawned over a $2 tweet. Not tweet. Super chat.
Yeah.
Pretty hilarious. But thanks for giving us heads up.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. Okay.
Adam Unfriended for $5 says, "Oh, I see Bluntyfly has returned. President Bluntyfly is back in office. Adam, let Bluntyfly spread his wings and lead us to his greatness." Yes, that's right. Bluntyfly will never let you down.
Daniel Sank for 17 months. Thanks so much. Says Kamala's 2028 run will be the Pence run of the Democrats. Sitch, yeah, exactly. Sitch looks at Adam the way Usha looks at JD when he got sworn in. A-Team reigns supreme.
True. Yes.
Oh, is that his wife?
I was noticing that. Yeah, Usha was staring longingly at JD Vance, thinking, "Oh, he's so great.
Can't believe my weird, fat, chubby-faced husband finally got to be somebody."
Oh my God!
He's still
Why you gotta ruin it?
I mean, listen, I was gonna say he should get rid of the beard, but then I realized the beard hides his like chubby cheeks. So
you guys don't know this, but the real reason Sitch does not want to do a face reveal is because he does stare at me like that the whole stream.
The whole stream. You're like, why don't you pay attention to chat enough? I can't. I'm too busy just looking and gazing into Adam's eyes.
Exactly. So, and he doesn't want to give you guys the satisfaction of knowing that's what he's doing. So.
No, the real reason I don't want to do the face reveal is because Adam would be too busy staring into my eyes. Wow. Okay. And my stubbly cheeks, and be gazing at them being like, oh, if only Sitch was here, I could give him a hug.
One time, Sitch didn't know his laptop camera was on in Zoom. And I was able to see him through the entire stream.
And he was staring at me. And see, confirmed.
No, it was great. Sitch was like throwing his hands around and like gesturing wildly and making all kinds of faces.
All this great content that no one gets to see.
I know, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Listen, the truth is, if you want the Sitch face reveal, that content, okay, you have to pay the highest tier. Okay, the highest tier on the secret Patreon for me. And
How
only
about
one
this?
person has bought that tier.
We could do it this way, Sitch.
And it's Sammy. That's what I'm saying.
Well, actually, I don't know if we could. It would be a lot of work to do for me to record you during the stream and then upload the content with you actually in it as member only content.
Oh,
but I do think that would be a hot item.
No, that would
think
leak
people
out.
Would be like,
To
we
answer
would
the question,
strike the video if it leaked out.
There
what are
you go.
talking about?
To answer the question, Zero Flux, no, because I'm on my laptop. My laptop has a built-in camera, like all laptops do nowadays. But when I'm on my computer, it has there's no camera or anything. So
Yes. Or is he calling you out for your excuse?
no, because I
don't
used to
have a
always
camera.
say, "Oh, I literally don't have a camera," which was true. I didn't have
Right.
a camera until I got the laptop.
Right. Why'd you get the laptop? The laptop sucks. He needs to get more RAM for the laptop.
I got the laptop so I could harass Sammy G in person. I mean, because Sammy G paid the top level Patreon so that she could get the Sitch face reveal.
She did.
Yeah.
It's so sweet.
Equal Shit Ox for 32 months. Thanks so much. Discipline equals freedom. Says, yes, please keep these people talking. We might see the right win the culture war to the extent that we reverse the worst of the damage these progressives have wrought with impunity. That's about the size of what's going to happen. So,
Then they don't even see it coming. Oh my God. They're in such denial.
Philip Kogan's for $10 says, stupid GOP added gay marriage amendment votes all over the country in 2008 to boost turnout when Black people are the most homophobic group in the country who came out to support Obama.
Oh my God. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Has there actually been like data on that? That'd be kind of hilarious if that happened. So
Was it 2008? Because I thought it was 2004 when George W. Bush put all the gay marriage bills on the.
Maybe. I do remember there was a time period where they were trying to slap anti-gay marriage amendments on everything to get voter turnout increase. I forgot about that.
I think that was the 2004 election, and it helped George W. Bush win because all the homophobes came out and voted for Bush.
Shirts off, party on. Thanks so much for one. Get the membership.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says, Shane Baker is the goat of BreadTube. Change my mind.
Shane Baker?
I don't know who that is.
Hold on. Doesn't goat mean greatest of all time, or does he mean like a real goat? Like a paper chewing goat?
He means there's an actual YouTuber who talks about actual bread called Shane Baker. So
Gotcha. Bread is delicious. And carb-free, completely carb-free, so.
And it has no gluten, right?
Yeah, if you're on
There's no gluten in bread. I don't know. People have said gluten's in bread. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Gluten is,
so if you're
bread is
on the
gluten-free,
Atkins diet or the keto diet or one of those, any of those diets.
just eat nothing but bread.
Right. Bread is solid protein.
Right. I've actually heard that people that have problems with gluten, supposedly, when they leave the country and they eat bread in like Europe or other countries, they don't have the same problem.
It's just our stupid, totally processed bread.
Maybe our stupid,
That makes
shitty
sense.
processed bread is just awful.
Sad.
So.
Very sad.
Don Mack for $5 says, have you guys seen Rebecca Watson's new video attacking Thunderfoot? It's like a blast from 2017 mentioning Anita Sarkeesian and the skeptic feminist. I did see that video.
Did you
and
really?
I watched it. Yes, because I thought maybe we would cover it. I don't know if we'll cover it because it's kind of super boring. Rebecca Watson is a horrible black hole of anything good, positive in the world. And it does reek of 2017. Yes, it is hilarious. Basically what happened, here's the download. It is a funny story. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Basically what happened was Kyle Kalinske tweeted out something positive about Thunderfoot because Thunderfoot made a video attacking Elon Musk. And so she got her panties in a fucking bunch twist because she's like, oh, Kyle Kalinske, progressive hero, tweeted out Thunderfoot, the evil anti-SJW, anti-feminist who attacked me back in the day. I'm going to make a whole video about how Kalinski's wrong for doing that. And that's what the video is.
Wow, that is some weak sauce.
Yes. Also, it's funny because right in the beginning of the video, she praises Lance of the Surfs as a very smart, intelligent YouTuber.
She destroys her credibility in the very beginning.
Right in the beginning.
How can she do that?
She destroys her whole credibility, yeah.
She said Lance and intelligent in the same sentence.
Yes.
Come on.
She's like, the YouTube algorithm recommended me Lance the Surfs. That's how I found him. And I was just so impressed that I like invited to talk to him on my show, on my stream.
She talked to him even?
She had some talk with Lance of the Surfs, yeah.
Wow.
Mongolian Leprechaun Serverman from Saturn for 18 months. Thanks so much. Discipline equals freedom. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, have you ever dreamed of throwing crackers at a toucan at a sports shop while tennis rackets move by themselves?
I have had that dream, actually. Yes.
Well, really? Okay.
Very, very meaningful dream.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have not had that dream. I have not had that dream. No.
You should meditate.
Okay. I had a creepy dream the other day, but I don't think I should speak it in public.
You're having sex with your mom?
No. Why is that where your brain went? That wouldn't be creepy. That'd be horrifying. Okay,
that would be a nightmare.
I said creepy dream. I didn't say suicide inducing. I had a creepy dream.
Look,
you know what? I guess
as long as it's not that bad, you can tell it to us.
I guess the dream wasn't so bad. I guess it wasn't so bad then.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I set expectations very high, so now your dream will just seem weird.
Right. No, it was weird. I don't think I don't think people are ready to hear about that creepy dream I had. It was creepy.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not gonna tell anybody. Yeah.
Okay.
It was weird.
Damn.
And it was not sexual in any way whatsoever.
Okay.
That's not what made it creepy.
There was no hugs.
There was no hugs.
PhilosophyTube wasn't in it.
PhilosophyTube was not in it, no. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says managerial class, right Marxist analysis. Ace for $5 says Dems just need to drop wokeness and focus on the working class. I don't think they need to be populist or have villains or a villain to win. I think it would help, but I'm not 100%. I mean, dropping wokeness would help, obviously, substantially. But
I don't see why the narrative just can't be we're for the middle class. We're a policy for. I mean, they could just talk about dealing with income inequality and say, look, we don't want to demonize the rich, but we have we're losing our middle class and we need it back.
Right.
I mean, I think it would work better if they were making an effort not to demonize people. If they said, look, we're for something. Yeah. Yep. The demonization stuff, I think, is not working.
Right. Share the theme of the dream. The theme of the dream was out-of-body experiences. There you go. Alex, right, for $5 says, you're smoking crack if you think rates are going to be any lower than 4% by the end of the year.
Well, first of all, what's wrong with smoking crack? And second of all,
I mean, there's been mayors that have smoked crack, remember?
Oh, yeah. That mayor was cool.
There's multiple mayors, actually, I think about it.
Let me see. What are rates at now? We're at 5%, right?
No, are we? What are we at? What's the current interest rate? Interest rate today.
Which rate are you going to look at? Because there's a bunch of different ones. Which one?
There are. Which one? The Fed. We're looking at the Fed rate, aren't we?
I think people generally look at the overnight rate.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that the Fed controls. I think it's around 5%. It's the overnight federal funds rate is 4.33%.
You think it's smoking crack to get it under 0.33% in a year? That seems like a pretty safe bet.
Yeah. I think there's the Fed sets the rate as like a policy goal when they do the Fed funds meeting. They're like, we're going to lower it 0.25%. We're going to up it 0.5%. We're going to lower it 0.5%, right?
Right.
But they do it through market like market trading. So they sell, I think, bonds to bring it in at whatever rate they're trying to hit. So it's a policy goal to set it there. I think that's why I think the policy goal is 4.5 right now, but obviously we're under 4.5. So
it says last year the overnight Fed interest rate was 5.33. So it's 1% higher last year at this time.
Yeah. So, but I
bring
think
out the crack.
Right.
Vanessa, for 15 months of Discipline Equals Freedom says, are you aware the stream went down for a few seconds?
Only a
Yes.
few seconds? That's great.
Thank you. Fondue for $2 says, Jubilee just thinks Sitch is a big meanie. That is true. Bobpeck for $5 says, why do leftists hate reactionaries but act like they're only ever reacting to the right? Do they just not see it, or do they want to act like the hero? I think they just don't perceive it at all. I think people just, it's very clear that people don't perceive when their side like gets victories, as long as it doesn't serve their interest of being like the victim, right?
Sure.
Ace for $5 says, dude, I'm a Democrat and I hated that lady priest. She's the reason why Dems are hated.
Oh, really? I didn't get all worked up about it, but now I'm totally fat. I'm like, why is the Fed rate at 4? Because they would never pick a rate that's so weird. They always pick 0.25%. So it's like 4.25, 4.5, 4.75. So now I'm just like, why is it at 4.33? That's so fucking weird. What's up with that?
Well, they didn't choose a number. That's just what it's at.
The Fed rate though is decided by a meeting. All the Fed presidents or whatever, they get together and they decide what the Fed funds rate is going to be at. They have meetings. I don't know.
But I thought you said they have to do it through. They do it non-directly. I thought.
Yeah, they do. They do it non-directly.
Right, but doesn't that mean that there's going to be indirectly? Right. Does that mean that there's going to be movement to, like, it's not going to just instantly wake up and the next day it's whatever the number is it?
Yeah, but I thought they could hit it precisely. I didn't realize it was so like, because they have an infinite number of bonds and different instruments that they can sell to hit that rate.
Right,
so,
right.
The Federal Open Market Committee cuts its overnight borrowing rate to a target rate of 4.25 to 4. Okay, so they do it at a target between 4.25 and 4.5. So they're they give themselves, they're like, as long as it's like in this here range,
right.
we're
they
good,
give themselves
right?
wiggle room.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yes. Okay. So, but look, will they do 2 rate cuts? Look, I'll take that bet, and I'll even smoke crack if I lose the bet. Although that kind of seems like that kind of seems like winning, right?
Well, what do you get if you win the bet? What is Alex Wright going to give us if you win the bet?
Well, look, I think the Fed is going to cut rates. Look, especially with Trump leaning on Jerome Powell. Yeah, look, I say we get to 4. I say we get to at least 4% by the end of the year. We're not even in February yet. Holy shit! I think last year they were talking about doing 5 rate cuts in 1 year. Like, Alex must be thinking that the inflation is going to kick up and they're going to be like, we got to raise rates again. Trump is going to go in there and say, raise rates? What are you talking about? You're causing inflation. Trump basically understands MMT from just a layman perspective.
How hilarious would that be if Trump comes out as like a big MMT?
Well, he basically is. Look, you have Stephanie Kelton saying what Trump is, like, praising what Trump is doing. She knows what he's doing is correct.
Right.
And he comes at it from a builder's perspective. Like, every single project that he's done, what does he have to do before anything can begin? He's got to borrow money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he knows. He knows. He's like, if I can borrow at 2%, that's way better than me if I can borrow at 4%. And he wants the economy to go. He's like, I want people to build things and do stuff. I want the economy to grow. Get those fucking interest rates down, you motherfuckers. We need to rebuild Pacific Palisades.
Right.
And we need cheap money to do that. All right.
My guy for $2 says, "Are you going to apologize to Destiny when he's found innocent?"
Oh my God. What the fuck?
I think there's like no fucking shot. Okay.
I'm not going to apologize. There is zero fucking shot.
First of all, I mean, it's possible with the cherry accusation because I never saw any of those videos that got leaked. I made an effort to not see any of that stuff. I don't want to see any of that stuff, right? So maybe the cherry accusation, I don't know if it's been if that's been confirmed or not. So maybe that one, something will come out. But with the Pixie accusation, I mean, how could you be innocent unless he pulls up a DM that she's like, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever the video was shot, that she's like, "Oh yes, you can share this video without my consent to anyone in the future." Like she signed a fucking contract. Like, how are you gonna what do you mean? How's he gonna be found innocent of doing that? Doesn't even make sense.
Impossible.
So I say highly unlikely. And yes, Destiny is crashing out very hard on this for it to not be true. I think some people in the DGG fandom are expecting Destiny to come back, with some sort of epic long post manifesto where he saves his career or saves his not career. His career is probably gonna be fine, but saves his face in all this stuff. And I don't think it's gonna happen.
Has he not been streaming for days? Has he kind of left the internet for a spell here? Is that what's going on? I don't
think
even
so.
know.
I don't think he's streamed since then.
Okay.
So
maybe, I mean, that says it's more of a big deal than anything, right?
Right.
Because if he streamed, would it just be like people asking a bunch of questions that he would have to answer and he can't answer? Like, why is he just not streaming?
That's why, because that's all anyone would ask about. They'd be like, you can't literally talk about anything.
Well, they banned it from being talked about on the subreddit anyway, so.
Yes.
Why can't he just say, I'm not going to talk about that. Let's talk about Colombia and the tariffs. Right? He's missing a lot of Trump action here. He could be making money off of his TDS. Uh-oh, I lost Sitch.
I got distracted by looking at a GIF of Jim Carrey dancing with Jim Carrey in the Sonic 3 movie.
Oh.
It looked super cringe and weird.
I brought up a chart of the Fed funds target rate going all the way back.
I was like looking at Fed fund target rate. I'm looking at Dr. Robotnik and Grandpa Dr. Robotnik dancing, Jim Carrey in fat suits dancing to lasers, which was done for like 5-year-olds to look at and go, "Yay, mommy."
I'm looking at the Fed funds rate going all the way back to July of 2000. Look at this. I mean, oh my God, the housing crash. So the rates dropped all the way down to 0. And we're 0 for what? 1, 2, 3.5 years? Fucking 3.5 years. That's a long time. That's a long fucking time. And then the pandemic, they dropped them down to 0 again. All right.
Sonic 3 was awesome. I'm very skeptical. I didn't see it, but no.
Andrew Clark for $2. Nice to see you, Andrew. Andrew hasn't been around for a long time. Andrew Clark says Mahler's Vilgard video, 1 minute and 16 seconds.
In 30 milliseconds?
And 30 milliseconds, yeah. I guess 1 hour, 1 hour, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. There's some funny cringe moment, but he doesn't say what it is. So
nice. We'll check it out.
I guess look forward to that.
Eagle Shit Ox for $2 says, "Take it back, Sitch. Sonic is carrying Vigifilm." No, I ain't gonna. I saw Sonic 1 and I saw Sonic 2, and I watched them both on airplanes because that's the only time
I still have not seen Sonic.
I saw them on airplanes. I was on an airplane, and they give you the little movies you can watch on your phone, and I was like, oh, what am I gonna watch on this list? Because now we're all so spoiled. I remember, listen, this is how spoiled I am. Okay. I remember back when I was a child, you take an airplane, it was like a miserable experience. Miserable, right? One time in my entire life, I was like on that, like there's an airline, I guess still around, Virgin Atlantic. They had little TVs on the back of the screen, like early. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I have a fucking TV. It's not horrible hell. And now I'm such a privileged asshole that I can have like turn on my fucking cell phone and plug into the airplane Wi-Fi, and there's like 100 modern movies that I can watch, and I'm like, ugh, I don't want any of this crap. And that's how I watched Sonic 1 and 2. Yeah, I know, so spoiled.
Spoiled rotten.
I know, spoiled rotten. But that's how I watched Sonic 1 and 2. They were like, whatever. I don't know. They weren't terrible. They're like, I wouldn't watch these if I wasn't on an airplane. So I'm skeptical that Sonic 3 is good.
Dow futures are tanking on this news. Holy shit. No, I'm just kidding. They're barely down. So.
No, I broke Equishidox's heart. He's a big Sonic fan, apparently.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Oh, that's sad. Why do you do that? He's a great guy.
You broke my heart. You broke my heart, boy. Godfather music starts playing.
Oh, wait a second here. What the fuck is this? Perplexity AI revises TikTok merger proposal that could give the U.S. government a 50% stake.
Oh my God.
This is on CNBC. Holy shit. Trump is going to get it. He's like, take that fucking deficit, $9 billion. That's incredible. Oh my God. They're going to change the Constitution. They're going to make him president forever, Sitch.
You know what's funny? Remember how there was all this talk about like, well, actually, let me frame it this way. It is interesting that the word choices people use changes everyone's opinion. Because we like 50% stake, US stake in TikTok. People are like, yes. But what if you're like 50% tax on TikTok? People are like, oh, fuck that.
Oh my God, you're so right. You are so right.
Because that's what it is. That's what a 50% stake is, the 50% tax on a company.
That's hilarious. That is so true. They're like, it's not a tax. It's a profit.
I mean, it is. I mean, it depends if they have control or not. If they have no control, then it would be just a tax.
I tried to load it into the.
What is Perplexity AI? I've never used this. It's a AI search engine.
Did you find the article? I was going to send it to you.
I just found an article on it from CNBC. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I have it. Perplexity AI on Sunday revised a merger proposal submitted to TikTok. A proposal will create a new equity combining Perplexity and TikTok US would now allow for the US government to own up to 50% of the new company.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. So it's like a joint venture.
This is no way this is going to fucking happen. Why would TikTok? Okay. Why would TikTok say, God, we're not going to sell our company to an American company? And then they're like, well, we will sell our company to an American company if the US government owns half of it. Like, why would they ever agree to that? That doesn't make any sense. Right?
Yeah. No, it makes zero sense.
It makes zero sense unless they're like, the only way I could ever see them doing this is if they're like, we just need more time to delete all our sus shit from TikTok.
Yeah,
that's
those
what, extra 90 days to like get all the fucking Chinese malware out.
Yeah, they built it straight into the code though.
That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think this is all stalling. I think there's no chance that this deal is gonna go through or anything. It's all just a stall technique.
Yeah. It is interesting though.
It is interesting.
It's an interesting proposal, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to go back to the video? I feel like we're safe now.
Oh, now you feel safe.
Now
you feel good.
From the censorious Jubilee.
Less Sell for $5 says, I don't understand how Jubilee DMCA your stream when you guys are very transformative in your actions. Wasn't that why Ethan won his lawsuit with YouTube? You're correct. It's just an auto thing that they're just abusing an auto system. So,
well, at least they didn't take the stream down completely. We were on it this time. We were awares.
I don't know. I don't even know how's it possible that it gets taken down like briefly and then comes back? How does that even work?
We dropped like 200 live viewers. So
right, very weird. Mongolian Leprechaun Superman Surfer Man from Saturn for $10 says, also, you're welcome, Sitch. I'm very happy you enjoyed the Goose video. Yeah, it was great. You guys also should watch Game Dude on stream. I think it'd be hilarious to see how you would react to him.
Well, that's good. Game Dude sounds funny.
Flip the video and put a transparent overlay on it. I thought about doing that yesterday, but I thought we wouldn't really have a problem. So
yeah, we didn't know that they were going to be neo-fascists.
That's right.
About their content.
Bob and go for $5 says, something tells me Colombia needs us more than we need them. I would imagine, yes.
But they have a presidential plane. What are you talking about, Van Gogh? Van Gogh?
Fondue for $2 says, Colombia cartel nuns straight out of Black Lagoon.
True, yes.
Fondue for $2 says, is that the real reason why Adam wears sunglasses? Yes, he doesn't want anyone to know that he's staring into my eyes.
Oh, yeah. I'm staring so hard right now.
Oh, baby.
My eyes are close.
Ace for $5 says, Watson, a chick who thinks a dude asking her out is attempted grape, denies that Hamas committed a mass planned grape on October 7th. Evil ghoul. Did she wow. I don't follow her at all. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she has like the worst positions on everything.
I saw a lot of her videos are like super popular now, though, even though she's definitely from a bygone era.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to me.
Elijah Schaefer tweeted out, Americans are European ethnically. Everyone else is a guest. Doesn't Elijah Schaefer live in Australia now? He's not even in America anymore.
Right.
James Lindsay replied to that saying, I stand against all these degenerates and their message of anonymity and hate. I hope you do too, but we're going to lose our children to them. That's more or less guaranteed now. I mean, I don't think that's
oh my God. He said a tweet without using the term woke right. I'm so proud.
Well, it's obviously it's been implied, right?
Oh, okay. Especially at Elijah Schaefer. That's like his woke right target right there. Anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. Lance of the Surfs just put out some video here.
We got one video to watch here.
No, wait, we got no, it's like a Twitter video.
The woke bishop sermon to Trump.
Hold on. Maybe we'll watch that during the week. Here, look. Bring this up.
But look, you've got my hopes up.
Bring this up, fucker.
Crystal's going to go crazy. It could be exciting.
Right. This is an accusation against Destiny. Another person has come forward.
Let me bring it up. Hold it 1 sec.
Another person has come forward to accuse Destiny.
Oh my God, he butt fucked Lance. Holy shit.
Yes, Lance is like Destiny. Destiny sucked my dick, and then he recorded it, and he was gonna release it to everybody.
Oh my God, no! Destiny!
I fucking wait.
Holy shit.
That's not what actually
Wait a
happened,
second.
but that'd be funny.
Who is this streamer?
That's Denims.
This is Denims?
Yeah, we covered Denims, remember?
Yes, but now she's making an accusation? He slept with Denims too? Holy shit.
That's what the claim is, yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know what the claim is. That's why I was bringing up the clip.
Okay, here it is, guys.
Yes.
What's his tweet say? Let's read the tweet first.
The tweet says, Denims is now the fourth, he spelled the fourth wrong, the fourth woman to come forward to accuse Destiny of
to come forth.
Yes, to come forth. To accuse Destiny of illegally recording her without her consent. She says that when she refused to have sex with him, he weaponized the illegal voice recordings as part of a smear campaign to silence her.
Oh my God. So he records. Holy shit.
Well, okay, I have two questions. Number one, so he says the fourth. Who was the third? There's Pixie's the first, then there's Cherry. Who's the third person he's talking
The other one was the one we watched the clip of. I don't remember her name though.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. He's including that. Yeah, but she's not complaining about. I mean, she's complaining about it years ago. I don't know if she's complaining about it now. Okay, you're
Well,
right.
she has made the accusation. I
You're
don't know if
correct.
she's
You're
like
correct.
made some sort of formal charge. It doesn't
Gotcha,
seem like
gotcha.
Denims is making some sort of formal charge
Okay,
here either.
listen. Even though I think Destiny was definitely guilty of the Pixie thing, wouldn't be surprised about the cherry thing. I don't know though. Just reading this accusation and knowing it's coming from Denims, I am skeptical of this claim.
Oh, really? Denims
I
is
don't trust
untrustworthy?
Denims. I don't trust Denims a second.
So
but I'll
you
listen.
think she
I'll
sees
listen.
blood in the water and she's like, I'm just going to go for it? She's
Yeah,
doing a surreptitious Me Too here?
Wasn't the whole thing that we covered her because she was like super simping for Hassan?
Oh
like,
my
with
God.
the chair stream
Oh,
stuff.
shit.
That's what I thought that's what we covered her.
Oh, you're
on.
right. Yeah, look, she's a Hassan simp.
Right.
Hassan gave her a little call and said, listen, baby, I'll come over later tonight if you cook up a Me Too on Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II tonight.
That's why I'm kind of a little like, okay, it's a little interesting here.
Well, let's hear it. Come on, let's hear her out. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's what
you
I said.
should make snap judgments. I think you should
I'm not
remain
making. Listen, maybe she's saying something that's true. I'm just saying my intuition is not good going into this. Okay.
Okay. Ready? 2 minutes and 6 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
So still like he has so many victims and he has done this same shtick over and over and over again, where he reaches out, or other women reach out to him who are 18 or 19 or 20. And he does the same song and dance where he tries to use and abuse them and then discard them when it's no longer relevant or useful for him. And unfortunately, I made the mistake of not having had sex with him. And after that point, he decided to just do a full smear campaign on me, and threatened to leak non-sexual. In this case, I feel like it's important to recognize that because these people have had to deal with him leaking sexual video footage or audio footage, but then he threatened to leak non-consensual, illegal recordings of me. We had a conversation and he recorded it in California, which is a 2-party consent state, which you cannot record people without their consent, and then threatened to leak that. And I thought that the audio recording was of a different nature, and I was super scared. I was terrified. And that was me thinking it was something else. Like in California, yes. And since that moment, I basically didn't talk about him at all because, like I said, he is a black hole. He's a cynical piece of shit black hole whose only goal is to sexually abuse women. A lot of women like Pixie or like Cherry or like any of the women that he surrounds himself with. And I am very happy to see that there is finally someone who is a perfect victim, who is brave enough to come out. Does he just record everyone around him? Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Okay, first of all.
Sitch, I want to believe this really badly.
Okay, first of all, what the fuck did she say in that conversation that she was afraid of? Did she just say the N-word like 100
That's
times?
what I'm
What the
thinking.
fuck's she talking about?
That's what I'm thinking. He's like, say it. Say it.
Oh my God, I thought he recorded me saying the N-word 100 times. First of all, okay, wait. This whole thing, I mean, obviously, again, you have Lance. Lance is like the king of being very dishonest on Twitter. So he doesn't say in the tweet that it was sexual of nature, but
So
obviously
still, like-
everyone who
like
reads the
he's-
tweet
he has-
assumes that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
A woman is saying Destiny recorded without her consent. That's the context. And then you clicked on the video and she's like, oh, it wasn't sexual. You're like, wait, what? What are you complaining about? Oh, apparently we had a conversation and he recorded me without my consent.
Right.
What was the conversation about? Why did this happen? How did this happen? What are you talking about? I feel like I'm just vindicated from this, even without knowing the facts. This sounds so nonsensically bullshitty to me. Like this sounds like jumping on like the corpse of Destiny on the bandwagon, beat up Destiny train. That's what it sounds like to me.
She had a weird way of saying that she didn't have sex with him. Like it sounded like maybe she did have sex with him.
Oh, is that so? You think? Yeah, but I don't know. Wouldn't she just say that though? Well, wait a minute. If Denham's had sex with Destiny and he recorded her without her consent, I feel like she's the type of person that would 100% sue him. Or
I don't know, Denham's.
press
I have no
charges or
idea.
something.
Yeah. She's got the GoFundMe up. And it looks like they're up to $28,000 out of the $25,000.
You know, I thought it was weird.
Everyone's doing like a fundraiser here.
Do you think it's weird they used the picture of Destiny's avatar instead of Destiny's picture in the fundraiser?
Oh, yeah.
The little like smiling avatar.
They should have used that picture of him going down on the guy. That's what they should.
They used the Destiny at the beach with a shirt off picture that everyone posts.
Oh my God. I hate that picture.
That's the picture you post.
It bothers me that his nipples are in the middle of his chest, not like a normal person where your nipples are like off your huge pectoral muscles.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't look at the picture enough to look at Destiny's nipple placement.
Oh my God.
I had to know whether it bothered me.
Well, it's like a deformity. It just jumps out at you.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, it's weird. It's like, why? You know, Cyclops, he has the eye in the middle of his head.
Yes.
It's like that. It's like, why the fuck are your nipples like in the middle of your fucking chest?
Interesting.
Yeah. I wonder, like, that's people fucking with you, right? That's like someone just photoshopping them there.
They could be.
Let's make it weird.
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
that'd
like
be
the monsters in Star Wars with the eyes like in the middle of their fucking head, little tiny beady eyes.
well, that'd be a good troll is like when it's like this, you take the pictures of people you don't like and you just like you edit them just slightly. Like just enough to make them look kind of off, but not enough that you necessarily would realize that someone
Realize
edited
what
the
it
picture.
is.
Right. You'd be like, huh, this person looks weird. You don't really know why.
It's just wrong. It's wrong.
There was
not
some
how it's supposed to look.
I don't remember exactly what it was. There was some massive, she says it's happening in California. There was some like massive TwitchCon drama, I think is in California, like years ago between Destiny and Denims.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly what the context was. So maybe that was whatever she's talking about.
They were at TwitchCon together.
Yes.
And he tried to score. He went in for the
Probably.
denim score.
Probably.
Turns out this is exactly like the Rebecca Watson situation. He asked her up to his room for coffee.
Yep.
And then he said, I recorded you secretly. If he didn't share the recordings with her, maybe he just said he recorded her secretly, but he didn't really record her secretly. Right?
I mean, first of all, it is if what she's listen, I'm very suspect of whatever she's saying. I don't trust it. This sounds like really like this sounds stupid. Like, I don't know, maybe it's true, but if I had a private conversation with someone and that person tried to like blackmail me, first of all, I'd immediately go and be like, this person illegally, privately recorded me, this fucking piece of shit. I'm pressing charges against you. Like 100%. I just go full like, yeah, release it. Fuck you. I mean, you're going to go to fucking jail, bitch. And I'm going to sue your ass. Release it, fucker. Like, what the, like, I wouldn't do this pussy ass shit. I don't know. Maybe Dems is a pussy. So maybe she goes, oh, okay. I just feel like.
It sounds like she's never heard the recordings though.
Well, maybe. But I just feel like, you know, Denims and Destiny have had this problem for years. Like, it just seems weird that you would use this against Destiny until like right now, right?
I can guarantee you nobody's going to talk to Destiny privately anymore. Everyone's going to be like, where's the recorder, bitch?
You got to get one of those, you know, those like, there's like those little like things that detect bugs, you know, little bug detector.
Yeah, that's what you need.
You get like a, you know, a little app on your phone that somehow figures out if you're being recorded.
Like, it's probably going to be hard for him to just have sex with a girl because they're going to be like, nah, bitch, I know what's going on here. Where's the secret camera?
Interesting.
I don't know. People are dumb.
Okay. Well, listen, we'll see if it's true. I'm suspect. So.
All right. Back to the important video.
Sermon, which became quite controversial.
No, what are you doing?
Why do you not want to watch this?
Stop.
This was your idea.
I got to read more super chats.
Oh, okay.
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, watch one of the clips of Tim Pool claiming 14th was one-time thing and not for illegals today. Says it came up during debate while writing the amendment. What? That's not true. Or if that, I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I didn't see that at all. I'm highly dubious of Tim throwing out something that's accurate.
You're so bad.
I
Tim never says anything true. I'm highly
Never.
dubious that he
Never.
would say anything.
Never. Listen, that video with Brad was so like mind rot. I was like, oh my God.
With Brad Palumbo?
Yes. Yeah.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh God. Ace for $5 says a ghoul like Watson would sell their soul to the devil if they had a soul in the first place. Ouch.
Wow.
Damus for $10 says, speaking of the priest lady, have you all ever seen the Sparkle Creed? Bring the video of the lady reciting that up.
No.
I have no clue what you're even
Sparkle
talking
Creed.
about. Sparkle Creed.
Creed of the Sparkles.
What is that? What does that mean?
Maybe you mean Spackle Creed.
A Lutheran church in Minnesota recited a Sparkle Creed about the non-binary God and Jesus, two dads, during its Sunday service. What?
Awful.
I don't know this story.
Sounds
That's
satanic.
not the same lady, is it?
I don't know.
Doesn't look like the same lady. Oh, just, yeah, you weren't saying it's the same lady. Dude. JMac, or sorry, Far, thanks so much for $20. Says it's even funnier when you find out that 20 minutes later that Gerald Robotnik hates his grandson and is going to destroy all mankind, including himself. Total tonal whiplash. Wow.
What's
Well, there
that
you go.
from?
From Sonic 3.
Oh, really?
Liz and Des Waltz for $2 says, seriously, check out the cold fermentation recipes.
Well, we'll do that.
Okay. What were we talking about here? Cold fermentation recipes of what?
Not sure.
Liz and Des Waltz
You.
Right. Liz and Des Waltz for $2 says, guess I should get rid of the dead videos I've taken. You probably should get rid of those. Yeah.
From inside the walls. There you go.
Yeah. Right.
Doesn't Dev live in Canada? They're a zero consent state.
Right. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, watch when the... Oh, I read that one. A Fondue for $2 says, God, this is a race to the bottom of sleaziness. There you go. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, also, if you record sexy time in secret, you can prove consent when she tries to lie later. Still never just randomly share those kids because revenge prawn. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, you think that's what's going on? That's interesting.
You're like, you can get me for illegally recording you, but it's better than going to jail for a rape. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. But that wouldn't make sense if the denim thing was true, because it sounded like they were not some sort of sexual thing going on there, supposedly. Oh, Liz and Des was also talking about bread. Oh, interesting. Cold fermentation recipes. Is there like do you have to do that yourself? Is there like a company that like sells something like that? Liz and Dev's wall specifically for $5 says, when I picture an extremist political movement, I picture Saturn devouring his sons by Francisco Goya. With Adam, it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles parody version. Yes.
Is it anime? I don't know.
Yes.
Saturn devouring his sons. That's
no. There's a picture. There's like you know that's like that famous painting, Saturn devouring his sons. Have you never seen that?
I'm sure I have.
You probably have.
just
It's like
don't
Saturn
remember
from
it.
Greek mythology, like eating.
Oh
a
yeah, I've
body.
seen this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's a version. There's like a meme version someone did of like Michelangelo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles eating like pizza.
Oh wow, that's got to be cool.
Right. Though I will say the whole Saturn devouring his sons, picture, the original one, that doesn't really make any sense. He swallowed
Is
them
this
whole.
recently? I love shit like this. This is great.
No, it's
I
like
love
from the
this picture.
1800s or something, isn't it?
Not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle version.
No, the original.
I know.
I said it's from the 1800s.
Yeah, but I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one
I don't know
better.
when that fucking meme came out.
I don't know. There's no history of the meme.
Sure, somewhere. I have a problem. Listen, I have a problem with Francisco Goya's rendition of this. Okay, because if you remember your Greek mythology, he ate them, and then Zeus saves them all from his stomach. So I always thought that meant that he ate
in
them
pieces.
He must have eaten them whole, because how else did they survive then?
Look, he's a god. He can stitch them back together, Sitch.
No, because then also remember the way, if I'm remembering my Greek mythology correctly, wasn't Saturn like really big? Because the way that he's tricked is that by, I forget whatever Zeus's mom's name, Gaia, or was Gaia Zeus's mom? I don't know. Whoever the fuck Zeus's mom is. The way he's tricked is that she like wraps up a big rock in like baby clothes and he just like eats it. He just swallows it whole.
Okay.
That wouldn't work if he was like eating them in little pieces.
Probably saved a lot of dental work that way.
Right. He'd be like, oh, what the fuck? This is a rock. Bitch, you tricked me.
Terrible.
I'm trying to say that this painting from the 1800s is inaccurate to the story. And I don't like it. Fuck you, Francisco Goya, piece of shit.
He just bit the head off. Did he chew it up? Ooh, that's
I mean, it looks like he's
tough to fix.
no, he bit the arms off too.
Yeah. I like the pizza version better.
Okay.
That's great.
He never actually titled these paintings. That's just a name given. Oh. Well, then I like it. It's a good painting then. I changed my mind. Oh my God, for $2. Says the recording devices are in his nipples. True.
Oh, that's why the nipples have to be so close.
That's why they're so spread apart. Yeah.
They're close together. Get it right.
Right.
Spread apart wouldn't work. You have one camera over there, one camera over there. Come on.
Wait, listen, no, you can't have them. No, you have to have them spread apart because otherwise the interference.
Not only that,
he create feedback. You know?
He records in 3D. He has two cameras.
There you go.
All of these sex movies are 3D.
It's terrible. No, it's the what's it called? The panoscopic.
Okay, is that
it's like the IMAX camera, you know.
Yeah, great.
Angry Bellsprout for Tour says, missed last stream, actual Justice Warrior California fire stream. Oh, did he do a fire stream?
Did he?
For charity? Well, that's good. Good for him.
Yeah.
Alex Wright for $5 says, I predicted a cut to 4%. To 4%. I don't believe the top end of rates will go below that by year's end. If I'm wrong, I'll leave the chat and comment section.
No, don't do that. We can just make it a gentleman's bet.
Okay.
But I'll bet you that they go under. I think Trump wants 2%. I think 2%. That's what everybody
I don't think
wants,
it's going to get to 2% in a year.
Yeah, but it's definitely going below 4. They were going to do 5 rate cuts, which they usually do them 0.25% at a time. So that's 1.5%, or 1.25%. So
right.
So if they did 1.25% now, what would we be at, Sitch? 2%. Think about it.
Dr. Div for $2 says, you would think since all people transition as adults, it should be easily acceptable to not use puberty blockers on kids since these apparent trans adults didn't spontaneously combust for not having them. That's true.
But they didn't pass really good. That's what everyone's complaining about.
Right.
And a lot of these people, I mean, they want to trans the kids. Let's be clear here. They want to trans your kids so that they have friends in the trans community.
Right.
It's sad and scary, but it's happening.
Right.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Dracula thing. You know? Sitch is obviously reading something here.
Bishop, who was presiding over services at the National Cathedral, that
let's watch
Trump
this during the week.
It's Crystal Ball is going to be pretty upset here. It's almost like every time
we got to tease them.
It's almost like every time I turn the video on, you're like, no, that naggy voice. Oh my God.
Whoa. I never said
Please,
that. Whoa.
turn it off
I
immediately.
never made such claims. Okay.
Why are you?
We'll watch it during the week.
Okay. Look, I guess.
Short and street, baby.
We're wrapping up. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. Look, I can go chill. I can go hang out with my lady.
Butter is not a vegetable. Anyways.
Don't you wish you had a lady you could go hang out with?
Fortunately.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I do have a lady.
Sammy G, let us know how the hugs are, okay? We're dying to know. Stop the fucking suspense, okay? Jeez. People want to know.
People want to know.
I think it would be fun if Sammy G came on the stream and described your face for the face reveal, what do you think?
Like, I was
It'll be
gonna say, no,
perfect.
yeah, okay. This is what we'll do. This is what you do. She'll describe my face to like a sketch artist, like, like when you're like saying like this person committed a crime, like this Sitch guy, he stole my purse. Well, what do
we
you look
have
like?
to do it.
Wow,
We have to fucking
You know,
do it.
she
That would be
described it to like a
amazing.
sketch. Actually, that is kind of hilarious. That is a good thing. You will get a sketch artist. She'll describe my face to sketch artist. See how close he gets. Right.
Right. Look, and then when we do the face reveal, we'll bring up like 3 people that look kind of like the sketch and you.
You're like, which one? Everyone chat. Which one is? It's like we'll do the little like prison like lineup.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which one is Sitch? Right. I like
That'd
that.
be great. Oh my God.
That's funny.
We could make a betting pool out of it.
Oh, these are good ideas. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it in the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true free speech warriors who say, fuck you, Jubilee, for trying to copyright claim our stream, you motherfuckers, even though we were completely using this material in a completely fair use fashion. Go fuck yourself. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye! That's right.
That was a good idea. That is a good idea. That's a good idea.
I know. People love it.